fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah.
You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Because we have just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing Meltzer.
You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
You know, mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Put me out of my misery!
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You gotta run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But like, you gotta promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in two places at once. It'll be a lot like my favorite movie. Time Cop. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
It's time for Jim Cornette's Right Through. Sponsored by Stephen P. New. Send an email to our crew, buy a cameo or two. It's Jim Cornette's Right Through. Come and pull up to the window and we'll open up the screen. Watch as Corny cuts a promo on that bitch at Dairy Queen. Hear a tale of Smoky Mountain and some stories from the South.
Then make like Vince McMahon and shove a sandwich in your mouth.
It's Jim Cornette's podcast. Taking questions you will ask. Talking wrestling from the past with his co-host Brian Last. It's Jim Cornette's podcast. Come see Nero, Kevin Pockets, Dino Douche, and Chuckle Fuck. Felix Reho, Balding Buck, and Harpo Finger Fuck. And then there's endless twerking from good old Sunny Gifts.
And then there's Maki Ito, she's the god of love and piss.
It's Jim Cornette straight through. Knocking AEW. The Observer thinks it's fine, Uncle Davis lost his mind. We used to be on Monday, now we're not on Monday.
King Kong Bundy.
Jim Cornette straight through. Thank you, fuck you.
Bye.
SDL. Two bad bitches, one hot track. Speed3 CCA, bitch. Two bad bitches, one hot track. Hello, hello. It's that B3 flow. You said you know me? I think you don't. My friends are rich and you're looking hella broke.
With Matt, I'm the real rough rider. Can't keep up, my ops must be tired. Slow-mo, super villain, Zack Snyder. You talk shit, but I know you're a subscriber.
DSL on our lips cause we're naughty. Hannah Montana acting like Miley. We can't stop cause we're the life of the party. Got your man squirming Scotty too haughty.
SDL with the $sign ho.
B3CCA with the 3 cause I'm cool.
Face hat, ass fat, say hey.
Two bad bitches, one hot track.
Haters got no grip, that's priceless. Haters got no bitches, that's wifeless. Diamonds in my mouth, I'm priceless.
CL with a dollar sign, ho. B3CCA with a 3 cause I'm cool. Top of the indies now on top of the charts. We're spending our cash and breaking your hearts. Becca and STL, bitch. Becca STL, that's perfection.
Me and Steph are the dream that's inception.
Face tight, fast, ass, big money, stay mad. 2 bad bitches, 1 hot track. It's 2 bad bitches, 2 bad bitches, 1 hot track. 2 bad bitches, 1 hot track. B3CCA with a 3 cause I'm cool. Top of the indies now on top of the charts. We're spending our cash and breaking your heart. 2 bad bitches, 1 hot track.
That's his name, Evan Dwarf Mamba, was really mad at people using the word midget. And he
Apparently, Maeda would go all over the world, and he would challenge people in circuses. That's where you fought. Dude, he was having MMA fights all over the world. He was famous. This is what Jean-Jacques told me. I think Kano was his master. Apparently, something like they didn't want him to take these fights in these circuses and stuff anymore. So he took a fight in Mexico, and he wore a mask so he wouldn't get busted. And he was the one who started the mask wearing in pro wrestling. Maeda started it.
Was it what they call it?
That's what Jean-Jacques told me.
Nacho Libre.
Can you give me a beat? Subliminal, lyrical, rap megastar, cynical. Here's Johnny Cornette Lamar, Jungle Jack, son of a TV star. Who the fuck do you think you are? I'm hearing those jungle drums. Used to hang around with chimpanzees. What is his gimmick? He's a homeless bum, poo flinging, swinging in the trees. He's gonna sit in one of those little kids' seats. Jungle Jack wanted to use broken glass, real glass. The medical staff said, we don't think you ought to do that. This is where this fucking clown's head's at. Lil Jack got his panties in a bunch, so it was brought to CM Punk. He said, we don't do that on Saturday night. They're going to Wembley. He grabbed him by the goozle pipe. Real glass. You, dick lick. He did not punch a person. He choked one little nitwit. Curly-headed, entitled little prick. What'd you think he was gonna do, dipshit? Cry me a river. Mine for wrestling of a slug in a sewer. You're not a TV star. You're tired. What the fuck? He looks like a minor. Jungle Boy sucks. 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 Don't run your fucking yap. Don't fuck around and find out. Jungle Jack, what, you gonna do something about it? Yeah, apparently. Oh my God, he grabbed me. Tony ended up firing his biggest star. Punk should send Jack off a Christmas card. Look in my eyes, what do you see? CM Punk to the WWE. What's Jack Perry gonna fucking do? Tony, fire the fucking little goof. Arrogant knob. Indie nitwit. Here's your contract, Jack. Rip, rip, rip. Tony went, he made me mad. Send him another check, but don't let him come back. Jungle Boy sounds fake and like a dork. Runs and hides because he doesn't like to talk. Homeless Jack living in a box under an overpass on cocaine, shot into space. Jack is slapping himself in the face. He's ready to get butt fucked by Sonato, the Cucamonga Kids, Mr. Okada, and the independent legal team. They get through a bucket of Vaseline. Hey, scapegoat, Nanny Goat, Billy Goat, Rick. Hey, Sweet Chin Music, you're a fucking kid. Hey, he caused the thing with CM Punk, which he did. Hey, this place is a joke, you're a clown, and I quit. Hey, he's got very feminine hips. Hey, he might look good in a bikini, bitch. Hey, Jesus, that one boy sucks. Jungle Boy sucks.
Jungle Boy sucks. Jungle Boy sucks. Jungle Boy. Ooh, what's happening, folks? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT live show, the 2-year anniversary edition. Yeah. Where's my I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks. Can I get a It's WrestleMania season. It is the official 2-year anniversary. Typically, the anniversary lands on typically it's been a year, but it lands on the same weekend as WrestleMania. So it crept up on me because I was like, oh yeah, when it's WrestleMania, that's when I start too, because that's when I started the pod 2 years ago. It was like right after WrestleMania. I think the first episode I was like reviewing WrestleMania and stuff. So it's pretty crazy that they moved it. It's a few weeks later and the anniversary comes earlier. I guess that's cool though. It's cool with me, I guess. But chat, how you doing? 2 years of PWT. Let's go. Guys, we're live on YouTube. I am earlier than general. I guess, the later we go, the more the numbers rise and the funner the show gets, or the more fun the show gets too. We have an epic Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week, like the greatest one of all time. So that will be fucking amazing. What else? We have so much stuff, man, like so much stuff. KO, is his injury a work or a shoot? He might not be back for a year. The Hall of Fame has people up in arms about who's inducting people. Dave Meltzer's absolutely spiraling out of control. AEW's a complete mess. Dave Meltzer spiraled out of control and talked all this shit, and then Max released the numbers for a TV show that they're super proud of. So after he's like, they're under lock and key and all this stuff. So we have so much to get to. We have some funny sicko action, like hilarious sicko action. Okay. What else? It's 2 years of PWT. I mean, what can I say, man? It's your boy Phil here. Did I introduce myself? Yeah, check me out. At Phil Marks Out is my other Twitter, and that's where I'm doing like pop culture shit, and on YouTube as well. At Phil Marks Out is my YouTube channel where I talk about like pop culture and like I review stuff, and some people are like, oh, is the channel dormant? No, it's just I'm busy as shit and it's WrestleMania season. So, and I have like insane guests lined up, and I've had crazy guests recently, and and like really fun ones, and I have some fucking amazing ones coming up. Some people returning, some amazing new people coming up in the next like couple months, and like also this WrestleMania week. I think I'm gonna have like 1 or 2 really cool pods for you. Hopefully, if the one dude doesn't back out, he might back out. You know what I mean? But either way, though, round of applause for you all. We're on X tonight as well. So if you guys are watching on X, come on over to YouTube. Come on over, baby. Come on over, baby. Round of applause for the PWT universe, though. Yeah, I'm watching UFC tonight, okay? So we got a UFC going on. That's where I'm at, I gotta be honest. It's Mania season. Does it feel like Mania season? The weather's getting nicer, but a lot of people have that boo-boo Meltzer face on the right-hand side there going in, and I gotta be honest, last year's WrestleMania season felt super crazy and important, provided it was very last minute that it felt that way. I mean, it did feel super crazy and important because every WrestleMania does, but there's just something to be said about like it took Cody Rhodes and The Rock and everybody allegedly going into business for themselves to get everybody amped up about Mania, and then we got some really big and fun matches out of it. This year, I don't know, man. We're going to preview the card a bit, and I'm going to give you my solo thoughts, a quick rundown, because card's subject to change. So on the Wednesday show, we will do like the finale, Survivor finale. No, just kidding. But like we will do the fine, because some matches might get added, some matches might get removed. You never know in this landscape, especially of WWE. They left everything till last second. Know. They announced the SmackDown Battle Royal, the Andre the Giant Battle Royal on SmackDown again, which I'm cool with, but I mean, goddamn, I don't know. The pre-show's going to be 5 hours. Everybody's up in arms. What else, man? I think there was more stuff in the title. The Rock's eyeing up New Japan Pro Wrestling. I'm going to break that all down as well, you know, because, you know, I've been talking that shit for a while. Yeah, Dave also confirmed what I've been saying about the Legends deals and shit. Dave Meltzer, listening to PWT confirmed. No, I'm probably wrong because he said it now. No, we'll analyze it. We'll check it out, and I'm gonna check him a chat, okay? But it's the 2-year anniversary. Thank you for being locked in. Oh yeah, and then I changed the moving Meltzer. If you're watching on the bottom right corner, that shit. I was editing clips and it was distracting the fuck out of me, and I was like, damn, I'm not gonna make you guys look at Meltzer doing that. It was funny when I made it, but yeah. So it's just him with a flute. And then, I don't know, we'll put a new Meltzer face there in a week or something. Oh, man, we have just a bunch to get to tonight. So let me check in with chat, and we're going to talk about Mania, but I'm going to put together I'm going to have me in a little panel, and we're going to, like, really dive in and give predictions and all that, or, you know, break down our thoughts going into everything. I'm just going to do, like, a general Mania overlook and read the matches tonight. And then, like, obviously I'm going to go live both nights, and I'll give you, like, my final picks. You know, Phil's picks are always very last minute. I think on the AEW Dynasty pay-per-view, I went, like, 15-0 or whatever. I think I got one wrong, maybe. Or I got it right, actually. I think George corrected me on that, so... yeah, hopefully we can do the same with Mania. It's not like we're betting on it or anything, but if you guys can, if you live in a state or a country where you can bet on pro wrestling, I don't know, maybe I can help you out in that regard, but otherwise we're just picking for fun, right? David Carradine's Closet for 7 says happy second Phil. Thank you, dude. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Can I get a yeet or what? 2 years. It's crazy. 2 years since the pod started, and then about a year into the pod, PWT, like the live show, became a thing, roughly. So 1 year anniversary, roughly, of the live show, and then 2 year of just PWT in general, as far as like uploading content and doing podcasts and stuff. So thank you very much for being here. Plenty in Pixar for 5. Happy PWT birthday, you beautiful butthead. Oh, thank you, Beavis. What? Thank you very much. Guys, become a member. Gift a membership. They're 99 cents. Or you can super chat in, or just hit the like or hit the dislike. Leave a comment. If you're watching on X, come on over to YouTube. Or you can stay on X. X is fun. But, yeah, sometimes I go live on both. Just because. So, thank you. No, thank you, guys. What even is a 3-hour pre-show? No, I agree. We're gonna dive into that. 9-hour long shows. We got so much to get to. You know, not so much in light news, but like heavy stuff tonight. So stay locked in. Don't touch that dial. Let me pull up. We're going to start with light news, obviously, as we do. Okay, chat? And we got so much to get to, so I'm going to check in with you guys further. We just have to get into some of this stuff, or we'll be here all night. Not that that's a problem. Oh, okay. So we will head over here. And this isn't bad news, but I definitely appreciate Julia Gulia for sending me all the sounds.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Except for this is good news. This is funny news. So UFC Hall of Famer Daniel Cormier puts Dan Hellie through a table with WWE's Julius Creed. And this is during the UFC 314 weigh-in show.
DC, get the tables! Get the tables! Let's go. Yeah. Dan, no. I cannot wait. No, don't run. Don't run. Oh, Jake.
Damn, that was actually pretty good. DC knows what's up. He reffed that match that one time.
That's what I'm talking about, boy. You play with the big dogs, you get squashed. Big dog got eat. Big dog got eat.
Who's that? Laura Sanko hitting motherfuckers with tables? No, it wasn't Laura Sanko, but it was someone. I didn't see who that was. That's pretty funny. Okay, and that was UFC news. I'm watching UFC tonight. I don't know if I got any MMA heads, MMA fans, brah, in the chat, but yeah, I'm watching that tonight. That's what I got on. And it is like the early prelims right now, I want to say. We have like one TNA news as well. Not a whole lot of light news. So we'll just jump to the TNA news a little bit out of order. Here we go. So Cody Diener says, "Dear young wrestlers, there's a big difference between being over on the internet and making the live paying audience cheer loudly. I suggest focusing on the second thing. It's actually real and represents who is actually paying to see you. Sincerely, Cody Diener." So I believe he's still signed with TNA, which is awesome. And yeah, I don't know. He definitely won me over. I'm not like the biggest fan, I've said it before. But I get it. He's a guy you keep on. It's like I'm not the biggest Ridge Holland fan, but I get why he's there. He serves a purpose. So, and Diener could be with Maple Leaf Pro at this point. I really haven't been keeping up with TNA the last few weeks. I got to be honest. I watched that pay-per-view, and I think that was the last thing I watched. Yeah, so I think that was 3 weeks ago. So yeah, or maybe even longer than that. I don't know, but it's the 2-year anniversary, baby. I ain't paying attention to shit. No. But yeah, I don't know. Just a hot take from him. And then here's Joe Hendry. He's Joe Hendry. Yes, he's the real Hendry. All the other Joe Hendrys are just Hendry. So won't the real Joe Hendry please appear? Please appear. Because he's here with a bunch of clones, a bunch of stands.
Say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry. And Paris and Tokyo, and Scotland and Canada and Mexico. I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry.
That's cute. Awesome stuff there. And so we go to our last bit of light news here, the miscellaneous section. We do have a handful of things in here, and this is where things really pick up. Let me check in with chat one more time here real quick. And then, yes, we will head over here. Okay, so Swan Man Hunter gifted a Pro Wrestle Clips membership. Let's go, dude. You know what they say. I just wanted to click that one. George Capture for 10. Happy second, brother. PWT just keeps rolling. Yeah, dude. Yeah, absolutely. We absolutely do. Yeah, so this this fight there was a finish. If you guys can't tell, I got distracted there for a second, okay? It was a RNC. So that was nice. Okay. Anyway, sorry guys. Starting off to a good night with these fights here. So happy second, man. We keep rolling. I know, and everything, we're just blowing up with subs over here. I appreciate everyone. I fucking work tirelessly on this shit. I really do. And also, yeah, like I said, I have some cool, guests and shows lined up. And yeah, the live shows just keep blowing up. We're doing the Twitch thing, okay? So I'm going to do that on YouTube and Twitch. And yeah, it's just all about getting the schedule good and everything. My kitchen got fucked up, so that was fun. But we're dealing with that. But other than that, we're all good. And thank you so much, dude. And thank you for gifting memberships, and thank you for super chatting in. Okay. And guys, leave a comment, just subscribe or whatever the fuck. So here we go. Miscellaneous news here. So GCW mourns the loss of Sandra Culbertson, the longtime partner and wife of Nick Gage. Sandra was a passionate and fierce member of the MDK gang and was not a real gang, right? And was a loud and proud face in the crowd from day one of GCW, CZW. She was part of the GCW family, and she will be remembered and missed. So Nick Gage's... If you guys are unfamiliar with Nick Gage, he's like he's the deathmatch wrestler that got the Dark Side of the Ring episode based on him. He wrestled David Arquette and like stabbed him in the neck. He's the guy who pizza cutter Jericho during the Domino's commercial. And his wife sadly passed away, and I guess she was really, you know, like beloved in the community and stuff like that. So yeah. God bless her. We have a throwback here. Now, this is when Ox Baker caused a riot in Cleveland in 1974. This is a throwaway way back, but I love doing these. I love these, you know, just when these resurface, because basically this has gone more viral now again than it even did. There's a lot of people who like don't even really know about this, you know? And Ox Baker, I believe, he did the hard punch, and didn't he kill a man? Mama just killed a man. Or didn't he like heart punch a guy, and then the dude had a heart attack for shoot, and then he like claimed it? Yeah, I killed him or whatever. You know, because that's how the business was. But you can hear people shrieking as he's heart punching this dude. Damn. And now people are throwing shit. Yeah, people are throwing chairs. People are hitting the ring. People are hitting the ring, dude, throwing shit. Oh my goodness. And they think he's dead, you know? I think I'm right about Ox Baker, right? He was the guy who claimed that body, right? This might have even been it. Like, who knows? This is insane. Look at all the people. Oh, my God, dude. And you got to be ready to fight them all. Holy shit. How do you get out of there? Quick, baby faces, hit the ring. You got to send, what do? You got to send the baby faces out there to hit the ring. Imagine if there was heat like this anymore. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but like, God damn, is it not a good thing though? Like, they were drawing so much. And then they just run away. Yeah, that's what you do. You just run. Fuck it. Damn, that is crazy, man. Woo! The first death attributed to Baker was in 1970. The opponent, Alberto Lopez, apparently had a ruptured pancreas and didn't tell the promoter. Yeah. So he like claimed the body, dude. Like, crazy. And think about that heat. He's just heart punching that dude. And then, like, what? They just have to run away. And you heard that crack, too. Like, someone got Ox Baker with, like, a chair or something in the back of the head as he's running away. Shit is crazy, man. Moving along here. Carl Anderson. So, no longer with WWE. He's a little bit bitter about The Rock. And the irony here might be sweet. And your boy Phil was onto something, too, with all this New Japan stuff. I'm going to break it down, right? But Carl Anderson, said on Talking Shop, he's like, when I saw people running up to The Rock backstage at Gorilla and asking for pictures, I was like, I gotta get out. This ain't for me. So now he's like taking shots at WWE a little bit, or The Rock, people marking out to see The Rock. I don't know. I always thought the Good Brothers were cool because they just didn't, like, yeah, they keep, I don't know. It's not even about keeping it real. They just did their jobs. Didn't really take shots at anybody, not AEW, not WWE. They just went to work, wherever they got their bag. They went to work. They show up in shape, they do the damn thing. They'll put people over. They look good every time you see them, at least in my opinion. Some people don't like these guys. I don't know. I've always loved them. Even in their AEW run, they just played like the background of the background, so they didn't really do too much. They just sort of dipped out, and yeah, their time with TNA was fine. I don't know. I like Carl Anderson and Gallows, and I'm not saying they're not cool, but like, damn, it's crazy. He's like mad about The Rock now. It's like, nah, dude, come on. Good brothers, just brother down, brother. It doesn't matter. Rock is like it's barely like one of the boys coming back for most of these people that are like in NXT, because that's where Carl Anderson and Luke Gallows were, and The Rock went to NXT. So I'm assuming it was there. It's like most of the people there, The Rock is just a movie star. Like they saw him, he wrestled like 3 times in their lifetime, So you Good Brothers are from, a time before where you probably watched The Rock wrestle every single week. So maybe they just look at it differently. I don't know, but The Rock's like a Netflix star, Netflix movie star. Netflix partner movie star, and he like sits on the board and shit. It's just more. It's like if you met Nick Khan or like Triple H or something, and you're like 15. You might not even know Triple H as much as a wrestler. Is like, oh, he's the boss of WWE type thing. I don't know. Maybe it's like that. Maybe he just sensed that marks were marking out brothers. But either way, shout them out. More on the Good Brothers later. Mickey Rourke reveals he didn't like the wrestler. He says, I wasn't that big a fan of it, the wrestler. We also had a bunch of such a low budget. Pardon me, I'm dyslexic as shit, and I'm watching UFC. Megan O'Livy's introducing the next fight, and I'm just balancing both here. So I was working on 15 to 16-hour days with 6 hours sleep, with all the physicality, and I put on like 40 or 50 pounds, so my body was uncomfortable at that weight. The last day of working on the wrestler, I was sitting in my living room in New York, and I was on the couch shaking and crying and it was a shoot, brother. Mickey Rourke's like, yeah, it was a shoot. Hyperventilating and exhausted, and they're going, hey, where are you? We're at the rap party. And I had called my priest, my doctor, my psychiatrist, because I felt like I was dying. I feel like dying. I feel like dying. Celebrity Big Brother. Didn't Mickey Rourke get canceled for being on that show? Didn't he say a bunch of crazy shit while he's been on that show too? I don't know, man. So here is Brian Knobbs, and here's a health update. And he's making good physical progress, but he and Tony are facing significant financial strain. And then Joey Janela actually like took a shot at Knobbs and was like, yo, nobody wants to help this guy's GoFundMe. It shows how much of an asshole he is, or something like that, which is wild. I don't know. I didn't even know anything was going on with Brian Knobbs personally, but let's hear this.
Hey, everybody. I just wanted to give you another update. They actually took the wound back off for 1 week to see how it's going to, be. It's already been draining, so I have wound care coming over. I have wound care, actually I have rehab coming over here to the hotel. The hotel general manager has nothing but good to me, fantastic. And even David, the realtor, is trying to find us a place, but there's no place like having your own place, and everybody knows that. But I know times are tough, and I just want to thank everybody for the thoughts, the prayers, the donations.
This made Joey go, wow, this guy must be an asshole. Maybe he was being sarcastic and I didn't pick up on it. Possibly. However, I don't know, man. Knobbs, seems pretty nice here at Even Keeled.
I can't thank you enough. I really, really know, because everybody is going through a tough time, all over the world. So, I mean, really, I can't tell you enough how much I really appreciate it. But that's the new update. I'm hanging in there. That rehab came over today. Just worried about the foot. Once the foot gets going, and my wife's health, I'm worried about that too. So, hey, stay positive. Like I always say, stay nasty and positive. What can I say?
Yeah, so help out Brian Knobs. What's wrong with his foot? I didn't even realize. Does he have like a Just Incredible thing or something? And yeah, I hope he does. I hope he does well there. Breaking news: pro wrestling legend Gail Kim is coming to the Crockett Cup. We are honored to announce that Gail Kim, multi-time champion, trailblazer, and Hall of Fame icon, will be live and in person for an exclusive autograph signing at the 2300 Arena. So, dude, we could get Gail Kim versus Natty Neidhart in 2025 for a fucking Crockett
Sometimes
Cup.
in life, you got to be a hoe.
That's honestly awesome, though, right? Like, for real, that is actually incredible, and hopefully we get that matchup. Obviously, you want to try and make someone with this, so maybe Gail Kim and Natty meet in the finals or semifinals on one side of the bracket, or whoever meets Natty and beats her in the finals beats Gail Kim in the semifinals type shit, You either smash someone over or you just go, fuck it. We're going to have Gail Kim versus Natty Neidhart because I'm Billy Corgan and I made Smashing Pumpkins. So I'll do whatever the fuck I want because I'm a god now. So Butterbean, who was recently last seen being whipped into shape by Diamond Dallas Page, right? DDP got Butterbean walking and moving to the point where he lost enough weight. He got his hip replacement and he's like running again and all this shit. But the motherfucker goes, I want to fight Brock Lesnar. He goes, I really want to fight Brock Lesnar. I would knock him out. Bro.
You what?
Listen, I love me some Butterbean. Brock would just shoot a double leg, bro. You'd be fucked. Maybe in a boxing match, but even then, I just don't know. Like, Butterbean can't even fully stand up straight anymore. Like, this is not a recent picture of him. And I love Butterbean. Trust me, but goddamn. Here's a throwback to when, on the PGA Tour, to when Goldberg threw this guy into a lake or something, and he almost smashed into rocks and died. Dude, he missed those rocks by like 2 inches. And then the commentary guy for this will be a wrestling plant that we've obviously planted here. You know that shit's phony, right? Running. That's hilarious. So Hollywood Haley J got buried by Jim Cornette here a little bit. So Hollywood Haley J, of course, OVW superstar, pro wrestler. She wrestles all over. She's actually training with Reality of Wrestling as well. Doing a lot of stuff alongside Booker T and some of the NXT people that float back and forth, and she no-showed her NXT tryout when she had one, and she was on the Netflix television series Wrestlers, if you're familiar with her. So Jim Cornette, she tweets out to him, you can't fire the person who makes people tune in every week, OVW. I'm still a star, and it's Hollywood Haley J. Oh, was I saying Hollywood Haley J? Hollywood Haley J. Get it right, get it tight, John. Either way, keep watching and talking. That's all you can do. P.S. Your wife is a douchebag. Oh, come on now, Haley J. That's not very fair. That's not very fair now. To take shots at Mrs. C like that. So what the fuck, man? And then she gets mad at Jim Cornette here. And I'm sorry, she's recording it off her TV. Off her phone, off her TV. You know what I'm saying? So we got some Inception clipping here. So if it's a little quiet, I apologize. I already have it pre-cranked. Pause. As high as it'll go on my end, I assure you. And so just listen tight. And here's Jim Cornette, if you guys haven't heard it, on episode 386 of the drive-thru, I guess, burying the current OVW product. Did somebody ask him Is OVW currently for sale? Chat, let me know, because I don't know. And did somebody ask Jim to review some current OVW? Because I've been thinking about that for a long time. That should be a segment Jim should do. He should review current OVW and then give notes on what he would do differently. But he would go insane, I feel like. And so if he did see some of it and he sees the Hollywood Haley J stuff and some of the stuff they're doing, I totally get it. But Hollywood is popular, and like, you know, like at least for there, I don't know if they got the machine behind her in NXT. Like, let's say she did the tryout and made it, they would clean her act up a lot in WWE. You know that for sure. That being said, I don't know. She gets heat, bro, and that's the point of it, right? So, and Jim's got heat, like he's bitching about her. So there you go. That does that not kind of prove it? It's not like she's phony or anything, unless he points out a way here. I didn't listen to this. I just listened to the first like 4 seconds, and I was like, oh, it's so quiet.
So the talent, that Hollywood Haley J, who was supposed to be a star at one point, came off. Like, I would have, if I'd have just gone down there and wrote him a check and bought the thing, then the first thing I'd done is fire that fucking douchebag.
Oh my God, for real. Damn. So here's the thing. Hollywood is like the cash me outside girl. She's supposed to come across like so unappealing, like not unappealing, I guess. It's just that like trailer trash kind. I'm not trying to like disparage, you know, I lived in a trailer park growing up. It's like, you know, I'm not trying to trash anything, you know, I'm just saying. Like, that's how it's supposed to sort of come across, you know, that cash me outside type shit. And so I forget that girl's name. But yeah, so I don't know if Jim like gets that, you know, but damn, he's ready to fire her. I wonder if there's like a behind the scenes heat that we don't know about, and that's why he just buried her like that.
She's just, Jesus Christ. And they're petty fucking issues, and it just, so the talent had gone to hell, the look of the thing, and Matt Jones, who was the guy operating it. So, well, we're losing $30,000 a month.
Oh, is this him just reviewing the fucking documentary or whatever? I don't know. I must have missed this or pooped this out of my brain. You know what I'm saying? This fight's crazy, by the way. Tulio versus Gore's on right now, and it is absolutely insane. Watch fucking UFC if you're not. Yeah, here. So anyways, yeah, we'll continue to monitor that beef there. So Michael Oku has 4 matches for 4 different promotions in one day this upcoming Thursday. So absolutely amazing. I tweeted out a joke. I was like, I quote tweeted this and I was like, yo, the 4th guy better beat him in like 3 minutes or whatever. Because we all know this isn't like the territory days where it's like, okay, you know, you hit the town 30 minutes away and do that build. You know what I mean? And I know people do double shots and shit like that on the indies. This is a quadruple shot on a Thursday. Michael Oku, man, earning his keep. And I haven't seen too much of him. But from what I've seen, I mean, but that's the thing MJF pointed out, right? You watch clips of like El Hijo del Vikingo, and then you're like, oh, he's amazing, but it's just clips of him. You know, so Oku looks great, but I don't know. I'd have to see him really go. Maybe I'll tune into all 4 matches or something and check him out. But he's taking on Evil, which is awesome, former IWGP heavyweight champion. At here, I'll plug all these shits. What is this one here? Defy, Living Proof. Shout out Defy. That I think Cody Rhodes shouted Defy out on SmackDown last night. WrestleCon Super Show. He's taken on TMDK, and he's in a 6-man with Flip Gordon, or as Awful would say, call him a literal who, and Michael Oku and Hechicero. So that'll be Dave Meltzer's favorite. At Prestige Nothing to Lose, Michael Oku versus LP El Phantasmo in this motherfucker. That's a banger right there. LP's that guy. So I'm interested in that one right there. And okay, Progress, Las Vegas. Men's World Championship. Luke Jacobs versus Michael Oku. There you go. Yeah, so amazing. And then the next day he has another match, I guess, at one of these things. So he's getting his bag while he can because of that co-opted WrestleMania weekend that the sickos will tell you somehow WWE co-opted WrestleMania weekend. But yeah, I guess it's really co-opted. Michael Oku will tell you all about it being co-opted, I'm sure, after this weekend, after he fucking cashes his $500,000. No, I'm joking, but for real, he's gonna clear like over 6 figures. Just, you know, he's got a name right now. And you go there, he can charge a little bit extra that weekend, and fuck yeah, man, that's awesome for him. Undertaker on The Ultimate Warrior telling a kid to leave him the fuck alone when asked for an autograph. So that clip resurfaced recently again, and then Undertaker spoke about it, and this is awesome because that clip is so old, I've never brought it to the show because it's like everybody's seen that, you know? We could watch Shockmaster, you know, but everyone's seen that. Not that it wouldn't be funny to do like a throwback show where we go back over all the old shit or something. But that could be like a themed thing. But it's just cool to hear Undertaker's insight because I always wondered, like, what were people saying, you know, besides just on the goddamn documentary that we know is like a hit job on Warrior. Not saying he was the best dude or said the most sane shit at times. However, yeah, let's listen to Undertaker and what happened, what he said happened, or what he told Ultimate Warrior.
I'll never forget this little kid coming up to him. And so he's like, Mr. Warrior, can I have your autograph? And he just goes completely and he was like, leave me the fuck alone. You know?
Oh, nice. He's with Mike Tyson.
I'm like, holy, you know, this little kid's like, he's terrified, right? And then the mom comes and gets the kid and walks off. I'm like, I go over and I'm like, Jim, I'm like, you can't do that. You can't. Go fuck that little bastard, you know? Like,
even though I have my name written all over me.
You're a walking advertisement to say, come fuck with me. Yeah. You know, come mess with me. To his credit, no, he chilled out, you know, later on. But I mean, he was a little high strung back then.
Why? I think, no, I don't want to assume shit, but why was he so pissy with everyone? Like, if you guys had to guess in chat and tell me. I think it's because, like, high pressure anxiety of going out in front of a bunch of people, steroids, and everybody was doing cocaine back then. Everybody was doing cocaine back then, dude. You know? So, yeah, that, ladies and gentlemen, was miscellaneous news right there. Let's play a banjo with Kev Castle in our thoughts here. And a round of applause. That landed in miscellaneous news there, just in the heat of the moment. And so there it shall stay pretty much until I decide it's going to go somewhere, if it ever does. We're going to keep that one right there. Okay, let me check in the chat again. As this brilliant, by the way, if you're watching UFC, again, a brilliant finish. Trulio just fucking video game beat down Gore. So one more miscellaneous news actually that just popped up live. We do it live here at PWT. Just announced for Bloodsport 13, Combat Icons will be guests of honor. Tank Abbott, Don Fry, Dan the Beast Severn, Butterbean, and the Smashing Machine, Mark fucking Let's go, man. And people are trashing this event. And Barnett has to be called a fucking Fed. He's been co-opted by the Fed and all this shit. You know? So let's get into WWE news, but first I'm going to check in with chat, okay? Because this will be a heavy hitting segment. And yeah, let me check in. So Rabid Wolverine Zelsi Killer 17 for 5 says, I know how to start a wrestling riot. That is offered free alcohol all night. Yeah, dude, you just offer free booze. People will go absolutely nuts, man. I know I would, dude. It doesn't even have to be free, and I go nuts at wrestling. No, I'm not like an aggro fucking dude. I'm just like, there's nothing I love more than going to a wrestling show and slugging back some brewskis. You know what I mean? What? WrestleMania season is shit. Pete rocks. It ain't shit. I just ain't feeling it. Dan Severn's still the NEWA champion? Not sure. No Frank Mir nor Frank Trigg. I don't know, man. Frank Trigg is a ref now, I think. Steroids and complete narcissist. RP Kev. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We keep him in our thoughts, though. You know what I'm saying? And we move forward. We have a laugh and we talk shit. That's what he for surely would have wanted, you know? So, okay, my like was apparently not working. Look at George not getting the fucking likes up before we get to some Jericho who's going to do a run in here sooner or later. Let me see here. Let me refresh the Clips channel. We went early here, so obviously, hopefully you guys like the thumbnail too that I made with The Rock wearing the New Japan shirt. Hopefully that 66 likes. There's only 161 watching on the Clips channel. There's 300 watching across X and both the YouTube channels right now. The replay channel as well. So thank you all so much. That is incredible. Come on over to YouTube if you're watching on X. Please and thank you. The link will be right around there, posted underneath or something. And then, yeah, just engage with chat. I throw up polls. And, yeah, it's the place to be, man. We live. We are. We absolutely are. So hold on a second, though. Let me look. Let me do some investigating in my own bookmarks here because I want to figure this out. I might want to do sickos first before we jump into WWE news and SmackDown as well. I could bang out a review for that really quickly. We could save sickos. Yeah, we'll save sickos for a bit. Let's run through some news here. So let me just see. I want to see if I got any allegedlys. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm doing because I got something. No, that's for AEW news. I got sent a hilarious thing that I'm gonna read, but I'm gonna be vague about it because I'm not trying to blow up anyone's spot, but it's fucking hilarious. And then let me just quickly see. Right. Okay. So we'll talk about that in a bit. Epic, guys. Epic. We're doing epic tonight. Round of applause for Phil not being prepared for the 2-year anniversary show. Okay. No, there's just so many like things to deep dive into today that I'm like, God damn it. We really got to fucking, I got to make sure my ducks are in a row here. Okay. Let me check in with chat again. JWT6577 for 5 says WrestleMania build is the worst ever. Clean out that IWC brain rot. Yeah, I don't think it's the worst ever. That's fucking not correct. But it is not as hype as it once was when Vince was in charge in his prime, you know, made it feel so spectacular and big. And when you really look at it last year, what made it feel spectacular and big was The Rock coming up out of nowhere and fucking with things, if we're to believe all the dirt sheets and shit, right? That's their narrative. But also, like, The Rock isn't wrestling on this event, man. And we thought for sure he would be. And, yeah, it seems like he's prioritizing other shit. He'll for surely pop up and show up and maybe even try and shock the world. But I think the fans will just sort of reject it because he didn't end up having his match against Cody Rhodes or defending that People's Championship or whatever. Now, I'm not saying like Dave Meltzer and all those people are right. Definitely not. And I feel like they have. Here's the thing. Nick Khan and what's that guy's name? Ari Emanuel and everybody are saying like this Mania is going to blow us away. And they have this crazy plan. The Rock's even been saying it. So I do believe they have some shit in their back pocket for night 2 that they know, like, well, we can just do this Mania like this. Not saying like it's under delivered. Like, there's lots of stars draped throughout the fucking. We haven't seen the event. It could end up being like we could all come out of it going, "Oh my god, this is one of the best manias that we don't know." But I think they do have something insane that none of us see coming, and I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is at all. I don't even want to fathom a guess. And if there isn't that thing, I personally might be a bit disappointed. And it's not because I'm expecting it, but it's because look at the Mania and the build to it. And I think they know they can get away with that a little bit. Because a lot of people are putting it all on The Rock. You know, a lot of people are like, well, it's because The Rock came and fucked everything up. I don't think that's fair to just put it all on The Rock, you know? But really think about it. Last year, would Mania have had all the hype if he didn't just come out of nowhere? And then apparently Cody Rhodes went into business for himself and pointed at Roman when he was supposed to point at the fucking sign or whatever. Like, let's say we're to believe all that, then, and it was all last minute, like that WWE documentary showed us, right? Then there wasn't that like, holy shit, it's Mania vibe really until then, the last minute. And here, there's not really that vibe. Like, first off, it feels just a little weird because I think this is the first Mania that's off of its usual weekend, right? So it just feels a little off, the vibe of it being like a couple weeks later or whatever. And then not to mention, I don't know, we're going to go over the card. And it's not the worst build ever. Like, let's be honest. There's a lot of stories that are like multi-year stories if you break them down, or like at least a handful, you know, like the Punk Roman Seth shit goes so deep. Like, that's like a deep rooted in WWE history type thing that's sort of culminating between these three. So you know, Cody Rhodes and John Cena, I mean, this is just the classic, like, fucking, this is Hogan Rock of like this era, you know, this is the classic like passing of the torch or shock of the century, and then, you know, Cody gets it back and eventually beats Cena or however they book it. But, you know, when Ari Emanuel was like, oh, at that Elimination Chamber, it's going to be insane, or whoever was saying that, and then look how insane it was. And they're all saying that this Mania is going to be fucking nutty, right? Like, we have a surprise in store or whatever the fuck. And The Rock's like, no, these guys are idiots. We have a long plan. So The Rock's going to be there. I think some glass fucking shatters, right? We get some Stone Cold. I think they have something in their back pocket that's going to blow people away. But if they don't deliver or it doesn't hit the way we're anticipating, then people might look back on this as a flop. Like, if the matches, because I'm not going to lie, bro, night one of WrestleMania looks like a Saturday night's main event card. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not trying to talk shit, but it just is what it is. Like, if you were like, that's Saturday night main event, or that's fucking Bash in Berlin, I wouldn't be shocked. You know, I'd be like, okay. So, and I ain't shitting on it at all, you know, other than obviously the main event. Like, this is like a generational triple threat match. And then also me and Husey too, and we DM about it, and we're like, yo, they corrected it. Like, they didn't do a bunch of multi-man matches for the titles as just like you know, they were like, fuck it, we'll do New Day and Viking Raiders, right? And I think New Day should just get a fucking tag match at Mania. It kind of sucks that there's no real momentum behind this. You know, I think maybe the Lucha Brothers versus Boo Day, babyface Lucha Brothers versus Boo Day at Mania, I think maybe that would have been, you know, that would have been hit a little fucking harder, you know? But at least they weren't just like women's IC. But then again, the women's IC champ is just fighting for the tag belts, right? And now everyone's like, damn, why the fuck is the IC women's champ just fighting for the tag belts? And I'm like, listen to fucking PWT. I'm harping on this forever. Like, the women's belts are just placeholders to go after the other women's belts. Like, I'm the IC champ, so I automatically can get a shot at the tag belts. Oh, she won the gauntlet. Okay, but why are her and Bayley teamed up in the first place to even be in that gauntlet? You know what I'm saying? So then it's like, oh, I'm the tag champ. We're the tag champs, so we're just in the elimination chamber. No, you know what I mean? KC2, Katana Chance and Kaden Carter, and the Secret Hervis, or the Shia, or the whatever the fuck people are calling them, they should be fighting for the tag belts at WrestleMania. No? Should that not just be the fucking match? Or this gauntlet tag match? Have those ladies have like a 4-way ladder thing for the women's tag belts. You know? Where's Lash Legend and Jakar Jackson? Didn't y'all bring them up for like a fucking week? Have like do that as like a 4-way multi-man, because on the one night there's only 2 multi-man matches, then on the other night there's only 1 multi-man. And I'm not even against having multiple multi-mans. The multiple man. Dun dun dun. I'm not against that on especially on like a Mania where you got to fill shit out, but like if there was 2, like a triple threat and a fatal 4-way one night, and then a triple threat and like a women's tag 4-way for the titles and a ladder, so I'd be cool with that. But yeah, I just feel like I don't know. There was no point in introducing women's mid-card titles. They got to just scrap the women's tag titles and do a cup every year and have it, the winner, have it be like the co-main or the main or one of the opening match of the Evolution, PLE, every year. Evolution, live on Peacock or whatever. All women's show. You crown the women's tag champions with a fucking cup, and then that way you can have random odd job teams like Bailey and Lyra just because, and then that way you can have fucking actual tag teams. You know what I mean? I think that's the way to do it, especially if you're going to have these mid-card belts, like 2 women's mid-card belts. Unify all the belts, let the champs go on all the fucking shows. And that's how you solve this problem. Champs can go on both brands. Everyone else, hard split. All belts unified. US and IC are the only brand exclusive belts for their shows. Right? That's how you solve all of this. But for some reason, and especially with 2-night WrestleManias, it should be so easy to have, here's our Raw Mania, here's our SmackDown Mania, or like here's half and half, you know? But for some reason, man, it just seems like maybe people pull. Obviously, Kevin Owens getting hurt fucked shit up too, so we don't know Randy's opponent. Like that was a match with some real heat that's kind of gone. That's not there. But yeah, for all these fucking sickos who say I'm just an E-drone, here I am, clip this. I'm talking about WrestleMania. We're talking about it now. We'll just pull up the fucking card on screen. Miss October 30 for 10 says, this has been on my mind. Will Ospreay's being upset lately is because he is not getting the praises that he usually gets from the IWC, from the casual mainstream fans. Miss October 30, remind me to bring this up in AEW news, okay? But I will say this, no casual mainstream people watch fucking AEW, bro. Okay, that's the thing. So he's upset and testy because he's just insecure because what people are saying is true and it sucks, instead of just being like, fuck, they're right, you know? Or like, yeah, I might be getting overpaid, but like, dude, I sacrificed my body in New Japan, and maybe to like American audiences, I'm getting overpaid, but like Tony Khan values my time there. He values it this much. And how can you put a price? One man's trash is another man's treasure. How can you put value on something to another man? And then we'd all go, great, he gets it. But instead, it's just like a cope sesh all the fucking time. You know what I mean? We can talk about that more in AEW news. So, WrestleMania. We'll just talk about the card quickly. So, this night 1, right? Bar this triple threat main event, which why is it after the world title match? Like, why wouldn't it just, because all the crazy shit's going to happen. There's going to be crazy shit. Brock Lesnar is going to come back and get his revenge because of the time that Seth robbed WrestleMania from Brock and Heyman and blah, 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 or some shit. That's what's going to happen. Brock's going to come back and fucking F5 everybody, and we're going to be like, what the fuck? And then we have like a 4-way cooking between these guys. Okay? And then one of them wins Money in the Bank and then gets that World Heavyweight title or some shit. off of Jay or some shit. We're just fantasy Mark booking here. But other than this main event, if you told me this was a Saturday night's main event, I'd be like, yeah, it makes sense. You know what I mean? So, this match, some crazy shit's going to go down. That's why it's the main event. We're going to be left shocked and awed and either very disappointed or on our feet. One night, I feel like we're going to be depressed. One night, we're going to be very happy. And that's why I leave my picks till the last second, especially with Mania, because what matches they put on night one can sometimes indicate what might happen night two, as far as like, oh yeah, they're going to send us home happy if this happens or whatever. You know, you can sometimes decipher it. Not that I want to spoil it all, but we psychoanalyze things here at PWT. The P is for psychoanalyze. So Gunther and Jey Uso, yeet. Great stuff. I mean, I'm hyped for that. So those two matches I'm fucking uber hyped for. Tiffy and Flair, I'm super hyped for. I'm not going to lie. They got such good heat on, and I think they're going to cook. And people, oh boy, are we going to get into what Brian Alvarez and Dave had to say about this whole thing. Meanwhile, they're just working us all. LA Knight taking on Jacob Fatu. That's an awesome match. It just feels clunked together last minute, kind of. I think Jacob Solo, or it seems like Solo might be the guy to take on Randy as well now, and not Nick Aldis or whatever. But yeah, Jacob versus LA Knight. Do they crown Jacob? There's a really good chance they do. Although LA Knight's super over, but we can't just be like everyone who's over, because like LA Knight does not hurt from losses. He could lose or win. It doesn't matter. He doesn't even need a belt. He's just so over. So Rey Mysterio versus El Grande Americano. It's mask versus mask, I think that's what they said, right? And my whole thing is like, they could have did this on the SmackDown before. I guess it'll be like a WrestleMania moment where El Grande got unmasked and the luchadors took turns whooping his ass or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that could be what they're going for with that. So I'm here for it. Maybe Snoop Dogg comes out and like, Bad Bunny returns. Oh, and then the place would erupt and then fucking, but he's doing like the Mexican bit. And I think Bad Bunny is like Puerto Rican, right? If I'm not mistaken on that. Someone can correct me in chat. Jade versus Naomi. I'm hyped for that match. God damn. Like Naomi's just doing brilliant promo work and vignette work. Okay. And then you have the Bude versus War Raiders. And it's like, brother, here's the thing though. We can't really put this on WWE. We didn't know that the Lucha Brothers, we didn't know Rey Fenix was going to get released out of nowhere, right? Tony just pulled some shit and released him out of nowhere, right? Because he didn't want to get sued or something. And so Viking Raiders or War Raiders, whatever, I like that. They're like a good menacing team or whatever, but they're like the baby faces in this whole thing. And there's no real momentum behind them, as I said before. So I think when Ray came in, obviously they saw how Penta blew up and they're like, well, why would we fuck that up by tagging them up? Let's just give them a solo run, and then putting Ray on SmackDown and acknowledging their brothers, but they're on different brands, and then trying to replicate or duplicate with Ray. And then once that is sort of tired out, then you can put them together and then they can have a fucking generational tag run. I get what they're doing, but, and maybe it's hotshot booking, but maybe it would have served more to be like, the Lucha Bros are here fucking against Bude. I don't know. Maybe that would have been fun. Moving along to night 2. So night 1 is like, okay, that's fun, So Cody Rhodes versus John Cena. I mean, that's a generational matchup. There's going to be insane heat. The crowd's going to be fucking nuts for this, hopefully. Priest versus Drew, they're really trying to beat us over the head with like, this is a feud that's been going for a year. It's like, I guess, kind of, I guess. Also it should be said with the whole Punk thing too, they like almost retconned Heyman's betrayal of Punk. If you guys notice on SmackDown, I saw someone tweeted that out And it dawned on me too. I was like, oh yeah, they kind of just left that out of the vignette of like, you know, Heyman's like a brother, a father to me and all this shit. So Drew and Priest is like, okay, we have these two guys. We didn't have shit for either of them. Somehow Drew gets left out of the 3-way, which it's like he could have went in there as a 4-way because think about it. He hugged Cody Rhodes for dethroning Roman. He hates Roman and breaking up the bloodline or whatever. And he hates Roman. He fucking hates Punk. We know he doesn't. Him and Seth have like that odd couple, like where he's trying to tempt Seth, but he'll attack Seth and beat the shit out of him. So why isn't Drew in that match? Pourquoi? Because they needed something for fucking Damian. And it's like, well, God damn it, kid. You know, fucking Damian's the odd guy out, I feel like, who fucked this up a bit. But also, if The Rock was back, we probably would have got like Cody Rhodes in there. And then like this wouldn't be an issue. You know, we'd have like Cody Rhodes versus The Rock instead of like Cena, or like he'd have to fight The Rock night 1 and then Cena night 2, and then, or maybe like Roman would fight The Rock or something. Like, you know what I mean? There would be another element where the matches would be shuffled a bit, but The Rock's not on the card. So I don't know, man. I feel like Drew should be in that 4-way, and it should be a 4-way. Right? But it is what it is. I'm not trying to complain about everything and bury it. That'll be a good heavy hitter Haas match, you know. Randy Orton, mystery opponent. Nick Aldis would be cool. Permitted he's healthy and everything, which I don't see why he wouldn't be. But also, I think Solo. Like, where's Solo? He's not even on the card, so I think Solo beats Randy Orton at WrestleMania the way he beat Cena, and they're going to keep sort of pushing Solo. And I think they need to get Jacob and Solo over with, and they need to get them the fuck away from each other, running their own little factions of bloodlines on like different shows for now. I don't even want to see them go to war. I got to be honest, man, because Jacob just outshines Solo a bit. And then Solo, like Solo and Tama are great together, you know, and then when Tonga comes back, that'll be awesome. But Jacob just sort of, he's just in a league of his own to where he's got to, like, he has a goddamn WrestleMania match and Solo doesn't. And Solo is the guy who is like almost going to take the title off Roman type shit, you know, and take the Ulafala from Roman. So it's just crazy this year how things have really changed in a way that we didn't think. And some of it is, I don't know. I don't want to say Solo's diminished, but like he's showing more of what he's capable of doing in ring and on the mic. But that being said, like he doesn't even have a fucking match. He's going to come out and fight Randy last minute because KO's not there. Otherwise, what was Solo going to do? But anyways, AJ versus Logan Paul is going to steal the show. I think that's going to cook. I think this 4-way with Dom, Finn, Breaker, and Braun is going to be so fun. And I think people are looking at it like, but I think it's perfect. You have an American kid who's got Mexican heritage. You have an all-American who's the IC champ. You have a Mexican dude from Mexico in Penta, and you have an Irishman in Finn Balor. I believe he's Irish. So that's a great 4-way there for the IC title, and I think they're really going to cook in that match. I'm not giving picks yet. These are just me reviewing or giving my thoughts on the lead up and, you know, what the matches are going to be like. And then we have the tag titles, Liv and Raquel versus Bayley and Lyra. Okay. All right. You know, I just like, what the fuck is that? That's so bad that they couldn't have figured out something better. And then Io, Bianca, and Rhea. I love this. Bianca and Rhea, I think, is the money match, but with such a bloated roster, you got to put Io in there. And then they worked she's an afterthought, like into the storyline, which was brilliant, I thought, and they owned it. And I think Io deserves this. Like, she is the workhorse of the fucking women's division, man. And whether it's tag, heel, babyface, singles run, mid-card tournament, world champion, she fucking puts the team on her back. So Bianca's going to go full heel with whatever she does to win the title and leave WrestleMania with this title. And I wouldn't be shocked if some shit happens with Jade or Naomi, like crossover, like if Bianca gets involved in Jade and Naomi, or if Jade and or Naomi get involved in this 3-way somehow. Don't be shocked. Don't be shocked if we see a Kairi Sane return, and maybe Asuka. I'm actually not sure. I know she got fucked up pretty bad. Kairi, I think, is like ready. You know, she's been in the fucking hyperbolic time chamber long enough. She looks fucking 5 years younger and is shredded like Eddie right now. I think if we see Kairi come back, maybe to like get Io's back and shit, but who knows? It could just be a clean. It's WrestleMania, so they might keep the shenanigans to a low, considering there's going to be a shit ton, presumably during both main events. At least that's my guess, right? So, yeah, I buried this, and I am incredibly excited for the majority of WrestleMania here. This week, it just feels off. It feels like I was so hyped last week, and now I'm like, oh, fuck. Now it's this weekend, you know? And then I got really hyped about this UFC tonight, and then I don't know. But either way, I'm excited. I'm going to be streaming here on PWT both nights. Fuck it. We're just going to do it, man. So make sure you guys are here for that. And yeah, that's just sort of my WrestleMania fucking preview. We're going to keep that graphic there in the bookmarks as we head into actual WWE news after I check in with chat. Lincoln Hawk has been a member for 9 months. If we don't get the likes up quick, the 2-year anniversary is going to get a visit from 2 different Chris's. Hit the like. Yeah, bro. We got both Chris's in the wings, man. We're at 79 likes. Yeah. Joining us on the show, ladies and gentlemen, live from actually he's meeting with Triple H right now because he's allowed to negotiate. I'm just joking. Allegedly, right?
Allegedly.
Jericho and Dave talking a lot of shit for a reason. Here's Chris Jericho, ladies.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yay!
So thanks for that insight, Jericho. We're going to talk more about Jericho later. And we talked about before how he alluded he might come back to WWE or he's open to it. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Breaking news, WWE breaking news. So basically, I bookmarked just a bunch of scenes of Pat McAfee's Big Night Out. And it's on Hulu, I guess. I was trying to watch it. I didn't even realize it was a thing until after it went down. And I was like, oh, no, where do I watch this? And I couldn't find like a pirate ship link or nothing, you know, to watch a replay or anything. I was like, damn. So I'm going to definitely check it out wherever I can. I think my Disney Plus has a Hulu extension here in Canada. But yeah, basically Jay Uso came out there and got huge, massive fucking pops. I just wanted to play a couple clips from this. Go and check this out on Hulu. So like Jay Uso's up here and he drops this puck where he's giving away like $100,000 to people in the audience and shit. And like the puck gets stuck. It's super funny.
Jay Uso, what row in floor 3A? Oh, pump fake. Come on, 3A. Damn. Everybody hates 3A, I think.
Yes, the Pat McAfee show is available on YouTube and all this, and it aired on his YouTube and his Twitter and everything. However, he pulled it down immediately after because the replay with extra behind the extra footage or whatever, and behind the scenes stuff is on Hulu. So what he did is he aired it live for everybody, but then he pulled it down and sold the replay rights or whatever to fucking Hulu. Genius stuff. And he clearly had WWE's production team behind this all. They actually sort of set it up like they would a WWE show, except for instead of a ring, the ramp goes down to just like a big circle. And they had Alicia Taylor there. I'm going to play a bunch of clips. This was amazing. Love you, Pat. Don't fucking flag me, eh, bud?
I don't love that, but it does feel like that is the case. Yep. I was lost for a second. Maybe too many vitamins. Row C, okay. Random McMoneymaker, fantastically dancing. Like the fuck. Congratulations to seat 7. Iceberg.
Okay, so no, he fucks up one, though. Like, there's one where the puck gets stuck. And then Jey Uso, he's like, oh, shit. And then the mascot has to come hit it. And then McAfee's like, that one doesn't count. We'll play it in a bit. But yeah, there you go. Jay just won somebody randomly $100,000. So we talked about the WrestleMania card. Here is Jey Uso getting a huge ovation. He's over as fuck in Pittsburgh here. Let's take a look.
We can make it through this evening.
Let's take a look at Jey Uso coming out. We'll probably get flagged for the song, but yeah, they're all yeeting. He's over his shit.
Atta baby Joe. You know, it's a little exercise.
So here, I don't want to get flagged for the song, but yeah, he daps up McAfee. Like, even at this random event, everybody's going crazy and yeeting with him. I mean, to think we're not going to get these scenes at Mania, I think is pretty wild. And that's what makes me think we're going to get like a heel turn, like uber heel turn Rollins who aligns with Heyman or some shit. Like, we're going to get heel heat and then Cody Rhodes defends against John Cena. No? Who knows? Who knows? I'll let you guys know my official picks. I'm just thinking this all out as we go along this week.
Atta baby. What are your thoughts on the lovely city of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania?
Yeatsburg.
I know y'all got some good food out here, though. I got some good chicken wings out here, though. Good ass sports teams out here, though. Big night out.
Oh, man, it's funny. So here's the hilarious little graphic that was posted here, a comic strip someone made. So it's R-Truth. He's like, hey, you look awfully familiar. And then El Grande Americano's like, I'm not Chad Gable. And then R-Truth's like, I know it's you in there, John Cena. Whoever made that is so fucking on point, dude. That is amazing. So here's some more big night out. Here is them introducing, I don't know, Alicia Taylor. Here's Michael Cole introducing Alicia Taylor. And Michael Cole was drunk off some whiskey. Pour me up another shot of whiskey. Everybody at the bar getting tipsy, right? And Michael Cole was getting lit and talking shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know, we have to introduce you now to the Rikishi. They're the competitors for this match. Who's going to do that for us? She is the ring announcer for Monday Night Raw. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Alicia Taylor is here tonight.
Someone in chat, yeah, Uso. I heard they have good weather here in Pittsburgh. Oh my god, he pretty much did though. I hear the water is very clean and purified here. The tap water is exquisite. Yeet. I hear prices are reasonable in downtown. Pittsburgh. Can I get a yeet for that? Yeah, just saying everything. Oh shit, man, that's funny.
Pittsburgh! Yes! Look at all you beautiful people. I just want to take a second to say thank you to each and every...
And there's a question. What MTV reality show was Alicia Taylor on? Chat, figure out which reality show she was on for us, please.
one of you for being here with us tonight. And it can't be said enough. Thank you to Brother Pat McAfee!
Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Love you, Alicia.
Love you, Brother Pat.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know...
She's like, yes, the roads are very navigable. All of your shopping needs and amenities are nearby the hotel and resident suburban areas that, you know what I'm saying? That shit's so funny. Here we go. Moving along here. So Kevin Owens had this to say on Chris Van Vliet, right? And he says that fans need to stop following wrestlers at the airport. And this is on Giga Chad Van Vliet's show. Let's take a look.
Which inscription are you hoping people will find soon? Like
there's one that I wrote that I don't think anybody has found yet. It says, "Don't follow us at the airport." And that one's like, that's that one that people should take that to heart.
That feels personal.
Yeah. You know, we love our fans. We really do. And what I do now at airports is I come and when they're all waiting for their autographs, I just go, I don't sign at the airport, but I'll gladly take a picture with you. And when I say that, 20 of them turn around and,
what?
So, yeah. So, cause they're not there to be fans.
Cause
they're not fans, dude. Fuck no.
They're going to sell it on eBay?
Yeah.
Or like they are fans, but they just like they're either not fans or some of them are fans, but they're just like fucked up and they don't. And I'm not saying like don't say hi to people at airports. Okay. We actually have a funny video with Bret Hart that was sent to me that that we're going to get to in a bit as well of him at an airport. But yeah, it's you know, it's just an awkward place to meet anybody. It's a high stress situation, and to meet someone there because you like know that they're going to be there. And especially when you're like, here, I need 12 cards signed, and then you're selling them on eBay and shit. It's like, go buy those Topps packs, you know, for fuck's sakes.
Which I don't really have a problem with, but I just got to the airport. I'm either tired. I go to work. So and sometimes, man, like when we get to an airport and it's 5 or 6 people, okay. But nowadays we get there, man. 40, 50 people. Sometimes it feels like you're like they get around. You can't move. It's like it's overwhelming for me. And I know, like, I've seen it done like to the girls.
And it's not about like, it's not even about, oh, you're a celebrity, you signed up for it. It's not about that. It's about, because there's a little bit of that, but it's also about, imagine you're at the airport. And how stressful that shit is. Anybody who's flown anywhere, you know that. Sometimes it's easy breezy. You're like, oh, this was fucking a breeze. But mostly you're like, oh shit, you just have anxiety alone of like, I hope my bag's not missing or whatever. You know what I mean? Anything. So you might be, who knows, right? You might be connecting 3 times or something, you know? And just the fact you're on a fucking plane and you don't want the shit to crash and all that sort of stuff. So it's just that. And then, you know that people are waiting there for you. And it's, I don't know. You got to understand how, especially the people who go up with the cards and are like, can you sign 12 cards? Because if he just snaps a picture as he's walking, I'm sure anyone's fine doing that, you know? Like he's walking through the airport and you're just like, dude, can I grab a pic? And you just quickly snap one, say thank you, you know? I've mostly just thanked wrestlers too. Whenever I've encountered them, I just say thank you to them. I don't even ask for a picture or anything. I just say thank you for like, you know, the entertainment and stuff. And I just keep it moving mostly because I get it, man. It's got to be tough. Anyways.
And some girls have told me like it gets almost scary. And I know nobody that comes to the airport is setting out to do
When I was a kid, I took a picture with Chris Benoit, though.
that. They just want an autograph, whether they're going to sell it or not, whatever. They're not trying to crowd somebody and make them feel like, hey, this is too much. But when there's 40 of you, that's what happens. So what I suggest is just don't come to the airport.
They're like tracking your flights, aren't they?
Yeah. Oh, there's
and even WrestleMania, dude, like on TV, they advertised, hey, this is the hotel of WrestleMania weekend where the wrestlers are staying, blah, blah, blah. And they did it because they probably advertised and got like a deal. You know what I mean? This hotel's like, yeah, fucking plug this on SmackDown and you get 30% off these rooms for the weekend to accommodate all the wrestlers and make sure fans stay at bay and all that shit, you know, make sure there's extra staff on hand and all that. So they like plug the hotel they're going to be at, you know what I mean? So people are just going to be stalking, lurking around. I don't know, man.
Yeah, there's some that are actually, so just recently we landed from Newark Airport, from the charter that took us back home after the Europe shows. And there's like 11 or 12 of us. The flight was delayed. We landed late. 11 or 12 of us are trying to make.
They all know who Billy Boy is purely because he stalks them at the hotel entrance, exit, and airport for autographs. Here's the thing about Billy, right? Is that he said that in his 20s and shit, he did that. Like he would track down wrestlers, da-da-da. And now that he has a kid, like his kid wants to meet these people. And in fairness, he takes his kid to meet like Ronaldo and shit too. I've seen him post pictures, right? I think he's like nuked off social media now, though, to be honest. I haven't heard from that dude in like a long time. Not that like I know, I just mean like in general, him tweeting shit out on X and stuff. Like I don't even know if he has an account anymore or whatever. But that is what everyone says. Everybody's like, yeah, Billy Boy stalks the wrestlers and shit and uses his kids. So I don't fucking know. I'd have to witness the physical interaction with my own eyes to, I guess, discern that. But yeah, you know, he's the guy who said like, well, this is the job you signed up for. And that is true. Like when you sign up to be on television, you have to expect a level of this. However, it does get to be much. And I think people take advantage of wrestlers more than, like, you can't just run up on who's a celebrity, Sabrina Carpenter, right? You can't just like run up on her like that, you know, because she's flying private. But also, like, let's say even like the TMZ people, right? When they know like celebrities are leaving the airport and stuff and they catch them slipping a bit, and usually it's kind of fun. But even those guys know, like, you run up, you keep it moving. You know, it's got to be fun, quick, boom, boom, boom. A lot of these guys are showing up with like 20 pictures to sign. And they're just like, sign this, sign this, sign this, sign this. It's like, man, go to a show. Go to a meet and greet. Go to a fucking, don't wait at the hotel or the airport. Those are just two places where it's like, especially in an airport, I get it. It's public as fuck. It's like the most public a place could be, you know? But at the same time, it's just a high stress, vulnerable place for people. You know what I mean? And it's just like, I don't know. Like asking to get shit signed. If you run into someone at an airport, say hello, ask for a picture. Just keep it moving, you know? Most people don't care that much, but yeah, to be like, here's 12 8x10s, and then here's also my kids. Can you do this? Or, you know, or Rhea Ripley will specifically go out of her way if she sees a kid, you know, that's like clearly a fan of hers, and blatantly ignore the people without kids. And I think that's a better move too, because imagine like it's your kid's dream and you're like, okay, I could catch them at the airport. That one, I kind of like, there's movies written about, Jingle All the Way. Oh, I have to get this doll for my kid. I don't have a good Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's the oldest, hackiest fucking impression to do, but it's like, my kid needs this doll. You know, there's like movies written about going out of your way to do something for your kid. So I get where, like, you know, maybe that makes it excusable, and I get why some sick parents would use that as an excuse, right? Fence sit and fell over here. I'm trying to give everyone the benefit of the doubt. However, yes, if you're an adult alone, don't run up on wrestlers at the fucking airport. Use some common sense. Don't ask them to sign 25 fucking things, especially say hello, say thank you, ask for a picture, keep it fucking moving. And if they say no, don't get butt hurt. You don't know what's going on with them, okay, at that time. That's what I would say about that.
Make our connection, and we're all going to be really tight. So we're all running, all trying. We get to right where we have to cross back into security to get to our flights, and all of us are like trying to make it within 15 minutes. And there's 10 people trying to get us to sign. And I had to say, now is not the time. Get away from us. We don't have time. We're all rushing for our flights. And I think they got the message, thankfully. But there's just times too where we just can't do it. Or
the music's at Home Alone. They're running through the airport. Kevin Owens gets lost. He's following a redheaded dude with long hair that he thinks is Sami Zayn. He gets on the wrong plane. He goes to New York by accident. Oh my God. No. Get it? Kevin McAllister, Kevin Owens? No? Anyone? Chat? No? Home Alone fans? God damn it. I'm on an island by myself. No, I'm just joking. To clarify, he says, if you happen to run into me at an airport or whatever, really feel free to come talk to me or ask for a picture or an autograph if you want. If I am in a position to oblige, I absolutely will. If you come to the airport with a plastic bin full of merch and wait at baggage claim with 26 other people and get upset when I say I won't sign, but I'm happy to take a picture with you, go have intercourse with yourself. And then this guy says, why take a picture but not sign? It's like, are you fucking kidding me, bro? Are you kidding me? This should be in the goddamn sicko segment. No. And then Kevin Owens says, because a picture takes a second. Usually the people that are there to sell stuff, we have sign a dozen things to sign. He's obviously just licking this tweet off in 1 millisecond here. And then, yeah, they'd get something signed, then come back a few seconds later. Yeah, they pull the Peter Griffin. They come back with like a fake glasses and mustache on, then a wig. And then they come back, and it's like two of them stacked on top of each other, so they look like a tall guy. And they see how many times they can come back in a different costume before they get told no. Pardon me, no. But yeah, Owens responding to the sickos there. So here is Liv Morgan commenting on the best advice Triple H ever gave her. And she says, thank you for never giving up on me.
She's given me so much advice in my career. It's given me advice in my life, tips and feedback. And I'm just so appreciative. I wouldn't be able to pinpoint one specific thing. I feel like especially the last 12 or so months, he's been so pivotal in my development. And so I just want to say thank you so much, Hunty, for not giving up on me.
Hunty? Whoa.
Thank you so much for believing in me and for giving me an opportunity. You've forever changed my life. The best just giving me some.
Hunty? That's hockey nicknames over here. So here's introducing the first representing the red team. Let's watch some sumo wrestling. You guys down?
Let's bring them out.
Is there water anywhere?
So this dude Ichi, and not Ishii, but Ichi, okay?
Representing the red team from Arahungai.
They just use like the main event graphics for their names.
Mongolia, standing at 6'4", weighing in at 540 pounds. He has beaten 5 Yokozuna Grand Champions. Ichi!
Yokozuna?
Connor, tell us about Ichi. Ichi is...
So, yeah, that's awesome. Here, we got more of that. Just Alicia Taylor Collins shit. We'll circle back to the Rock stuff in a moment. Here's where Jey Uso botched his role at Big Night Out.
Yeah. Will it take? Oh,
Oh, it got
no. What? Iceberg.
It gets stuck. And this is real money on the line. Like, they were giving away hundreds of thousands of dollars to people who attended this event. And Pat McAfee made it so that the floor seats, the most expensive one to be on the floor was $100. to be up front. And then to get in and sit in the building, it was $20. And he just made everything like super affordable, gave out money, had Jelly Roll come out, Snoop Dogg, Wiz Khalifa, just like a bunch of wrestlers and shit. Michael Cole drinking whiskey. We'll play that in a second. But yeah, so they're giving away real money. This puck thing gets stuck. And then this penguin has to jump up there and fucking...
Good athlete. No. This does not count. This does not count. DQ.
And he has to be like, it does not count. It does not count.
Holy shit, man. DQ. That does not count. Interference. Holy fuck. Flag on the play. That's worst case scenario.
The worst case scenario that the dude touches it, right? Because then someone's like, oh, that penguin fucked me out of money. So here's his opponent, Ishii's opponent, representing the purple team.
And his opponent, representing Japan, standing
Hiroki.
at 6'4", weighing in at 570 pounds. He is the heaviest sumo champion in the world.
Imagine if TKO or WWE invested in and presented sumo this way. I'd be so into it, dude.
Ty, you gotta tell us about Hiroki.
Yeah, Hiroki, you know, Ichi obviously is all business. You see Hiroki, he's got the panache. He's got the swag.
These fucking idiots from Pat McAfee show. Oh, man. So Bret Hart says, well, here's just a throwback. Bret Hart says he was originally planned for a 6-year WWE title reign before Hulk Hogan and Vince McMahon's betrayal at WrestleMania 9. The WrestleMania 9 doc came out. I suggest you all check it out. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet, but I will. I might watch it after I watch WrestleMania 9 when I get there in my chronology. But in the interim, let's watch Michael Cole drink Jack Daniels and say a bunch of swear words looking fly as shit.
Nonetheless, seriously, real quick before we get rolling here, I want to thank Pat. Pat's become one of my best friends over the last decade. Thousands of you are here tonight because of this man. Millions are watching at home because of this man. You guys sold out this arena without one act being announced except for Pat McAfee.
Money.
Hell yeah. Now, Pat has made a lot of my dreams come true over the last few years. I've had one...
What? What did he say? You what? Just kidding.
One dream.
What kind of dreams, Cole? No, I'm just joking.
Since I was a teenager, growing up listening to Def Leppard and Motley Crue and Cinderella and Poison. And that was to drink Jack Daniels on a stage in front of thousands of people like a rock and roll star. And I'm going to do that tonight, once again, thanks to Pat McAfee.
This guy's a real boost bag, ladies and gentlemen. Hey. And a baby Cole. Hey, here's to you.
You know Cole's been forced to drink a shit ton of Jack in his day, pal. You know that Cole's been forced to straight face a bunch of Jack, Daddy.
The greatest of all time. Thank you for coming to our city. We fucking love you, Michael Cole.
Okay, enough of the sentimental bullshit.
Good luck.
Let's call some sumo! Yay!
Fucking amazing, dude. I had a blast. Here, so let's watch. I'm gonna check in with chat after we watch the sumo match. Actually, here, I'll check in with chat right now. Sorry, I don't want to leave you guys waiting. Ray J's World for 5 says, saw the WrestleMania 9 doc. Oh, I was just talking about that. Interesting thing. It took place in Vegas like this year. Yeah, and also Nick Khan works security there. And so now it's like, oh, that's why they dropped it. It was in Vegas. And Nick Khan works security, so it holds a place sentimentally in his heart. And I'm going to talk about that more in a bit. Cena may do the same. Yeah, hey, man. Hey. Yeah, he might rub that old Fu Manchu and say, no. Fat Factor for 5 says Dave Meltzer. The crowd booed Jay because, the thing is, Brian. Tony Khan.
Brian.
Yeah, Dave's going to be whimpering soon. When we roast him today, it's going to be so legendary. Thank you, Fat Factor. Pete in Texas, happy birthday, Phil Marks, PWT for life. Yeah, dude, our 2-year anniversary. And that's why we're just rocking out. I jumped on early and we're just watching Pat McAfee having fun. Laid back show, laid back stream. Tons of serious news, though. There's real shit to talk about. Don't touch that dial. Asar for 5. Congratulations on 2 years, Phil. Wakanda forever. Fucking rights, man. And Chadwick Boseman forever. And unlike Dave and Brian, but like Cody Rhodes, you're definitely invited to the cookout. Hey, thanks, buddy. Thank you. I appreciate that. Where's my Brian? And you know what they say, dude. You know what they say, though.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
He'll bring White Claws. You know what I mean? But yes, Wakanda forever, brother. Good to see you here, Sar. Thank you for the 5. Okay. Let's continue along with this McAfee stuff because it's hilarious. And yeah, so here is they introduce Shane Gillis as the referee.
Who would that be here tonight?
That's right, Michael Cole. I've got the right guy for the job. Please help me welcome special guest Goji Referee. He is a comedian, podcaster, and creator of Netflix comedy series Tires. Give it up for Shane Gillis!
What? Shane Gillis? Shane, have they heard your Japanese accent from season 1 of Tires?
Pretty good. I thought he was the referee, not another sumo competitor.
Cole Rose. He's like, yo, I thought he was a referee, not another sumo competitor.
Well, you know, this match.
All right, instructions. Can you hear me?
Yeah, he can hear you.
All right, I can.
So he's like, I can't hear shit. I just wanted to play Cole roasting Shane Gillis. That's fucking legendary. And then here, the actual sumo itself. Here, let's watch these matches here. They're really quick.
I think we are. In this sumo championship for $250,000.
Wow! No cutter!
In front of force out time! But look at Hiroki shift his base of power. We're at a stalemate early. A stalemate early, ladies and gentlemen. Two outside belt grips. Oh, he's the bounce.
Listen to the crowd like popping. If they invested in that shit, you mean to tell me this maybe wouldn't work on like a scale of like every once in a while? Like you don't do a pay-per-view, but you present this big sumo thing. I don't know. Maybe the Yakuza would be like, nah, we have to be involved or something. Who knows? But this is fucking, just listen to the crowd, you know? And Michael Cole calling sumo. Like, I know we saw, I think he called Aki Bono versus Big Show or whatever, but who would ever think we'd hear him calling like sumo between two? I mean, I think this is a legit match, you know? I don't know if sumos work matches and shit. Do they do that?
Ichi! Picks up the first.
Ichi! Fucking A, dude. Crowd's erupting. Big applause. I mean, two giant men clashing like that. It just goes to show you, right? Like, it's just some things don't change. And when people see two 500-pound, 6'4" or 5 dudes slamming into each other, it's just something about it. It's like meat, you know? People just want to see it. Two big hawks.
These guys going, Shane.
Ichi, and this is what makes me think, like, did they work the crowd a bit? Now I'm curious. Who's Hiroki's next match against? You know? Because it's 1-0. And then let's see who gets the next point here.
This feels like a lot of intensity. Hakuni! Hey!
Hiroki's in trouble. Hiroki trying to fight back, but Ichi made it. Hiroki, though. Fire them feet, Hiroki! Your hands, Ichi! He's now forcing Ichi. Go, Hiroki, go! Push! Ichi! Here comes Hiroki! Phantom, Shane! Phantom! Ichi trying for a last-minute rally. Hiroki, though, sends Ichi outside!
Let's fucking go, Hiroki-san. Got the next fucking point, dude. And let's see. Hold up. We got a couple of these.
How do I? Now he's walking. You are among the most rude commentators I've ever. Hey, did you guys?
And they're all chanting Ichi, Ichi.
Yeah. And
either you guys like Bud Light?
I see light.
Either you guys like Bud Light. Here, they don't even fight here. Where is it? There has to be the finale. Yeah, here we go. Here's the finale.
Hitting him with the LeBron. That's why he's the GOAT.
Hey. Oh, I like. He's ready.
Babe Ruth calling a shot out there.
He's ready.
Saeed.
Oh.
Come on, Team Ichi. Here we go. Let him hear it. 250. Hiroki stays in it.
And then they're in the best out of 3, and then Ichi takes Hiroki to the fucking line, and then he's about to fall out. Then they both stop and sort of, reset a bit. And I get it. It's momentum versus momentum. Like if you've ever trained jiu-jitsu or if you've trained Muay Thai or anything like that, and you get in a clinch battle where you're swimming and you're legit pressing weight against each other, I get it. And they're two 500-pound behemoths, as Tyson Fury would say, behemoths, right? But it's are they working the crowd? Listen to the crowd. To me, I'm like, damn, this is almost too good of a battle. They come to American soil and just put on a show, and now I'm fully invested. Your boy Phil here's fully invested in sumo now.
We got a stalemate.
Tuck him down.
Ichi could be in trouble. Hiroki now. Ichi trying to force him out.
Hey,
got the inside hand.
Need some offense, Hiroki.
It's almost there. Big push. Hiroki fighting back. Big push from Ichi. He's close. He's so close. Ichi did it. The Red Team going for $250,000.
So now, someone on the red side of the arena gets $250K or something like that. They get a shot at it, and so they did all these challenges. They had these dudes for real sumo, right? With the winner getting their side of the arena, $250K. Now, I know sumos ain't cheap. They are prestigious athletes, held in high regard in Japan and shit to this day. So I don't know. They must have paid them a bag to do this, man. And if they worked that match, bravo. But is it weird that was more exciting for me than
of the champion?
And look at Ichi too. He just gets the fuck out of there and kind of big shot Shane Gillis a little bit. Let's watch this.
Doing research.
Ichi! Fuck it. Ichi!
Not Big Shot. Maybe he just doesn't understand what he's saying or something. Let's look.
Yes. Hell yeah. You like beer? All right.
Shane, incredible.
No, he doesn't Big Shot him, but he's like, do you like beer? And then Ichi just walks away from him.
Hey, thanks, bro.
Ichi, congrats. What a win.
There you go. Job, Ichi. Here's the thank you. I tried. Yeah.
He just takes off, man. I don't know. Maybe he hurt himself or something in that exchange. But they all just stand there awkwardly. They're all
what a man. That's a big lad. Huge ham hocks. Thank you to Ichi and congrats to the red side.
See, I don't know. They seemed put off by him just kind of walking off. Maybe they just didn't know what to say, or I think there was a translator there and stuff. I don't know, man. This looks so much fun. Looked like so much fun. And shout out Sumo, dude. I'm super invested now in sumo wrestling, I guess. Let's check back in with chat, and then we'll go back into no more big night out. Okay. Yushin FX for 5 says happy 2 years, PWT. Thank you so much. Happy birthday to me. Amazing. Thank you. Juan Halarcon says Hiroki also appeared in the Greatest Royal Rumble. Was that him? Okay, thank you for bringing that up. I forgot to mention that or ask that earlier. I was going to ask chat, is that Hiroki from the Royal Rumble? I forgot the dude's name from the Royal Rumble, so I didn't want to ask that. But there you go. I really think that that's awesome. And obviously that's how Pat McAfee got his connects with that dude. And if he's a pro wrestler a little bit, then in sumo, I know like way back, I don't want to say sumo like fixed matches, but I know that, I don't know, their history is like crazy. Like the training regiments and like just how things go down. I don't know. You can look it up. I'm a martial arts nerd. So there's like sumo documentaries about just like a lot of strange stories in the sumo world. You know what I mean? But whether they fix matches, I mean, I'm not sure. Because I think a lot of people gamble on sumo. So I don't know if that's a thing. But yeah, that's awesome. Shout out Hiroki, shout out Ishii, and shout out sumo in general. I'm not trying to disrespect. I'm just saying, right? Because I don't know if that like goes against their like beliefs. I'd have to like look into that, you know, if they're like, no, we can't work shit in sumo, you know, because even in MMA they worked matches in Japan and tried to make people believe they were shoots, you know, like early on. Anyways, though, Lincoln Hawk for 5 says sumo is fun to watch. Meltzer gave this 88 stars. No, actually 85 because it wasn't in the Tokyo Dome, Ryan. Also sent you a message on Discord about a contest for Mania. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to figure that all out. I gotta fix my kitchen, so that's gonna happen this week, but yes, let's figure that out, and we're gonna do a 2K draft as well. Like I want to do a tournament or something, so we'll get on point with that too. And Lucy Moody's been a member for 6 months. Thank you so much. Memberships are 99 cents, fools. Okay, or hit the like or hit the dislike. Fat Factor for 5 says those two aren't ranked sumos. No ranking data for either. Oh shit. Also, they're too heavy to actually be competitive. Current Yokozuna Hoshoryu is 360 pounds. And is there a weight limit on sumos? So these guys are like the sports entertainment. Because I know Akibono, dude, he stopped sumo. And then he went and did pro wrestling and MMA. And some of his shit looked a little fishy. And he did WWE. So I think it's a thing, like when you leave sumo, you have to like leave it, right? Because that was the same thing with Tenta. He got a bunch of flack, I think, for like leaving sumo. I don't know, guys. I'll re-educate myself on sumo now. It's so fascinating, hey, isn't it? That's fucking shout out Pat McAfee. Akibono did MMA because he lost all his money gambling. Shit, see this? Oh my God, we could just go down a rabbit hole of Akibono. Where's Grapple Vision? Get him to make a video, god damn it. I'm gonna literally hit my guy up and be like, make a video on this. Anyways, okay, breaking news, more breaking news. We have a deep fucking bookmark here to get through. Where So Matthew Justice says, guess I can finally post this. He's with Gringo Loco and Stephanie McMahon, and they're chilling. Okay. Lex Luger. So we have who's going to induct who into the Hall of Fame. So Lex Luger will be inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame by Diamond Dallas Page. HBK is being inducted, or is inducting Triple H rather. Undertaker is inducting Michelle McCool. People got triggered by the Lex Luger thing with DDP. Well, here, I'll get through these. CM Punk's inducting Austin versus Brett. So people were triggered about the Luger thing with DDP and Sting. Listen, I don't know shit at all. I'm not a fucking news hound. I don't go sniffing around for news. I don't give a fuck. It's just if I were to take a guess, an educated guess, I'll say I'm educated enough on the shit. I keep my eye on the stuff. I don't know if WWE even reached out to Sting for Luger. And here's the thing. Dave, maybe it's wrong now because Dave's saying it, but he basically corroborated shit I've been saying for a long time, that people like Billy Gunn and Jake Roberts and Sting still have WWE Legends deals where they give them money, and basically like if they want to put Sting in a video game, they can. They just don't because he's so heavily affiliated with AEW. With Ric Flair right now, I don't know about all that. And here's the thing. Ric Flair is a different, I think he does have a Legends deal because, as he said in the press, you know, Tony understands the value of him being at these events. But he just recently did say that he's not going to be at Mania, and he can't be because of his thing with Tony Khan. So the thing with Rick is he might get himself in jankier deals than other people, okay? Just to be honest. No, like, just think about Rick, you know? However, not to say that Tony Khan couldn't block people if he didn't want to from going to a like appearing on TV in any capacity. You know, I think if that is in the contracts, that's fair game, and he should exercise that right if he wants to. I have no problem with that. People sign deals, they know what's in them. But I think when, you know, WWE's already putting DDP, like DDP's heavily affiliated. He's like part of the video game, the story mode. He's like heavily affiliated with WWE. You guys know what I'm saying? I think that's something a little bit different there, where we'll just go with DDP. He got you to walk again, essentially, or whatever. He got you to take, or Butterbean to walk again, and Lex Luger, who knows? If he stands up out of that goddamn wheelchair or whatever, that'll be insane. Or even if he can't ever again, that's fine. I don't know the severity of his stuff, right? I'm just saying he's working with DDP. They might, you know, maybe DDP will help him up, whatever. But they're working together with that. And with Sting, it's like, he probably is like, yeah, I'll do it for a big fee too. You don't know what Sting, it's not like WWE just have the rights to use Sting. Sting can do what Sting wants to do. If Sting really, really wanted to be there, he'd be there. And maybe it was a money thing. Maybe Tony like asked him as a friend, don't do it or something. Tony claims he never talked to Sting, but DDP's a good choice. And whatever the backstage shit is, there's contract shit. And just at the end of the day, it is what it is. I don't think Billy Gunn's going to be in AEW much longer. I have further evidence to support that, just saying. In AEW, and I think that's why he was used in the game, because they kept him out of last year's game. Why didn't they use him in last year's game, but they kept Jake in? You know, well, Jake's sort of inconsequential, right? He's never on TV, hasn't been in years, and he's probably went directly to WWE and was like, yes, I told Tony specifically, whatever, and he just keeps him, he just gives him money. Like Tony will give Rita Chatterton money, you know what I'm saying? So if Jake's like, hey man, just give me $100,000 and I'll be where, you know, a year. And then he goes to WWE and, hey, you guys can use me in game, whatever. But Billy Gunn this whole time has had a Legends deal. Sting has, Jake Roberts has. There might even be other people, I don't know, right? Either way, though, more on this whole AEW, WWE stuff, because we got Jericho talking shit. We'll get into that in a bit. HBK is the correct guy to induct Triple H. I think we all knew it was either him or Stephanie. Undertaker to induct Michelle McCool. Now, people are like, why isn't what was her name? Layla Cool was their tag team name, right? So the girl's name is Layla, I believe, right? Or Lila or some shit. Lay Cool was the team, right? I'm not fucking that up. Anyways, it was a long time ago, folks. So, but that was her tag partner, and I get that. And they were the first like co-Divas champions, and, you know, a little bit ahead of their time. There was no women's tag division there necessarily, or tag titles to say the least. So, you know, Layla's cool and all that, but it's Undertaker. So, and that's her husband, and he's going to be there. And he is like a legend, the icon, the phenom. It's bigger for the marquee. And it's not like she won't be there and she won't be thanked, I'm sure, and brought out and everything. Who knows? All I'm saying is that Taker is definitely the choice, no, and it's really up to Michelle. It's not like Taker's like, shut up, bitch. I'm going up or you will rest in peace, right? Then you have the natural disasters. Who will induct them? I have no fucking clue. It doesn't say for them. And yeah, that's my breakdown, I guess. And, oh yeah, and then Punk will induct Stone Cold and Bret Hart. I mean, that's the right guy. He's sort of an amalgamation of them both. He's certainly a mark for them both. And yeah, he'll give a great speech. And this is sort of the fun, hey, we're inducting a moment. And this is where you kind of just have a current star, or you throw in a guy like Punk, who is a legend / current star. Like, whatever. Punk has legendary status at this point, you know, the shit he's done in pro wrestling, let alone WWE. But who else? I think I saw some people be like, oh, why doesn't this like Michael Cole, or not Michael Cole, but Jim Ross would have been cool, or someone else to induct them. But I mean, Punk's good. And it's awesome that they're getting inducted like Austin and Brett. I thought Austin and Brett would just get like a side award and then they'd just like be at WrestleMania. So I didn't know that they were actually going to be like paraded out there together, which is fucking incredible. So we're getting a couple nights of Stone Cold action because he's got to show up at WrestleMania and stunner someone. No, that's got to happen. Can't wait for it. Sol Ruka has captured the WWE Women's Speed Championship. Fucking amazing for her. WrestleMania 41 will reportedly be 9 hours for each show. Oh, come on now, Nick Khan. Oh, come on now, Triple H. PWT for 9 hours both days. No, we're not doing that, obviously, but because the pre-shows are like 3 or 4 hours. So they do the same thing for the Super Bowl and all that type of shit, where the pre-shows are really, really, really long. So unless they're like, here's a match that couldn't fit on Mania, like they're not doing the Battle Royal on there. So it's just for them to stream all day and have something, just people online on their phones or wherever they stream shit. You can just throw WrestleMania vibes on all day as you clean and get ready for your Mania party or your guests or your food or whatever you're doing, right? What people do for Mania. You got to run out, do shit, you know, it's there. It's on YouTube. It's everywhere. That's cool, man. Yeah, we'll pop on. I pop on an hour typically before things go off. So each night of Mania will be like 4 hours. So I'll pop on an hour early for each one to like at least minimum, you know, to like run down some last minute stuff, give very last minute picks, get comfortable and ready, and all of that to hang out with y'all both nights. So have no fear. PWT is here. Regarding talk of Jordynne Grace's WWE pay, Grace is making more from her WWE salary than her TNA salary. No shit. She effectively took a pay cut by giving up other ventures to join WWE. There you go. So everyone who freaked out before, oh, she took a pay cut to go to the Fed, they're all idiots. So here's some outrage over the Tiffy Charlotte stuff. Cultaholic says the original plans, and this is via Wrestle Votes, which I mean, what's their batting average? I don't know shit about how accurate they are. I guess I'd have to look back in hindsight. I don't follow them closely enough, though they make the show like once a show. But anyways, WrestleVote says Charlotte was going to say that she was pissed off by the comparisons between her and Tiffy and that she viewed them as an insult. Tiffy was going to interrupt and ask Charlotte how she can claim to be the leader of the women's division when she's only had 30 matches in 3 years. Charlotte would comment on Tiffy using Money in the Bank to win the championship and call it a ski lift to the top of the mountain. Tiffy would then say it was great that Charlotte had climbed back up the mountain, but at WrestleMania she will fall back down. Here's my problem with this. None of this even remotely happened. So someone just sent this buddy the script or what? I don't know. Seems fishy. And then they worked like a shoot, which we're going to take a look at. So I don't know why this is in here either. These always seem to slip through the cracks. But Dynamite did 659. NXT is why this is in here. Did a 683 rating there. Just so you all know. Kenny. Save the congratulations for the IWC Glazers, says Angelo Dawkins. Okay, so let's listen to him say that. Then I have to shut this clip off quickly, or WWE's going to strike me down with fucking Thor's hammer.
But save the congratulations for the IWC Glazers.
The IWC Glazers. You guys hear that? You know who you are. So exclusive, Trick Williams, a breakout star in WWE's NXT brand, is set for a guest star role in All-American. Per Variety. Shout out Trick Willie. So here's a little work shoot, brother. between Tiffy and Charlotte, and I'm really excited for this match because now that it's so obvious they're working together, or even if they do have differences, they are being uber professional about it. I can't wait for the match. I think they're both going to cook. I don't know what their chemistry's like thus far in ring because we haven't seen much of it, but I just really think they're going to steal the show. Charlotte's capable of doing that, man. At the drop of a dime, she can be a fucking show stealer. Mrs. WrestleMania, for sure. Here we go.
I hope you. Don't worry, I'm coming.
And then the Street Profits are just there.
That's the queen. Don't fuck the queen.
I got Band-Aid.
I got a Band-Aid. Street Profits are like, whoa, what happened? Then they're selling it. Yeah, the Street Profits know better than to get involved between two white women fighting in a parking lot. Oh my god.
Trying to get you blindsided, girl.
I love it. I love what Naomi's doing too. So per WrestleVotes, people have been saying this and talking about this forever. Hikuleo is expected to debut in NXT around May or June and is set to receive a major push on the brand. I don't know about that. I don't know. We'll see. NXT, is that the place for him? I would love to see Ava break off as general manager and just step into like a managerial role with some of these bloodline folks. I think that'd be awesome. But yeah, shout out Hikuleo. Can't wait. Charlotte Flair says, after being blindsided by my personal trauma on live television, my character said something on air that was not true, and I'd like to take this opportunity to clear the air. I should have never called the Chicago fans smart. I sincerely apologize. Holy shit. Holy shit. Nick Khan giving Triple H his flowers at NAB 2025. I don't know what a NAB is. I know what nibs are, like those licorices. Those mini ones, right?
The characters are generational. So Bruno Sammartino to Hulk Hogan to Macho Man Randy Savage to Austin to Rock, Taker, right? Cena. Triple H. To the characters.
Yeah. Triple H was that dude, man. He was a key player, like, in that era, too, with Stone Cold and The Rock and Undertaker. Like, he was a guy you could go to, provided he did get hurt, but he was a guy that, because you got to cool people off sometimes. Like, you can't, and that doesn't mean, like, get them off TV, but Stone Cold can't just be the champion forever, you know? Some people can. That's sort of their thing, like Roman, I guess. You know, Triple H had a bunch of reigns, one of them the Reign of Terror, but I loved that Evolution Reign of Terror with the World Heavyweight title. I always loved that. I've always loved that, and JBL's reign as well. When Eddie, because when they lost it, it was so special, you know? Like when Eddie beat JBL, or, well, first and foremost, when he won the title the first time, but then JBL had a reign. And then I think, or no, who beat JBL? It was Cena. Yeah, so when Cena, dude, how epic was Cena's climb as well? Like 20 when he beats Big Show for the US. And then the next year, I believe, right? He beats JBL for the WWE. Like, fuck, man, that's what I mean. It just, the guy who beats them gets so much from it. So I never hated on, like, it's always bad when like Jeff Jarrett would kind of lose the belt and win it back right away, you know? So that always pissed me off more than like, oh, this guy just has this belt and he's going over on everyone and he figures out a way to cheat to win the whole time. You know, I love that. Anyways. So we have Finn Balor on Telemundo. Finn Balor was on Telemundo.
Sí, señores, yo les prometí que una superestrella de la WWE estaría aquí. Lo que no les dije es que iba a ser el mejor de todos. Welcome, mi amor.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy to be here. I know you've came to see me wrestle so many times that I'm a little bit nervous to be on your show for once.
So that's his wife, I believe, who hosts that show. Shout out Finn, winning, dude. Here's Becky Lynch saying that she legit might not come back to wrestling, which I believe. Okay, she has tons of We'll see her again. There will be like a one-off retirement, though. Like I'm telling you, she's enjoying mom life, and she's enjoying. She can get acting roles. She can get books. She can get so many television spots. She can do so many other things now, and she's made so much money. And Seth is making a ton of money, and WWE has accommodated them and will accommodate them. And Becky will be like a WWE for lifer, but don't be shocked if we get like a Becky farewell tour sooner than later. You know, don't expect her to even be like an IC champ and reign with the belt. Maybe that could happen. She win it once or something, but I just don't ever see it. I think she'd be like more of like a world title contender because you might as well. And she's already put Lyra over. That was her girl. And yeah, she's just enjoying being a mom, I think.
It's WrestleMania season, isn't it? You know, look, I'm not wrestling anymore. Maybe one day, but not right now. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. But my husband is.
And she's doing this at an improv. And why is she doing improv? Because she is trying to refine her acting skill, because doors are opening for her in other places. And just, I assure you of that. So don't, yeah, you know, a lot of these people, man, especially with these Netflix doors, and she's in Happy Gilmore too. Now, it's probably not a huge prominent role, but she's getting booked and stuff now, okay? So we'll see how far her acting chops take her. Just based off her promo skills, she's a million times better than Ronda, and look the opportunities Ronda got. So, yeah, shout out Becky Lynch, man. Shout her out. And she's clearly, look at that big smile on her face, too. She's incredibly happy doing what she's doing right now. You can tell. Now, will she get that bug to get in front of a crowd? Yes, they all do. Will she have her Bautista moment? Tell me what you want. Oh, tell me what you want. We will get that one day, but she'll probably rip it on the mic a little better. Because Batista was never known for, like, his mic skills, you know? But yeah, shout out Becky. Amazing. Motor City Machine Guns versus the Street Profits for the WWE Tag Team Championship is reportedly not planned for Mania. So again, you need the Battle Royal and like one title match for the SmackDown Go Home. I'm okay with that. I knew that was coming. I thought it would be like the Women's US or something like that. And this would make the pay-per-view, but or the PLE, whatever. It is what it is. You know, some people got to bite that bullet. You're still in Vegas. It's better to get work than not. And it is unfortunate they don't overstuff, but I mean, look at the cards, man. 2, 4, 6, 7, 2, 4, 6, 7. 7 matches both nights. I mean, I think that's enough matches. When you go beyond 7, bro, shit. So you need matches for the Raw after Mania. We need that to feel special too. Everyone cries about, oh, the Raw after Mania's never hit anymore. Well, we need it to hit, so we better have some debuts and returns and fucking we better have some title matches, right? There's got to be some shit or else you guys are going to cry about that too. So you can't have your cake and eat it too all the time. Honky Tonk Man has signed a new multi-year Legends deal with WWE. So the lingo behind these are difficult too, right? So here at PWT, we blanket term call it a Legends deal. However, they're dishing out nostalgia deals, Legends deals, licensing deals when people aren't on Legends deals, but they'll still have these WWE licensing deals where they just keep people in their licensing so they can do shit with them, so they don't fuck up and accidentally print merch with someone they don't have licensed and then they get fucking sued. You guys get what I'm saying? They cross their T's and dot their I's. You say that you specialize, but pharaohs will optimize. If anyone can tell me what song that's from, bonus points. But yeah, dude. So again, the lingo with Sting, like Sting might have licensing only with whoever he wants, and Tony can't do shit about. Who knows if Billy Gunn has a Legends or a nostalgia deal, right? Who knows the exact details of everyone's shit? And when there's a public statement though, and Honky Tonk Man's like, I signed a Legends deal, then you know what I mean? W. So here we go. Moving along. Kevin Owens, we talked about the airport stuff. The Rock, we're going to get into that in just a moment. But speaking of The Rock, Carl Anderson talks about his disappointment towards The Rock. Carl Anderson says he was on Mount Rushmore. Actually, we'll circle back to that, okay? I fucked up. We'll circle back to that because that sort of ties into what we were talking about before. So Saraya says her WWE return will have to wait until 2026 because she's taking it easy this year. She says, I do want to take 2025 as a time to find myself a little bit and kind of get my feet wet outside of wrestling. Well, it's good, Tony. I wonder if Tony bought her out or if she was like, if you just let me go, it's cool. Or if she's like, look, just pay me for the next 90 days and I'll sign a no compete, and but you don't have to pay me till September or whatever. March, April, May, June, July. Yeah, you don't have to pay me till September or something. Like, I wonder how she was able to get out of it, because whatever the agreement is can sometimes indicate, like, if she's like, just don't give me shit, just get me out of this deal, please, Tony. It's all good. I just want to be free to do other stuff. That could be an indicator of like her just wanting to get the fuck out of there, That's what interests me about all the contract situations. And like, I don't want anyone to get sued, but when I hear like Ryan Nemeth putting his foot in his mouth and it might result in contract shit coming, it's like, all right, I'm here for that. I'm here for it, Eric. Right? So Saraya says, I do want to take 2025 as the time to find myself, etc. She goes, I didn't realize so many people would want to see me back in WWE. It's just insane how many people are talking about me going back to WWE. Well, yeah, I mean, she is a legit star. Now, do I think she's putting it over a little bit on her own, or the Groon Rome show, whatever that is? Yes, absolutely. But there is a call for it. Like, Florence Pugh played her in a fucking movie, okay? That's all we got to say at the end of the day. I don't even know if there's a place for me there right now. She could just come back at Evolution and be like, I don't know. She could just cut promos. She was a GM before. Maybe she could be a manager, or maybe she could just sign a nostalgia deal and go do movies. She's like, I'm trying to get my feet wet in other stuff. Go do that. You know what I mean? So here's Kevin Owens. We already went over that. But per Fightful, speaking of KO, the internal belief in WWE is that Kevin Owens isn't expected to return at any point in 2025, and there's a strong possibility he could also miss WrestleMania 42. Now, if KO's working and he just shows up and jumps the fuck out of Randy Orton at WrestleMania or at like Backlash or SummerSlam or some shit, that could be crazy. However, I don't know if they would work people to this severity, because why would you kill all the heel heat you spent so much time building up? Right? Like, I just think that's a little too wild to just all of a sudden do this, where Randy might fight fucking Nick Aldis at WrestleMania. And I love Nick Aldis. I'm not shitting on him, but it's just such a last minute thing where it's like, what? Or Solo Sikoa, more than likely. Madness. But yeah, I'm praying for KO, and I hope he just gets better. And that style, man, it's that fucking style. So earlier in the show, we mentioned how Carl Anderson said that he was disappointed when he saw all of the NXT people crowd around, and I'm assuming NXT because he was on the NXT brand, and you know, The Rock made a stop at NXT, and he said that all the wrestlers crowded around Gorilla and asked for pictures with The Rock or whatever. And he was like, yeah, that was weird. I was disappointed in that or whatever. And he just recently got released. Now, I said it before and I'll say it again. I always thought the Good Brothers were good brothers because they don't burn bridges. They just stay in shape. They look good. They wrestle good. They do their job. They go where they're supposed to go. They fucking put people over. They don't have boo-boo face, right? And they just, hey, if you guys pay us, we'll come. We don't burn bridges. Well, they're just talking some shit now. And who knows? I don't know if this is a way for them to try and gain favor with Tony Khan. Maybe. I'm not trying to put that on the Good Brothers. I'm huge fan of these brothers, but Carl Anderson continues about The Rock, and he talks about his disappointment towards The Rock, and he says, he was on Mount Rushmore. I would have put 4 Rockies on Mount Rushmore. I put the sad face there because, how do I say this? Maybe this is a little disappointment, like, oh, I got to talk about it. I'm disappointed. Trust me, when I saw people running up to The Rock backstage at Gorilla and asked for pictures in Gorilla, I was like, I got to get out. This ain't for me, brah. And so we reiterate what, you know, I preface this with, however, just to add more context, you know, to further this quote, it was like he was on Mount Rushmore, but how do I say this now? I got to talk about it. So maybe The Rock did come in and fuck around a bit around WrestleMania time and shit. Maybe there is a little bit of credence to that or credibility to that. People saying that. At the same time, maybe they're resentful because of the budget cuts and who they're bringing in now. Or whatever who fucking knows. Maybe there's a little bit of jealousy. Maybe he's trying to earn favor with Tony Khan. I don't know, but it's weird that you would kind of take a shot like that. Maybe he saw something he didn't like or it rubbed him the wrong way. It doesn't seem like he's angry. He's just saying what he's got to say about it. But Carl Anderson was recently teased by the Young Bucks, which we're going to talk about in a little bit in AEW news. Him and Luke Gallows were teased for New Japan. And the Bucks are going back to New Japan, I guess, as well. They just showed back up in AEW and surprise, back in New Japan. Go figure. But Gallows and Anderson are teased about showing up in MLW, and they're teased, the Bucks teased them showing up in New Japan again as well, or shouted them out at least. Right? So, you know, they're getting jobs again wherever they need to. And so what's funny about them taking shots at The Rock, or rather Carl Anderson, The Rock was posted on the New Japan Pro Wrestling IG account, but this was after, okay? This was after The Rock posted pictures of himself wearing a New Japan Pro t-shirt and a Rubik's Cube. And I don't know what's on the white middle piece. If somebody can do some crazy photo stuff and figure out what logo or what symbol is that on that white middle piece of this Rubik's Cube, and The Rock wearing a New Japan shirt and looking at this Rubik's Cube, thinking about how he's going to put the pieces together and make this fucking New Japan deal work. Now, I don't want to toot my own fucking horn, but your boy Phil's been saying for a long time, I think this year, in 2025, New Japan is going to not explicitly say, hey, fuck AEW, but I think they're going to say, hey, we're open to working with whoever in America right now. And yeah, I mean, your boy Rocky Maivia doesn't just post this for no reason. You've never seen him at an event just wearing All Japan Pro FMW Frontier Martial Arts gear, right? You don't see him like wearing ECW shirts. This is him. Not only that, okay, but I think people tried to look up this shirt, and I don't think you can buy this shirt. There's like white print and hoodies. So, and if that is the case, then he went and got this made himself, okay? but he's Rubik's cubing. He's going to put the pieces together. Now, let me walk you back. Let me walk you back in time to why I told you guys this, okay? Why I've been saying this before any motherfucker been saying this, okay?
You fucking mark!
Nick Khan, if you guys remember, right? We go back in time. I don't have time travel music, so we'll play another X-Files, right? When Daniel Bryan was leaving WWE to go to AEW, one thing Nick Khan was literally going to negotiate and was willing to and had everything lined up was he was going to allow Danielson to not only wrestle, well, they allowed him to wrestle again in WWE because they wanted to keep him, and then they kept him. But he was going to allow him to wrestle in New Japan part-time. And he was going to allow him to do that as part of his deal to keep him in WWE. Danielson decided, I'm still going to AEW. And at that time, AEW had a legit partnership. But that aside, Nick Khan was still, he's a mark, bro. He's like, no, we'll work a deal to keep Danielson, right? So you understood the shit. But Danielson now, he's over with AEW. So it's not like working with New Japan is something Nick Khan and Triple H wouldn't want to do. And The Rock doesn't hear and is like, okay, what's the biggest organization out there? Now, I have it under good fucking authority as well. Right? And I'm no fucking dirt sheet.
Allegedly.
You probably go look this shit up on Twitter. You'll see other people saying it, not just me. That fucking who's AEW partnered with? CMLL? Well, AAA and WWE might be. They're accumulating a lot of fucking Mexican talent right now. Right? Latino heat's running wild again all over WWE. And all I'm saying is like AAA, man. And Conan, that's what he books.
Conan.
All I'm saying. So you're starting to see this more of a global thing, and they already work with Pro Wrestle Noah. Now, when I heard that New Japan was a part of the, what is it called? United Japan Pro Wrestling Alliance. Is that what it's called? The UJPWA or the UJPW or the UJPA, whatever the fuck they call it. UJWA. We'll just throw every single one out there and shout them all out. When they formed that sort of alliance, which is essentially like the NWA of Japan territories, Noah's a part of that. New Japan's a part of it. And all of the Japan feds are like, we got to work together to get a resurgence back in Japan. What have you seen? New Japan distanced themselves, not distance, but, Gabe Kidd's still taking shots. And hey, I pointed it out. Look, at Wrestle Kingdom at the New Year here, they did 2 shows. New Japan versus AEW one night, and then they did the next night they had only New Japan guys wrestling New Japan guys, no AEW people, and just the New Japan guys outdrew the show with the same guys but versus AEW. You know what I'm saying? Like, you'd think the American guys come over and it draws more money because it's stars you don't normally see. AEW's only hurt New Japan. So I'm not saying New Japan will be like, we're not working with AEW at all. But what they'll say is like, we're going to work with WWE. And then Tony's going to have a meltdown. The Sickos are going to have a meltdown. They're going to start roasting Gabe Kidd and all these people they blow and love typically. And AEW, if Tony's smart, he won't stop working with New Japan. But we'll see that. Like, Gabe Kidd was calling out Randy Orton. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying we'll get Randy Orton in New Japan. But what I'm saying is like, we might see that moment where Tony Khan's like, well, you guys can't have Jack Perry if Braun Breaker's going to be there, or however if Shinsuke's there, then whatever, right? And people talk about Shinsuke and Karrion Kross and some of these wrestlers who I think would love to go to Japan. Natty right now is doing the Crockett Cup with NWA. She's doing GCW Bloodsport. She told WWE, I want to go do other shit. Do you not think Japan might not be... I want to have a women's match in Japan at the fucking Tokyo Dome or something. And Nick Khan was going to do that shit for Danielson. You don't think he's willing to do this for just in general and to just keep a clean sweep on the wrestling biz? Like, they're trying to go absolutely global. So this isn't for nothing. The Rock is doing this purposefully. I told you guys in 2025, 2 things. We're going to see a mass exodus from AEW. And even if we stop now, Mass Exodus is a very verbose and flamboyant and entertaining way. I'm doing an entertaining fucking show here. Okay, so of course I'm using flagrant fucking language when I'm saying a mass exodus. But even if we stop now, how many people have already left AEW or are trying to get out of their deals? Even Jericho might be gone, guys. Huh. And I told y'all for how long Jericho ain't staying there forever. You guys think he's staying? He tried to get back and come in the Rumble with Judas playing and as an AEW guy. He tried to do that already. You don't think he wants to go back to, you don't think he sees the business they're doing? That's why he went to New Japan. He saw the fucking business they were doing. He helped elevate it. All that shit. Okay? So, The Rock, this isn't fucking by mistake what's going on here. Okay? And I called this shit out a long time ago. I told you guys, a bunch of people are going to leave AEW, and we're going to see New Japan's distance from AEW a little bit. And their Battle Riot show in Chicago coming up sold 4K tickets. AEW can't sell fucking 4K tickets for a Dynamite. I'm telling you. They want to work with WWE stars when they come to Chicago. They want to work with NXT guys when they do Windy City Riot and shit. Or whatever that show is called. When they go to California. They want to work with, they want to work with fucking WWE and TNA, because with WWE comes TNA, so this isn't by mistake. This is very calculated why The Rock posted this. And just another, I hate being right, but I love telling you, I told you so. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was a long WWE news segment. Let's drink some iced coffee. Let's drink some soda water. Let's catch up with Tony Khan here, okay? He's already 4 fucking Starbucks deep. He's got 3 more soda waters on me tonight. So, and then I'm going to check in with chat, okay? And, yeah, absolutely. I'm excited for the future of pro wrestling and WWE in general, even though I trashed the fuck out of Mania earlier, right? I didn't trash Mania. Like, I'm super hyped, but they didn't sell out either night fully what they thought. SummerSlam is estimated to outdraw Mania this year. And that's real shit. That's pretty fucking crazy. It's pretty crazy. We got awesome AEW news coming up. Don't touch that dial. There's like 450 people watching across all platforms. I'm checking in with chat. If you're on X, look for a link like below the video. Click it. Come to the chat on YouTube. Okay. JWT657 for 5 says if TKO works out a deal with New Japan, we'll get AJ versus Kenny this year at SummerSlam. If Kenny here's the thing. If Kenny's working with a fucking contract. No, it's not breaking news. I was going to click allegedly.
Allegedly.
Because I mean, he alluded to that. So I'm just making that up based off of the shit he said. And he's not in an EVP role or nothing like that. And just from, rumblings, like, Tony lets people work without full-on deals. He will give people per appearance and shit. So Kenny, if that's the case, man, I'm not saying he would just bail on AEW, but I would love to see Kenny and WWE. People shit on it. Joe Numbers completely just destroyed my whole narrative there. And was like, yeah, like Kenny's going to come in, the 45-year-old guy with a Jerry curl and be like, hey, kids. And it's like, yeah, that's true. But at the same time, I think they'd make it work. And he's a name. Like if he just showed up at a Mania, that'd be insane, If I was AEW, I'd be looking for prospects like that. I would be looking for prospects of like, where can we work with WWE instead of trying, because once you go, no, we're the competition fully, then and you don't accept where you are in the pecking order right now, then they're just going to bury you to death. If you work with them and then when you pick up a shitload of momentum, then you fucking strike while the iron's hot. And I'm not saying bury them, but then you're like, okay, look, we're big enough now. We got to fucking fuck these bald assholes or something. Then I think, I don't know, you can get away with it, but they weren't even competing, you know? They weren't even in the same ball field. Ray J's World for 10 says, I'm wondering if Rock is going to make a deal with New Japan and try to convince AEW to cooperate with WWE. A lot of people are saying that. I don't think they want to do that. I think they want to do what they did to like TNA originally. And maybe that means ultimately in the end, TNA's cooperating with WWE. So maybe ultimately that matters, but I don't think they care. I think they're more interested in like looking at social media and seeing NXT beating Dynamite in the ratings and them laughing about it. How many more weeks does NXT have to beat Dynamite before they beat the initial? Because when Dynamite first came out, it was whooping NXT every night head to head. So even though they're on different nights, how many weeks in a row or how many more weeks does NXT have to win to sort of like usurp that number? And not that it's like one-to-one comparison because it's not head-to-head, but it's somewhat cool data to look at if anybody could bring that math to the chat or tag me in something on X. But I don't think The Rock could personally convince Tony Khan. I think they all sit around and they're all pulling a Carl Anderson. I think the Young Bucks are on private planes on Tony Khan's dime talking shit about The Rock being some asshole who can just come in and out whenever he wants while the Bucks are coming in and out of AEW and New Japan whenever they want. That's what I believe. I think I think people are deluded. I think people get delusional. They get too much money when they go there and it fucks up. And that's why you see some people just get cringy on Twitter and shit, you know? I think it just fucks up what they're doing business-wise, you know? Because they think that money, like, it won't last forever, and it's all up front. So you get that money, you buy a house, you buy a car, and then in 5 years, and then what, you know? Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 for 2 says, Tony Khan is going to cry like a little bee. Well, we're not trying to be rude here. Bee's in the trap. Only Larry for 20 says, just sending some blessings to PWT, the best guys. You already know.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Setting us up perfectly for AEW news over here now, right? Because we got a good chunk of AEW news. We have an allegedly's. We have some indie. I got sent a fucking... I got sent something funny as shit. And I'm going to be vague about it, but it'll get out eventually. So just mark my words on this one, right? It's going to be funny. And yes, the best guy is Tony Khan. Thank you for your blessings, only Larry. Blessings to you and yours. Ed Brown, not that I'm a pastor or anything. Ed Brown's been a member for 12 fucking months, man.
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
That's incredible. Here, I gotta hydrate here, guys. I gotta hydrate. We will share that. And we will do an Ichi Nissan Da. Chat me up, chat. Why don't you chat me up, chat? Oh, come on now, chat. That's not very fair to not chat me up. No, I'm checking in with chat, regular chat as well. Chugging lemon soda water. It tastes like fucking... like what you wash your hands with. You know what I mean? Like hand sanitizer or like wet wipes or whatever. Abysmal. That is absolutely dreadful. Okay, let me check in with chat. Checking out all 14 chats. George, I'm wondering when will social media going to announce Britt Baker release? I don't know if she's released. I don't think she's released, but I wouldn't be shocked if she left. Prediction in 26-27, WBD will replace AEW with Cricket and Formula E. I don't know about that. Just sending some blessings. Yes. Britt screwed Britt. Omega versus Cody. That would cook. Dr. Phil. Yeah, dude. We'll be right back. It's the Dr. Phil Illuminati. Britt Baker's not on the AEW roster page? Hold up. AEW roster page. Let's fucking check this in real time. Are the women mixed in with the dudes? Or do they keep them separate? They keep them separate. Inequality. No, Britt Baker's there on the women's roster page right there. I'm looking at her. We'll prove it right here. Bickety bang. Damn, you had me shook there. This girl, she's got me shook with your pretty round eye. I forget how that song goes. Your pretty round eyes. Wait, I don't think that's... I think it's pretty brown eyes, and I just fucked that up. Anyways, before the show gets canceled, my bad. Just humming, just feeling it out like rappers do before I get on beat, right, Chad? We're just humming along. Dummy. Where's my fucking dummy? I gotta dummy myself out here.
Dummy, yeah.
Oh, man. So... Okay, here, we'll do an Ichi Nisanda. I'm not ready yet. Okay, I'm not ready. The wife's out with her girlfriend and their kids, and I'm watching fights yelling about pro wrestling. So, we're having a grand old gay old time here, as they say. Thank you all for being here. Yes, let's get into this. Okay, so let me think. Where do we start with this? Do I start with... Okay, we'll just start. We'll go from the started from the bottom. Now we here. Work our way to the top. So, ladies and gentlemen, all together now, Ichi Nisanda. And this is great for AEW news. So Jon Moxley has been reportedly planned to have a lengthy title reign. Oh, gee, you think? And there was no backstage talk of a plan for Swerve to win at all at Dynasty. AEW has reportedly internally claimed that Moxley's title reign has caused live and DVR quarters to climb, despite the disconnect with the online audience. Yeah, so maybe according to them, Moxley's quarter hours climb. Maybe there's factual data behind that. I mean, they climb within the... Because they're all lying to themselves. They're like, oh, a 30% increase, but like year over year, though, it's so bad. And I know you can't play that game entirely with WWE, but if you break it down, like in the last 10 years, right? All we can do, we don't have 10 years. Like, look up any research or study or science or when they test like medicine on shit. A lot of stuff, not any, I guess, medicine, especially not in America, but like typically science needs what the rule is. You want about 10 years worth of study before you can be like, well, this is what this thing does, you know? So obviously they don't do that all the time with every food product or every medicine, and shit gets recalled all the time. Just look into it. But all I'm saying, this ain't conspiracy here, time with Phil, but all I'm saying is that with AEW, we just look at the 6 years they've existed, okay? AEW, we can go, okay, give them the last 10. The business is the best it's been in quite a fucking long time. You can maybe even go beyond the 10. So if you go all time, yes, WWE's been around for like 50, 60 years or whatever, bro. Like their shit's been up and down and up and down and up and down. Roller coaster of ratings, you know? They've been up and down and all around. And they've adapted with the times and changed with the times and innovated the times and the pro wrestled the times. You know what I'm saying? Jamona. And sorry, guys, I'm fucking stupid. It's Saturday night, and I like the way you move. What can I say? So I think it would do better if they were like, well, let's look at what Moxley was doing when he first came in and then compare it to what he's doing now. And if lately he spiked a little bit, it's because people want to see this guy lose that belt, or they just want to see where's the belt, or did he lose the belt? And I'm not trying to diminish anything, right? But they're saying like the DVR and the, like, who are the online fans? Like just people angry on Twitter, like awful wrestling. What online fans are you talking about? Because according to Dave Meltzer, this is all great. And his fans, they're all great, 30%. So I don't know. It's just such weird, like a weird anecdotal. Like, what bubble do you exist in, AEW? Or are you looking at like he spiked it compared to what last year? Because someone tried to play this game and I broke it down last show where realistically all they proved was Mox has lost 100,000 viewers month over month for a few months there. You know, coming up into this month now, they've kind of steadied out. So that's all that guy showed me. So if we're looking at quarter hours and shit, I guess, man, you guys want to play these old, like, antiquated games. Not to say they're antiquated entirely, right? But you still want to format shows with that shit in mind, especially when you're on television with commercial breaks and everything. But as we pivot into streaming more and more and more and more and more, and like, hey, our pay-per-views are just like on this other streaming site, you know? I don't know, man. I think that stuff starts to matter a little less and less, and you should look at like the big picture here, you know? That's all I will say. Tony agrees. Yes. So here is Hook, who allegedly got concussed in his match, but then we were told he wasn't concussed in the match. But here's him barfing. The only thing is if he was so blown up cardio-wise, he started puking, or if he cracked the back of his head and was concussed, so started puking, or maybe he got the wind knocked out of him so hard he started puking, or maybe he just ate some bad fucking fish or some bad Cool Ranch Doritos or whatever. But maybe he had some bad sushi or something. But he fucking barfs, and people are saying he wasn't concussed. People are saying he is concussed. I don't know who to believe. If someone can show me where they think he got concussed and we can break it down, we need fucking Botchamania, or we need our guy Grapple Vision on
I don't know
to make a video about it. But here is, I was going to call him Puke. Here is Hook puking, but he's going to puke. Yeah, puke. He's gonna puke. Yeah, I know. He's gonna puke. He's gonna puke. Yeah. And then Claudio's like ripping on his head. The guy's barfing. What's going on? Hopefully it wasn't a concussion, man. Hook needs to get the fuck to NXT. Like pronto, dude. Pronto. Let's move along here. Dynamite ratings are middling. 659,000 viewers and still lost to NXT. Awful Wrestling got into it with Baron Corbin, aka Tom Pestock, aka Bishop Dyer, who took a shot at him. And so we'll get into that in our sicko segment. But here's Awful's little edit here. And shout out my guy Awful, man. 659K viewers, though. So he's celebrating more no millies.
Could you imagine the team synergy if the Death Riders and the Elite work together as one?
So you did this all for your friends, huh? Ox, hanger.
Hanger.
Got to do me.
And then Awful's gotta, oh my god, he's making it like, well, he's gay. It's like, well, fuck, whatever. Oh man, now it makes sense. What makes sense? As Cornette would say, the gesticulating, right? Oh man.
What we're trying to do here is bring back the feeling.
We're trying to bring back the feeling. They got to quit saying that, Kenny. Kenny's never going to leave AEW. I don't think we ever see him in WWE. Ever. I'm so sorry. Maybe it'll be like, you guys know how we've never seen Fedor Emelianenko in the UFC, but in this EA game, all of a sudden Fedor was like in it. They signed like a licensing deal with him, right? Because now he's long and retired. We'll get Kenny in that capacity. He'll be like in a DLC. Eventually when AEW admits defeat and then they start working alongside WWE, they'll do like a DLC for an WWE game or something like that, maybe. blasted your ass last year. Oh my God.
I blasted your ass last year. You what? And blood and guts.
I blasted your ass last year. Oh my God. Oh my God. You guys know what they say.
Sometimes in life, you gotta be a hoe.
Oh my God. Swerve.
I'm not hard to find.
I'm not hard to find. You're not easier to find either.
What?
I'm not hard to find. You're not easier to find either. What is he talking about?
You what?
Oh. Oh shit, man. I don't know, man. Swerve. I put him over as the guy in AEW. I'm like, Swerve is that dude, man. I'm telling you, like, if anybody really puts the effort in there, and I know he does some crazy shit, but da-da-da-da. And then it just blew up in my face like I'm Wile E. Coyote and it's a fucking Acme bomb, or like flowers. Roadrunner gave me some fucking flowers and I go to sniff them and they just blow up in my face. You know what I mean? Holy shit, dude.
I'm fucking disappointed!
Yeah, and then Jericho comes back to just go hard, drop an F-bomb, and then they're like, he's wrapped up with ROH. And it's like, yeah, all you idiots say ROH is AEW, though, when it's convenient, and then when it's not convenient, you're like, it's a different entity owned by Tony Khan. And so, you know, Jericho drops an F-bomb, and he's like, I'm fucking disappointed. And then Keith, and then that's just out of nowhere, Keith and fucking Big Bill are just babyface. Like, they come out, cut babyface promos. Now Jericho's disappointed in them, and then it just gives them more reason to be babyface. But it's just such, like, elementary. Jericho loses the ROH world title. Now he's taking a sabbatical from AEW, right? So he can come back and start another faction. But nay, we have some info on that. You know what I'm saying? So we will get to that as we progress, because I believe there's some Jericho quotes, and we did quote on the show, or actually I will just get to it now. We quoted on the show before. Chris Jericho, what did he say last show? That he was open. He admits that he's open to going back to WWE. I told you guys a long time on the show, Jericho tried to go, I don't know about back there, but he negotiated to go back there for sure. And he also tried to be in the Royal Rumble. Okay. And then it got fucked around because Roman was like, well, why don't we get Mox? I told this story a long time ago. And then Mox was like, or I think AEW was like, no, and then Jericho was like, well, then I'm not doing it, or whatever the fuck, because Roman wanted Mox to be in the thing if it was going to be anybody, because he's real life friends with Dean Ambrose, like the Shield. They're boys, man. But anyways, so, and I might have butchered some of it again. That was a long time ago we covered that, so fucking you got to go back to hear it in all of its glory and clarity, okay? But fast forward now, Jericho, may come back. Then I put a tweet out there. I'm like, Jericho's contract is up at the end of the year, and I think he can negotiate. And now Dave Meltzer, because out of nowhere, Dave Meltzer's like, listen, he should go back to WWE. Well, here's the thing with Dave and Chris. They're buds, bud. They're buddies, guy. They're friends, buddy. Jericho and Meltzer are buds, okay? And I've heard things like Jericho has always, now this is just shit that people that I've heard, okay, that Jericho's stooged ever since like the WCW days, but he does it through other people. You know what I mean? Like, it's not him who does the shit. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, he might tell someone something that he knows they'll tell fucking Meltzer and them or whatever. But like, listen, dude, Meltzer's cool with Conan. Conan and Jericho are super tight. Jericho likes Meltzer. There's a whole circle of life here of people who, I mean, you don't hear, I mean, obviously Meltzer talks to people and talks to people like fucking Jericho. Meltzer was on the fucking Jericho cruise before and shit. You know what I mean? So all I'm saying is I put out a tweet just being a sarcastic asshole. I was like, yo, Jericho's deal comes up at the end of the year or in this year, right? And that's why Dave's putting over the notion of Jericho going back to WWE. We're going to talk about what Dave says in the Dave Meltzer dumb moment of the week, okay? But yeah, it should be said, okay, that allegedly, let's say Jericho is one of these many people who have been leaving AEW or asking for their releases and all this shit. What did Jericho say? I'm going to jump to fucking New Japan because it was hot and we brought a wave in and then AEW was hot. Jericho wants to be it, man. Okay. He wants to be that dude. Now, something I discussed with Husey, you know? So, him and I were just discussing Fozzy. He's actually a Fozzy fan. You know, a lot of people are. But he was just like, apparently Fozzy's business, you know, has even been like taken a bit of a hit since he's been with AEW because you get a lot of money, but zero marketing, zero exposure. Like no one's watching this shit. You know what I mean? And now that WWE's open to doing like tour bus deals and all of that shit to get Jericho back, they might be willing to negotiate something. Who fucking knows? But don't put it past Jericho to want to return now. And I know that people said Jericho signed this long ass deal before, but there was also other people who were like, no, there's no like confirmation. We don't know, whatever. I always said Jericho could be one of like a wrestler who's bought into the goddamn thing or given like some sort of executive power because we know that Tony Khan's willing to, he said it openly. If anything happens to me, Daniel Bryan will run things. It'll be great. So all I'm saying is that if that's true and someone can look up Fozzy's numbers, I don't fucking know. Right. But let's say Fozzy's even taken a bit of a hit or Jericho's cruise isn't selling as much like it was the first few years. He's done 6 of them. Well, what better way to get that marketed and, you know, get it plugged on fucking Netflix, bro, that Jericho's doing a cruise, man, and all that kind of shit. And his band and all that shit. Like, think about it. And I'm not saying like Jericho's allowed to jump around wherever he wants. He's a goddamn legend. And they won't let him run Youth Gone Wild. They won't let him run wild, like doing whatever he wants if he were to go back to WWE. But don't put it outside the realm if like Moxley's admitted, dude, I don't even have to do this. I didn't even have a contract when he was world champion. And that he said that on his wife's podcast. In hindsight, he said, I didn't even have a contract and I was the world champion and I didn't even have to do this for Punk and blah, blah, blah. He said all that shit. He could have just walked back into WWE with their world title. Like, don't put it past Tony to fuck shit up. And that's why this year's a funny one. And if Jericho's one of the many, I'm not saying he is guaranteed. I'm not saying, I just talk shit in my tweet. I'm like, his deal's up at the end of the year and he can start talking to WWE because he's Jericho. And like, Tony, here's the thing. All these people talk. Tony wants to pretend fucking he's not talking to, like they're, you know, contract tampering, like they're all not talking to each other. Like they all don't meet on planes. We've covered it here. It's how they do it in Hollywood. It's how they do it. You meet in a conference room at an airport. Oh, we're both just happen to be crossing through Dallas, you know, or we're on the same plane. Oh, look who was on this plane. CM Punk tells the story. Oh, I'm on a plane and look who's there. Jason Jordan. And it's like, come on, man. You know what I mean? Come on, bro. Jason Jordan's there. It's because nobody knows who the fuck Jason Jordan is if he walks into an airport for the most part, right? So it's not like, oh, I was there and Triple H was there and we had a meeting on this plane, right? And I'm not trying to blow up Punk's spot, but this is how this type of shit happens in the entertainment business, okay? So don't be, Jericho's got a lot of friends, okay? It's not like him and Triple H don't are like enemies. You're my enemy. It's not like they're not enemies, dude. Or they're enemies, rather. And, you know, they can't text each other, Merry Christmas, how's business, or whatever, you know? It's not like that shit can't happen. That's all I'm putting out there, okay? So don't be shocked if a Jericho flipped sides, you know? That's my take on it. And some people I see in chat are saying Jericho's just using WWE to milk Tony Khan. That's what they all do. Randy Orton used Tony Khan to milk WWE when he posted that picture of he's like in front of that elite sign or whatever. And they should all do that. They should all do that. That's why competition's good, you know? But guys, it's not about, oh, he's just using it to milk Tony. Maybe it's that because he's like, fuck it, I'll just get lifetime billions of dollars before I'm done. But Jericho likes to get in front of that crowd. And who's drawing? Do you think Jericho doesn't look at all the sellouts? And he doesn't look at what they're doing with the AEW guys who've been brought over? And he doesn't even look at what NXT's doing? And he doesn't look at these fucking big, huge SummerSlams and shit that are going to outdraw Manias? And he doesn't want a daddy magic taste of that shit? Do you not think Jericho doesn't want a fucking taste of that shit? You know? But I'm just being ignorant though when I say like, oh, they can just negotiate. Like any legend, I'm like, Tony doesn't have the balls to tell any of those guys what to do. You know? So Jericho talk to whoever the fuck he wants. That's the point when I say shit like that. It's not like anybody's telling me that or anything, you know? But when I do say Jericho's deal's up at the end of the year, it's like, I told you guys this whole year might be crazy for AEW Exodus. And I just say the end of the year because it's like, I don't know. There's all this time. Like we're almost, how long are we? 4 months through the year now. So you got to think, right? Near the end, like September is Soraya's was near the end of the year, right? October, November, December. Yeah. So right around there, it's like, if that's when people's deals are coming up to, then there you go. That's what I base it off of. You look at Soraya, and then you look at Phoenix wasn't supposed to be released this early. I don't think Starks was either. So, and I think Phoenix had like a while longer, like a few more months or whatever. And then I think Starks was like even longer than that, dude. But so if you just look at that, like more towards the middle end of the year, if we see more and more and Rusev too, I think he was supposed to be there for a long ass time, man. Malachi Black, I think, was at the end of the year too, more towards the end. So yeah, dude. It'll be interesting. Same with FTR. I'm really interested in, because I think around the time everybody's like, why did Dax start kissing so much ass? I think that was around the time when Tony was trying to sign every one of those long deals, you know? So they might have signed like a 7-year one or something like that, 5 years. And that might have been why they started going so hard in the paint, even though they are kind of Triple H guys, you know? So I think they're kicking themselves a bit. But yeah, I don't know. Like, no one's like, this is whose deal is up here, 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 and here. Like, I've never heard no shit like that. And even if I did, I probably wouldn't like bring it to the show. I just make it speculative and funny so that there's reasonable doubt. But at the same time, I did call this for a reason, okay? One thing, though, that I did get DM'd, I'm going to bring to the show. Again, I have to be a little loosely vague about this, but basically, I don't know, I was told, here's a scoop for you, and it's a screen grab of an indie promoter bitching about Tony Khan. And I'll just leave it at that in a fucking chat with wrestlers, okay? And I'm going to be, so the New Japan shit, the indie stuff, these wrestlers leaving this year, it's a funky year for AEW, man. Okay? Like, these indie promotions are getting hated on by sickos because they got WWE ID'd, or because Tony Khan keeps pulling guys off their shit last minute, you know? And this is multiple promotions where they're like, oh, sorry, we have it here in AEW news. Queen Aminata's just pulled off our show. And this isn't the company, by the way. I'm not, but due to contractual agreements, Queen Aminata will not be at the Marvelous show on 4/17. Completely out of her hands. And this is not the Fed I'm talking about, okay? Thank you for your understanding. So just shit like that popping up all the time. Oh, yeah, Ricky Starks is going to be your GCW. Never mind, it's Jericho, and they took Matt Cardona. Right? And again, I'm not saying GCW either. is what I saw bitching about Tony. But yeah, you guys are starting to see the shit I've been saying. Like, I don't know if this is helping the indies. I think WWE's helping the indies, but I think AEW might be hurting them. And with New Japan, other people were on the New Japan shit, but it became so evident to where you're like, dude, they might be being hurt by this relationship with them. And I don't know, man. It's not good when you see The Rock, when you see these indie promotions all being like, fuck, you know? And then the WWE is like, yeah, we're going to come in and give you shitloads of free promotion. And I don't know, you guys can wrestle with this belt. We're not going to tell you who's got to win or how to book your shows. Yeah, sure, we'll let our talent go to GCW and give everyone bigger paydays and more clout. And whereas AEW, it's just very much Tony gets to pick and choose everything, and people get tired of that eventually. And it's fun when he gives you money for a while, but eventually, like, we've all had it. We've all stood up to a boss or someone treating you like shit, you know? And it's like, yeah, you can't, just because you fucking are paying me, like, fuck this, you know? So it might all come to a head eventually. This is a very interesting year, you know? We've just gotten started, a little over a quarter in. But yeah, we watched the awful video here of the dwindling stats. So somebody said, dude is so insecure, and that's the best way to put it with Will Ospreay. So Bruv is like AEW on Max, and it's like this shot of them all doing these dives, and it's this one shot, right? And WWE already started doing this and innovating with this. But then he quote tweets himself, and he goes, one shot camera work greater than 1,000 camera cuts. Now, the camera cuts thing, they've laid back on that in WWE, and they started doing the one shots and the drone shots and being innovative again. AEW's kind of playing catch up with their drones and because for a minute there, AEW was shooting it like WWE. Go back and watch a bunch of cuts, and then WWE rolled out the drones and the long shots. AEW starts doing the same thing. Even their aesthetic, look at the white ropes. If I was like, hey, this is WWE Superstars, you wouldn't even know the difference. Like the white ropes with the gray mat. They don't have their own look or anything, their own vibe or anything, in my opinion. And so I don't know why Ospreay's like one camera shot work greater than 1 million camera cuts. Ospreay, the type of wrestling you do typically requires a shitload of camera cuts. Just so you know, bruv, right? When you're diving over and through shit, that requires more camera work, but also you need full buildings to do that. Otherwise it looks stupid, or you have to do it in a small building that looks packed to the tits, and then people go, wow, that's a vibe, right? So the way this building is set up, great. And I'm glad AEW was able to pull this shot off, because it is brilliant. If you guys go look at the clip, it looks great. Whoever did this did great work. But it feels like a bit of a shot at WWE again. And even if it isn't, that's how fans are going to interpret it. Now, people say like, oh, you have responsibility with your or whatever. And like, I'm not trying to be like, you shouldn't do that because people will get mad at you or whatever. Do whatever the fuck you want, right? I'm not one of those people who's like, you need to be responsible for how everyone interprets this, you know? But I don't know. I took it like a shot at Triple H again. Like, I just feel like he's real insecure about his shit. Like this person quote tweeted, unpaid critic. It just feels like, really, dude? Because that's such a WWE thing. And it just makes, and then that was a recent criticism. Like people were trying to say the John Cena heel turn, there was too many camera cuts. And it's like, bro, Ospreay, stop. You know, you guys did that one time. It's always like overly self-congratulatory, man. When you're not clacking home runs yet to even be, I don't know if Ospreay's even earned his keep yet in AEW fully, you know, at least in my opinion. So JD from NY says, holy fuck, AEW is delusional. This was actually cited in a report today from Fightful. And so Fightful says AEW internally has touted the success of the Death Riders and Moxley winning the title, citing a disconnect with online fans. AEW claims that the company's live DVR quarters have climbed through the year with Moxley as champion. And that's the thing, man. They climbed through the year, but they are like down so much. So it's just sickos who are tapped out now, returning. Like, you have sickos who are like, we're tapping out, but maybe we'll come and watch some Moxley shit. That's all it is, bro, because you've whittled it down to such like a small pool of people. But if you ask Dave, it's like 30 billion on Max. Again, Will Ospreay believes WWE fans would have a sexual awakening watching him wrestle. We covered that. It's like, no, you fucking sicko. Jimmy Corderas, here's his reffin' rant today. Let's take a look and shout out Jimmy.
So apparently I stirred the pot again yesterday on the interweb. Hello, everyone. Former pro wrestling referee Jimmy Corderas with your referee rant for today. Check out the Ref It Up podcast. Check out Huge Pop Radio. Both great episodes. You're going to love them. Look, so I made a comment that I thought it was a bad move for Darby Allin to go on vacation, basically because he wants to climb Mount Everest in the middle of a time when AEW needs one of their most over and popular superstars to help get them out of this rut they're in. That's basically what I'm saying. That's all. I think it was a bad move, and if Darby Allin's priorities are elsewhere, then maybe Tony Khan should say, look, we're going to let you out of your contract, go do what you got to do. When you're done and you're really serious about putting...
That's all it is. Everyone wants to go to AEW so they can get paid a bunch to wrestle part-time and go do other shit. And then they go, this is the best, the elite. We love wrestling, bruv. Meanwhile, you guys wrestle less and you all go and do other shit and take way more time off. And then people shame you for criticizing AEW for that. And then when somebody like Switchblade points out they're getting paid $110 million, when everyone's like, in AEW, they get paid more to wrestle less. And then everyone gets mad. They're not getting paid that much. It's so fucking insane, bro. Yeah, Darby's an idiot. He could lose a toe. He could lose a foot. It's not even about dying. It's about like he could lose a hand, bro. You don't know. Some shit could go down. And it's like they're just going to bring him back, get the initial pop from whatever crowd they're at. If maybe not even. It depends. Out of sight, out of mind. And then Darby's just going to win the world title. In some super hardcore death shit with Mox, where they go like to the extreme. And that's why Mox hasn't been cutting himself up lately as much. Because he's going to like do some real sick shit. I know the spiked bat. But before that spiked bat, he really wasn't blading and shit. But that was a big match for him, Edge.
Full-time effort into this. Come on back. We'll sign you back. There you go. That's all it is. All of a sudden, everybody said, well, you know, he put in, he's allowed to do what he wants to do and all this sort of stuff. I'm not saying he's not allowed to do what he wants to do. What I'm saying is, if you're going to put your heart, effort, and soul into a company and get signed, and if your goal is to become...
Like, aren't you a wrestler? Like, what point do we stop? Are we not wrestlers now who have to wrestle? Right?
The top dog in professional wrestling, which he claims to do all the time, then you put all of your...
all their promos in AEW. Oh, I love wrestling. I deserve this. I work so hard in wrestling. And then none of you want to wrestle. You all want to get PhDs. And I'm not, but it's just like, fuck, man. You all want to do movies and have singing careers and get PhDs and do silly skits and fucking... It's like... I don't know. I do not know. We're going to beat our heads against a wall doing this forever. And I'm not saying people can't go do movies and shit. You absolutists, okay? So, FTR Follow the Revolution, one of Neckbeard's fools, says that Ricochet claims WWE just kept ignoring his creative ideas even though he knew better than them. And Ricochet goes, I think you saw glimpses of my new character in AEW back at NXT when I first got there. I think you saw glimpses of the suit. Of the suit! That's a fucking everyone wears a suit. Jesus, your granddad wears a suit. The fuck, man? I think you saw glimpses of the suit. I think you saw glimpses of the promos. I think you saw glimpses of the personality trying to shine through. No matter how many ideas you pitch or how many things you say or how many... I even made videos until they really want it to happen. It's just not going to happen. But as you can see, my way is the best way, really, and that's really with anything. With the New York Post. So maybe he's healing a bit, but I don't know how his way is the best way. He is doing well for himself, but he needs to pop a goddamn rating, dude. You know? Give us a real classic match or feud or something like that. So Jericho, we covered it, is reportedly taking time off from AEW and ROH while he tours with Fozzy. He reportedly feels it's the right time for a break. So we covered that. Hopefully Jericho, we see him soon in WWE. No, I'm just kidding. Stop believing in any babyface that works for All Elite Wrestling. They are all losers. So here is Elbu and King Gao and Sir Paragraph, right? And they are just absolutely burying AEW and their baby faces, and they're right. You can't have faith in their baby faces. It's hard to discern even who is a baby face at times, but again, these are the guys that Tony wants to text. These are the guys, the sickos, wrestle purists. They want to fucking retweet. They want to talk about Dave and put trust in these guys and give them $5 to listen to their fucking Discord. And this is who some of these wrestlers, because I know I've been told, oh, what access and shit. Not to creative and shit, but to just you guys talking to you motherfuckers, okay? And you know who you are if you're listening to this, and you fucking text this dude or show up in his streams, or fucking Tony Khan's talking to these fools or whatever. You know what I mean? And this is what you get, man. They hide behind a paywall, and then they just talk shit and laugh and stooge everything you tell them, I guess. But yeah, here, you know, you have the sickoest of the sickos even being incredibly critical of AEW at this point, because everybody wants Moxley to drop that belt. And I know that they're sitting there saying, oh, the quarter hours and everything are spiking when Moxley's on. And I just would love to see the info. That's all, right? Because even that one guy, like last week on the show, he brought up all these fucking Moxley stats, and I went through bit by bit, and we just sort of broke down how this guy really just sort of buried Moxley, and then he ducked the point. He went to the YouTube numbers whenever it convened him. Anyways, here's the Wrestle Purist guys who are just, I guess, shitting on Wrestle Dynasty. I'm not sure what this clip is, when it was from exactly, but very recently.
Stop believing in any babyface that works for All Elite Wrestling. They are all losers. They are losers. The promotion wants you to think they're losers. There's going to be 50 heatless run-ins during the Dick Riders matches.
Punk talks to Elbu. Punk, stop talking to fucking Elbu. See that? That's called being consistent. Hey, Punk, love you, bud. Don't talk to that or talk to him. That's I'm not going to tell you to talk to. Is Punk stooging to him and shit? Or is Elbu saying that Punk is stooging in his mind stories? In my mind, right? That's what I need to know, because I don't know. I don't know anything about that. I know with the MJF and Punk beef or whatever the fuck, that comes from MJF. We know that. How? Because MJF jumped in their fucking streams before, okay? So we know where that shit comes from. When they're talking like, oh, MJF and Cody Rhodes had heat or whatever, or like he drove for hours and hours and hours. MJF's jumped in their streams, bro. So we know where that's coming from. But anyways.
It comes to Bulldog Talk, bro. It comes to Bulldog Talk. It doesn't matter how old they are. It doesn't matter that they top the charts in selling merch. It doesn't matter that they're the only ones moving quarters. They are losers who are going to get choked out by John Moxley. Stop believing in them.
The last shot we had of Hangman Page, who was one of the great characters in wrestling on that show.
A loser. Getting stomped out by the Dick Riders.
Genuinely, his ass was tooted up on the floor.
Tootie! Stop believing in any babyface that works for all.
Yeah, I don't know, man. And that's Wrestle Purists posting that, you know, so maybe they're, you know, they got buried by enough AEW guys. Maybe the AEW guys cut ties too, and that shit pissed them off. That could definitely be something as well. And now they're just going to flippy floppy. So Botchamania, Matthew Gregg says AEW still insisting that Jonathan Gresham never beat Bandito for the ROH title is very amusing to me. Yes, Bandito was stripped of it because he couldn't defend it at Final Battle, but months later, Gresham beat him at Supercard of Honor to become undisputed ROH champion.
As Bandito over the top, and Jericho goes down hard.
Absolutely. Let's not forget Bandito, never beaten for the belt, stripped of the title when able to wrestle at Final Battle back at 4 years ago. That was during the COVID era.
That's funny. Yeah, no, people accuse WWE of creating their own history. AEW does it all the time. They have the fucking Owen Hart tournament. Who the fuck is, it's crazy. What the hell did he have to do with AEW? So this Wednesday in Boston, AEW Dynamite will become the longest running primetime weekly wrestling show in TBS TNT history. I think that's a lie because it wasn't WCW Saturday night or whatever, or is that not prime time? I don't know how they come up with this distinction. Wrestling fans oftentimes, especially the sickos, can be quite stupid and misconstrue stuff that they're reading, or just look at one thing and jump on it before they actually look at what they're talking about. But yeah, I was just like, okay, and who cares? This is a flex. Pourquoi? So here are the Young Bucks who appear by video at New Japan's Windy City Riot, challenging the War Dogs to a match at Resurgence. So Windy City Riot might have already happened. I don't know. They also teased the return of Luke Gallows and Carl Anderson for Resurgence. Sorry, I don't keep up with all the American pay-per-view names for the New Japan. You know what I mean?
Testing. Are we on? Are we live?
The Young Bucks.
Hey, guys.
Hey, War Dogs. We see you guys aren't booked yet for the Ontario show, and that got us thinking, that's our hometown. What should we do, Matthew?
Oh, I think the War Dogs are always down for a fight, right? And so are we, as you know. But you might be thinking, there's only two of you, and there's all the you guys. So mathematically, it doesn't really add up now, does it? Well, fortunately, we know a couple of old OG friends who are also always willing and up for a fight.
Should we call them up and talk some shit?
Talk some shit on a fucking private plane. Breaking news. From Fightful Select's free tier. Friend of WWE ID, Beyond Wrestling. Beyond Wrestling has informed talent if they pull off of their Thursday show this week late for AEW extra work. Guys, this is the DM I got. So Fightful gossiped it. One of the wrestlers stooged the DM I was just telling you guys about. And I said, yo, I'm not going to say what fed, but I saw the message from the fucking guy, right? It was sent to me. Here you go. Fightful just reported it for free. So bickety boom. Hey, don't hate the player, hate the game. Thank you, my good friend Ash V, for sending me this. But Beyond Wrestling has informed talent if they pull off their Thursday show this week late. And he didn't just say this. I'm not going to say what was said. I'm not going to say what was said, but Tony Khan was brought up and how he fucks things up. That they won't be brought back to the promotion. Flat out, they won't be brought back to the promotion, which again, I didn't want to say and blow up people's spot, but there you go. Fightful reported it. Boom. There it is. Beyond has ran Thursdays in Massachusetts for quite some time. So, yeah. Phil don't miss. That's for goddamn sure. Okay, are we on the right thing? I don't want to open my DMs on the fucking show. So yeah, that was what I saw right there. And then it was just confirmed live on the fucking air. Funny enough. And yes, Tony Khan's was brought up in the message. So that was a very nice version of what was said. Okay, so Pac. Where are we? Pac was seen leaving last night's AEW Dynamite taping on crutches. The belief among talent spoke with is that the injury is ankle-based, but no words yet on how severe. So he hurt his ankle again. I think he already fucked his leg up before. Wasn't he on crutches over the holiday, or maybe that was a long while ago? Daniel Garcia said that when it's all said and done, the rivalry between Wheeler Yuta and I will be generational. Generational, man. What? So, according to Raj Giri, AEW Dynamite saw an increase in its audience and demo rating for Wednesday's post-pay-per-view episode, 659K, up 11%, with a 0.17, up 6%. Year over year, they were down 20%, and the key demos down 43%. And it's a year ago that they showed the Jack Perry footage. So there you go, AEW. So I brought up before as well the Billy Gunn stuff. So basically, Ringside News reported this. Now, their info they're getting is from Dave Meltzer. We're going to cover this in depth in what Dave said during Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. Again, Phil, don't fucking miss on the 2-year anniversary. A bunch of gifts. I got a bunch of goodies tonight. It was really good. So, why Billy Gunn is in 2K25 despite his AEW contract, okay? So I tweet out, my channel is 2 years old today. I said what Dave Meltzer is just revealing now 2 years ago, and I'm not kidding. Go back and listen to me talking about Sting at any point. Billy Gunn, Sting, Jake Roberts, and probably others I'm forgetting have WWE Legends deals. WWE wants, they can put Sting in video games too. They could have this entire time. They just chose not to. I don't think Billy will be in AEW much longer if I had to fancy a guess. Now, at the last pay-per-view, I talked a lot of shit, right? And then he showed up with Bowens, right? It's okay, though. Because here's the thing. I'm not even sure. I don't need to get defensive about what I said, but I just said I don't think Billy will be there much longer. Here's some more evidence towards that. And just because Tony Khan last minute parades Billy Gunn out there doesn't mean he does that to everyone. He paraded Joey Janela out there, then let him go. You know, he paraded Lexus King out there, then let him go. He parades people out and lets them go all the time. Rhea Ripley in the crowd, wearing an Alexander Volkanovski shirt at the UFC right now. Okay. But anyways, this guy responds. MXYZ24 shouts you out, brother. Kip Sop. So Billy Gunn himself retweeted at Pop Culture Review, says that Colton Gunn, Austin Gunn could be legit grade A. And this is March 30th, folks, 2 weeks ago. An ultimate tag with NXT, and they can help induct their dad, Billy Gunn, into the Hall of Fame solo. Triple H, Shawn Michaels, Billy Gunn retweeted that. Where have the Gunn boys been? Now, MLW. Now, remember what I told you guys, right? Again, Phil, don't miss, bro. This is episodic television here at PWT. Go back and hear what I was saying about the MLW deal. Or MLP, Maple Leaf Pro, sorry, not MLW, MLP. And AEW deal. It's secretive. It's like TNA. And if anything pops or gets over or is hot there, Tony Khan gets first dibs. Billy Gunn, what did we cover on this show at Maple Leaf? They introduced him, former WWE World Champ. They didn't even mention AEW. They did on commentary after. Mauro Ranallo did, just saying all the companies he's worked for and shit. But they're like, WWE superstar. And Billy got a big ovation, and he was hugging everyone like he was now free. And I was like, man. And then Tony parades him out with Bowens at this pay-per-view. Curious, right? That he got a big pop, and then Tony's like, I know, but I got another big pop on my show. A little curious, man. That's all I'm saying. So people were like, well, what? What if something starts working over there? And it's like, that's what. If something like that, I don't know. I'm just trying to puzzle piece it together. Maybe I'm off on that too. Maybe he had it planned the whole time. But Kip Sop's retweeting the shit. His boys ain't been on TV. They were paraded out there, and then they lost. They were paraded out there, got a big pop. The Gun Boys are back. They lost. Bye-bye. Then they're gone. These two, I've been saying it since day one. They would fit in so well. I put over Hook for the same thing. The Gun Boys as well. I've been saying forever. They would fit so well into NXT and the vibe that's going on there. Like it's a college campus type thing. They'd fit in so good. They could induct their dad into the Hall of Fame. All that good shit, pal. So, again, don't be shocked if in 2025 we see more people leave, and Phil was right again. So, Matt Hardy on the Death Riders, or actually, sorry, speaking of people leaving, AEW is reportedly planning on letting Abaddon and Nick Camarato's contracts expire. Those both expire this year. Phil, don't fucking miss. Okay. Camarato's fucked how they didn't do anything with that big, furry, burly man. Jesus, man. He's a big, giant fucking dude. Like, how do you not have that as someone's heater? Like, just wrecking dudes, man. Instead, they like put him in a fedora and gave him a lolly or like a toothpick, and they're like, hey, "Yeah, you're with the, you're with these pretty boys or whatever." They did such dumb shit with him. Anyways, yeah, they'll be gone this year too. Again, more and more and more people leaving. And lastly, Matt Hardy on the Death Riders. And this is the guy who made the fucking Broken universe, guys. Okay. He says, I don't necessarily understand their whole mission at AEW. I was just saying this last show. I was harping on, okay, Moxley, this storyline has been going for 9 months or whatever the fuck. But as I explained on the show, I'm like, but what's the storyline? Like, what is this? It's not even really a story. Like, we don't know what they're after. There's no betrayal. There's no motives. There's no reasoning. There's no clear cut. Like, well, what is he trying to do? Restore AEW to its glory, but he's hiding the title away and shit. It just makes no fucking sense. Like, there's no real story here. It's just like shit is happening. Surface level shit is happening. He starts beefing Yuta all of a sudden. They're not beefing, and then in a year he'll beat up Yuta and everyone will be like, see, they planted seeds. No, that's not seed planting. You know, you have to water the seed. Like, it's just shit happening all the fucking time. So it's like, no, it's not really a story. Nothing's really clear on like who or what they're trying to fucking do. And it's hilarious that Matt Hardy's saying the same thing your boy Phil was saying. I don't necessarily understand their whole mission at AEW. What are they trying to accomplish? So Matt Hardy goes on to say AEW really, really, really needs something to get hot and catch fire to kind of get their momentum back. I think so. He goes, I love John Moxley. I think in many ways, John is the heart and soul of AEW. I think he has busted his ass for AEW. He takes these crazy risks and puts it on the line for AEW week in and week out, no doubt. But I think it's time to go in a different direction and try and start something new that could possibly catch fire. Oh, my God. You're just an old podcaster, Matt Hardy, except for when you're here fucking falling off a crane, cracking your skull open with Sammy Guevara. Until then, you know what I mean? You're cool, but as soon as you go, oh, man, they should clean it up. You're just an old shill podcaster. Legends deal. Your opinion's invalid. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW news. Let us check in with chat. Man, what an epic fucking news segment there. I knew it would be, man. Because we had a lot of sauce. And shout out the assist from Ash V, who sent me that Fightful, followed up on that later. So that means when I was sent that screenshot, it also got out to other people. And I'm not surprised because it got to me fucking instantly. So, oh, shit. Funny stuff. But that's good. That's good shit. What do we have left for tonight? We have Sickos and we got Dave Seltzy Meltzy. So we're going to jump into Sickos. It's not going to be an hour-long Sicko segment. And I also had another hilarious thing sent to me that I'm going to add some context to that people saw on X and people were getting mad at me. Some people, a lot of people were laughing. And I honestly didn't do it to make fun. It was just funny, you know? So we're going to get into that. But let me check in with chat really quick here. Ray J's World for 5 says, I don't think Tony Khan will like losing New Japan's partnership. I don't think they'll lose it. They'll lose it because of Tony. New Japan will say, hey, we don't want to. And now I'm getting really intricate with the prediction, but I'm feeling confidence is high. I repeat, confidence is high. I'm feeling like the Shermanator dude from American Pie. Confidence is high, right? Because I just batted 1,000. Like, I'm fucking stroking today on the 2-year anniversary. So I'm making a nitty gritty, like an off in the weeds, like a real technical prediction here. But I don't think they'll be like, fuck AEW, or it'll be even exclusive. I just think what'll happen is they'll say, hey, we're down to work with TNA and WWE and other American promotions again. And then, because Tony might have an exclusivity thing right now, but when is that up? 2025, like I told y'all, it's going to be one of the craziest years for AEW. So It has been thus far. We're only 4 months deep, right? So with everything developing as well, like on the precipice, we're like, fuck, man, what could happen in the next 3 months? The first 3 have been like, whoa, you know? So I'm just going to go out there and say this. I don't think they'll say we cut ties, but Tony will start going, oh, the Young Bucks can't wrestle on there if Viking Raiders are in New Japan again. You know, they're not allowed to go on this show. Or AEW, or pardon me, WWE might pull a, yeah, well, we'll send Shinsuke. Yeah, AJ can do that show, but you got to pull Jack Perry off this shit or whatever. And then we'll really see. We'll see how petty WWE gets, and we'll see how Tony reacts and how Dave reacts. Dave has been reacting, chat. So Chris McCarty for 2. AEW is the X videos, while WWE is the hub. Oh, my God.
You what?
Yeah, dude. So what does that make like some of these other feds? What's the XNXX? Oh, the hub, bro. I wish I had that on the soundboard. Julia, no, I haven't. The boom, 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 spam. I'll find that one, right? I won't. MLW is the XNXX, yeah. Or according to Jim, that's the OVW, right? Oh, shit, man. I need to rehydrate here. I might need another coffee as well. I'm cooking tonight, chat. I'm cooking tonight. I'm gonna chug down some soda water. I'm gonna check in with you guys a little bit more. I hope tonight's been a good show. Are you having fun, chat? Let me know. And if you're on X, come over to YouTube. There's like 500 watching tonight. Give or take, it's fluctuating a little higher, a little lower. And so, or close to there, rather, you know, right around there. I'm sure someone could fact check me. And no, with Max, it's actually 4 million. The best guys, Phil Marks. So Tony doesn't need a team of nerds. He is the head nerd. Harley's inexperience showed in that match. Yeah, I got the UFC on, guys, tonight. I'm sorry. I'm just like fucking on some fuck AEW shit lately where I'm just like, yeah, I'll watch Dynamite. I did. I put it on, fell asleep. It was just like, whatever. All the clips, all the main shit was already clipped and put on X. So, but I make sure to watch it. You can be lazy and stupid. I think if they're trying to get the lowest ratings possible, Nick Camarado was an OG member of the Nightmare Factory group with QT Marshall. Yeah, I mean, he should be a fucking gooner and pause, right? But he should just be a goon who just like monster beats the shit out of anyone fucking with like a top heel. Wardlow, you know? Get this guy over. He's all big and furry and crazy looking. You mean to tell me you can't get that guy over? Or like use him in a more meaningful way? Giant hairy mofo that never gets over, laughs at McIntyre. Random, does anyone remember Rockabilly? Sure do, kid. Yeah, we really need Athena to bail, run it back with Asuka. That would be money too. That would be money. Okay, let's get into some sickos, guys. There's not a whole lot, so this will be good. I don't do X. I'm more a smoker, Phil. Come on now. Okay. All right. Me too. So let's get into the sicko segment. So Neckbeards posts this. It's the cage match. So FTR Follow the Revolution goes, the match between Kenny Omega, Ricochet, Speedball Mike Bailey has received a rating of 9.25 on Cage Match. Notably, it holds the top spot for the highest rated three-way match in AEW history, with Omega Pat Cassidy securing the second position. Additionally, it is ranked 5th among the highest rated three-way matches in wrestling history on the website. So yeah, I'm not sure how they come to these conclusions. So this guy goes, Ref MJ from NJ goes, I'm on lock because No Balls Rovert and his band of 3 misfit gremlins have decided to swarm. So I don't know. There's just people saying like, they're just saying crazy shit. So like he posted this to TK, yo TK, you think you're safe? And then posted like isn't this the Luigi shooter guy? Like that's fucking crazy, man. See, sickos can go the other way too. These are real wackos here, maybe. You know what? Hell yeah, all or nothing. We will hog tie TK if he does not do the right thing. And Elbu saying, stop being cowards, believe, be willing to be heartbroken, all or nothing. Helbu's so fucking cringe, man. You're cringe lord, you know? Oh my god. Moving along. So Tom Pestock gets into it with awful wrestling, dude. Right? I thought Sicko Wars, I thought this was crazy. So we covered this before, you know, Dynamite ratings middling. Tom Pestock, a.k.a. Bishop Dyer, FKA Baron Corbin, says, what's it like not having any friends to your boy Awful, man? And I'm like, oh, come on, Tom. That's not very fair to say Awful doesn't have any friends. I'm Awful's friend, even though we disagree.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Or maybe friends because of my mass, my large mass. It could be counted as 2, but oh, come on. That's not very fair. Tom Pestock, Bishop Dyer, whatever the fuck you want me to, whatever I'm allowed to book you under for StarCast at All In Weekend, which is why you're defending, you know. But me and Awful argue all the fucking time, bro. You know? He made a little edit. Why is it okay if people make little edits where they're like, fuck the Fed? You know, you don't see Tom going at any of those people. But yeah, this guy Reset Button goes, what's it like going from Grand Stage to fucking MLW? And then Tom goes, great. It was a really fun show and a great company. What's it like being a shitbag nobody who can't even have a profile pic? And then Tom, this guy Braves Azul says, Tom Pestock trying to get in the cash grabbing business. And then Tom says, no, I don't need cash and I'm not interested in a contract. Thanks for trying though. Arguing with sickos, Tom, you're crushing it in MLW. Now you're arguing with Awful. It's like, fuck, man. It's not just AEW. So let's give you a list of MFs from that side that constantly talk shit about WWE. No, because that's a whataboutism. Or is it that not what you mean? If that's the case, Triple H make the correct decision. Poof. Tom Pestock says, I'm talking about everyone, you dumbass. Don't pick a side. Just enjoy wrestling. Yawn. When people say that, I yawn, dude. I fucking go to sleep, bro. When people say, just enjoy all the wrestlings. It's like, come on, man. That's such a non-thing to do. You know? That's such a non-point. Enjoy wrestling? Yeah. You know? We know. It's just such a cop-out thing to fucking say. Moving along. So this guy goes, why are you crying? Tony called WWE crap recently. Will Ospreay threw digs at WWE and Swerve insulted Booker T. True points. Do they not have friends either? And Pestock says, who cares? Nah, you got cooked, bro. I'm going to like that one because, yeah. And what about Swerve? Bitching about another company, literally crying about it. Who cares? Just watch what you want. Stop worrying about ratings of what people are saying. So then why are you worrying about what he's saying? Why should you not worry about what people are saying, but you're worrying about what Awful's saying about the ratings? Fuck you talking about, bro? That's craziness. At least in my opinion. Moving along here. Sorry, just here we go. Moving along. So, Tom, did he not respond to anybody else? I don't think he did. Okay, so Siniswandel gives Kylie Ray shit. So Kylie Ray says MF's way too comfortable criticizing wrestlers when they've never even stepped foot in a ring. And then Siniswandel or whatever says follows heel Uzi and JD from NY, by the way. So they're policing who you follow. Yeah? Like, shut up, man. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that, you know? Fuck what if you want to worry about what people are saying, but don't worry about who people follow for sure. I'm sure John Cena doesn't, get down with every single person he follows. So this Neckbeards responds and goes, and you follow Elboo. And not only does this person follow Elboo, but backup Hangman tweets out 456 bookmarks, all praying in my downfall and waiting to quote this when it aged bad. Nothing I do ages bad. Elboo. You're literally Elboo, bro. You're literally
You just made the list.
Okay. You're literally Elboo, bro. So he goes, nothing I do ages bad. I'm pushing 30 and sexier than ever. Bro, this is going to age so bad. And you sound so stupid. More paid than ever. You cannot get to me. Call me an ape in the DM. Yeah, that's fucked. Don't anybody call him an ape. DMs all you want. Just gives me power. Yeah, well, for sure. I'll side with you on that, Elboo. But yeah, fuck that other shit you're saying. So this Siniswandel guy goes, you're always sexy to me, Elboo Chan. Jesus. So again, follow the revolution who loves these wrestlers so much. 8 years ago today, Katsuyori Shibata clashed with Katsuchika Okada in New Japan Pro Wrestle Sakura Genesis 2017 in a match that would go down in infamy after Shibata suffered a subdural hematoma from a shoot headbutt. This match goes down as one of my favorites in New Japan history. And this is the one where Dave thought Shibata's brain was removed and put back in. And so this guy here, Fear the Revolution's like, this is one of my favorite in history when this guy like almost died because he legit got like some internal brain shit, but he didn't get it removed like Dave says or whatever. Here we go here. The veteran Jack Vaughn, who's been getting a lot of flack, him and the Big Ben Bishop been getting a lot of flack, And so this person here, Horror Show, says, I hate to be that guy, but this is the wrestling version of a MAGA hat, except actually cringe. And then this guy has a thigh slaps hat, veteran Jack Vaughn, right? And then this person's like, bro, it's the same as a MAGA hat to have a thigh slaps hat. That's when Dave was like, calling someone Mark is like saying the N-word. You guys remember that shit? Patriot Bobby responds to Ricochet and says, such horrible television. And yeah, they're just shitting on everyone slapping Ricochet on the head. I don't know. It's kind of an indie spot. I don't think that's the worst thing. It's sports entertaining, I guess, right? Are you not sports entertained a little bit by that? By them all slapping his bald ass head at the same time? So, yeah, Baydala. Let's listen to what he has to say. WrestleGraph says, well, this all sounds a lot like what some X-Era has said, charted, and explained on shows like PWT for months and months. In fact, it was MJ Graph that birthed the idea for WrestleGraphs when he charted how free agents celebrated online did not help AEW. Okay, let's get some context here with Baydala.
The numbers don't lie. They don't. Samoa Joe and Hook, one of the top rated segments from last year. I mean, it's just the numbers don't lie. They don't lie.
Yeah. I just find it, like I said, I just found that those comments really interesting because for the first time in a long time, like I've always felt that Tony books to that audience and that audience alone, and it has been a detriment to the AEW product. Yeah.
I think we covered this. This is Baydala. I don't know. He's a sicko, I guess. But yeah, even they're waking up. Now, here's a kid who, or I don't know if he's a kid. He's got kids, he says, right? But this is a guy called Aaron Loves Wrestling. And he makes this video. And he looks really distraught. And I thought I left him a good message. A lot of people roasted this guy. JD went so hard on him. Like, you know, I don't know. Like, you don't want to assume anything. This kid could be going through it or whatever. I keep calling him a kid, but listen to me, okay? He tweets this out and he makes this video. We'll listen. It's a 7.5 minute long video. And he says, my message to all the AEW critics and haters out there, I'm a fan of All Elite Wrestling and I always will be. I love AEW and I'm thankful for an alternative each and every week. I thank Tony Khan for AEW and I will always support and spread the love of AEW. And then he does his hashtags there. So let's listen to what he has to say here.
How's it going, everyone?
We're not listening to the whole fucking thing. Don't worry.
Everyone. This video is to share some positivity. Because I see a lot of negativity and I see a lot of criticism and a lot of hate towards All Elite Wrestling, AEW. I am a big fan of AEW. I have been since the beginning of 2019, and I always will be until the day I die. I want AEW to succeed. I want AEW to be around the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years.
I see.
I want
Let's just listen to a little bit more.
Go to more AEW shows. In fact, I'm going to All In Texas in July. I love AEW. I love all of pro wrestling. We have pro wrestling every day of the week. Now, thanks to not only AEW, but the other wrestling companies out there that we get to
And see, he's thanking the other companies.
watch on Netflix, CW, on X, and on Max.
So, you know, a lot of people jumped on this guy's ass, and he's like, I will always support and spread the love of AEW. What did he say? He said something about having children or something. Oh, yeah. So he responds. So MJ from NJ goes, do you actually buy the pay-per-views, Aaron? Can you share receipts that you pay for them? I'm often critical of AEW, but I put my money where my mouth is and buy their $50 pay-per-views. I assume you do too. And this guy says, man, a real honest answer. He goes, no, I don't buy the pay-per-views because I can't afford to, raising a family. But I do watch Dynamite and Collision if I am able to attend the show. But I do watch highlights and the matches are good. There are some I do criticize, but I don't hate on the entire product. Wish AEW to go out of business. Yeah, I don't either. A lot of people, all they do is constantly complain about AEW. That's true. Instead of just enjoying the matches. Right, but you can't just tell people, just enjoy this thing, okay? And if you're not enjoying the product, then stop wasting your time and stop watching. Well, people are stopping to watch. And a lot of the critical people like myself would like... Well, I'll read you my response because I think I left a nice response. Hopefully it's here. I should have maybe bookmarked it, but he responded to like everybody. I don't know if he did respond to me. Mine's like buried. We're shadow banned. The black helicopters. I just told him, I was like, look, dude. Like, if your family and shit, dude, they shouldn't be watching like spike bats in the back and, you know, don't get fucking... I just told him, like, look, dude, I want AEW to be around for 40 or 50 years too, which is why I'm critical of it, you know? And don't be so, like, distraught. Like, it seems like this was tough for him to put this video out, then everybody attacked him. So I was like, no, we're not going to do that. You know, we're not going to push this guy to, like, you know, fucking unalive himself or something crazy because he, you know, so... Because if you really do listen past the first 2 seconds... or like 1 minute, he does talk about like, I'm grateful for Netflix and shit. He's saying more than Meltzer's ever said, you know, and Meltzer's the Observer. So he is saying he's a fan of all wrestling, but just, everybody stop wishing for AEW to die. And I mean, that can be his opinion, but I left a message like, or a response saying like, dude, I was just like, get outside. I always tell people like, get outside, man. You got to go outside a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Get some air, talk to some people. Let the record show that I was civil. Okay, so MJ's just... Oh, right. So here's the big contrast, right? And I just want to show you JD because I like reading shit in JD's voice. So MJ again goes, I respect your decision and priorities immensely. I do not mean to pick on you. You help make the case AEW's grossly overpriced. Their offering sucks. You have to choose and cannot buy them. There you go. But then look at JD's response. JD's like, oh, you're all over there? Well, I'm over here now. Okay? And he goes, shave whatever the fuck that is off your face. You look like the type to take your own sister to the high school prom. And please, wipe the coom dripping from your lips. Go. It's not polite to suck a billionaire's chicken. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Oh, and not be polite. And it's like, bro, did you listen past more than 10 seconds of what that dude said? JD? You fucking blocked me for dissing AEW. And then unblocked me when you started dissing AEW. Fuck you talking about, bro? You just went so hard on this dude. Like, Jesus Christ. That's what I mean. If you say shit like that to people, and then Joey wants to, like, fight you, and then you're mad when the dude, when you're like, I need a mental health break, oh, and then Joey Janela's like, fuck this guy. And I'm not sitting here defending everything Joey Janela does either, but it's like, dude, look at the dude in the video. He looks like he hasn't slept or something. He doesn't look entirely well. And I'm not shitting on the guy. But he looks stressed, man. Like he's caught up in some shit and he's responding to every single person. And not like he's arguing or being gross, but he's just defending his case. Like, no, I like all wrestling and I want AEW to be around. And then JD, the guy who was defending AEW like a year ago still. Not to say like you can't defend AEW. I try where I can, but it's like he goes this hard on this guy. I think that's so unbearably like... I have another one too where JD's like, I hear people say about other podcasts that it sounds like that, you know, when they rant about AEW that they sound like JD. And I'm like, oh, why can't they sound like themselves? And it's like, do you really think you invented being critical of AEW? Like, what the fuck, man? You know, I'm getting more harsh on JD every show. It was at first it was like, nah, I was defending him more, you know? But now it's like, bro, you just really jumped on this kid like that. That's pretty wild to like, especially as a guy who, and then you read the first response and he's like, no, I got a family and I want to support them, blah, blah, blah. And then JD's like, you know, goes like so hard. You'd think like he hated that man the way he just went so visceral on him, you know? Pretty crazy. But not Guile, but Kyle, Scoops for Wrestling, responds and he goes, I'd like to point out that Big Trouble Ben Bishop claimed a few weeks ago that WWE ID would be beneficial for the indies when there are 4 people losing Mania bookings due to WWE wanting people on an indie show so Natalya can pretend she's a shooter. So taking shots at Natalya. Now, Josh Barnett takes the heat. He's like, everyone booked is my decision on GCW Bloodsport. And so Big Lou Nixon says, I just been told the worst news imaginable. Despite being told I'd be a part of the show, I've lost my spot on Bloodsport. I understand it's business. So why does Natty lose a spot? Who's on the men's side of things? What do you mean? Why did Natty take his spot? Why is Natty catching strays? That's fucking wild, man. People just like contort things. But yeah, this guy handles it pretty cool. He's like, now that's been taken away from me. I don't know where that leaves me. Vegas next week. Bro, Big Lou Nixon, I don't know who you are. If I follow you, I'll give you a follow. Yeah, you're a wrestler. Show up to Vegas and just show up places with your gear and be ready. And something will happen. There'll be an opening. Just show up, shake hands, talk to everyone you can, have your gear, and just be like, listen, I'm here and ready to fucking work. You know? But blaming Big Trouble, right? Big Trouble's like, bro, what the fuck did I do? And like, how is this WWE ID hurting anything? Like, People are going to draw bigger houses because she's there and those wrestlers are there, you know, or they're going to draw like sell more ticket sales and draw bigger houses and have more eyeballs on social media. I mean, I don't know. I don't get why people hate on that. Now, I was sent this video, okay? And some people got mad. Here's the last one in the sicko segment. Then we're going to play some flutes, okay? I was sent this, all right? I'm not trying to blow up anybody's spot, but this is Bret Hart's people here. And I wasn't sent that, like, okay, these are Bret Hart's people. Like, Bret Hart's sitting in an airport and he's laughing like he thinks this is funny, okay? So he's in an airport. And then this guy zooms in. And it's an AEW fan, doesn't even see Bret Hart or say hello to him or whatever. And he just catches him out in the wild. Now, I posted this video, and some people got mad at me. Like, I didn't do this to, like, bully this dude. You know? It's just funny because, I don't know. People are just like, it's weird to film people when they're not paying attention. And yes, but this is Bret Hart's people filming this, okay? At least to my knowledge. So if someone wants to go on the record and correct that, then that's totally fine. So, yeah, it was just a funny thing. Like, oh, you don't see the legend of, like, Bret Hart's like the, you know, and maybe that person's just an AEW fan. People jumped under the comments, started making fun of the kid. Again, I didn't jump in on that. I just responded to people, like, saying it's weird. And it's like, well, what makes it weird? You don't understand the context, so it's weird. You know, like, it's weird that you don't, like, fucking, you can't find humor in, like, Bret Hart's laughing. He's smiling. You think Bret Hart's that dumb? He doesn't see a guy just sticking his phone right in his face, like a centimeter away from him, or like 2 feet away from him, you know? Come on, man. So that was hilarious. And I was also sent that. Just an amazing 2-year anniversary, for real. We got sent the goodies. Ladies and gentlemen, that was our sicko segment. Hell yeah. So let's get into, let me see. Yeah, we're going to do flutes. I'm going to check out and hang out with chat for like a couple minutes. Okay. At least. But I'm going to get organized here because Dave spirals completely out of control and we have so much shit to get through with Dave. So we're going to need flutes in the chat. Maybe he was being respectful and not bothering Bret. Yeah, exactly. It's just that Bret gets so much heat right now from the sickos, so it's just like a laughable moment. Like, here's Bret, and then there's an AEW fan 10 feet away who doesn't notice him. Like, it's just funny, man. Like, if you can't just, like, have an LOL at that situation and see the smile on Bret's face while that's funny, you know? Mike Saucelace has been a member for 8 months. Dr. Phil, give it up for the head man of the Phil Illuminati. Phil MF and Marks. Only heat TK makes is from the friction when Dave bounces. Come on. Oh, come on now. That's not very fair, Mike Saucelace, to try to get me to read something like that on the air. No, yeah. Thank you so much. And yes, I appreciate you all. If you're new here, hit like or subscribe or whatever. Hit the dislike, super chat in, become a member, all the fun YouTube shit. George sends in 5 and says, another toast, 2 years of roasting Dave. Thank you so much. Fucking bomb, dude. Yes, 2 more years of roasting Dave. This is 2 years of doing it. I mean, I've really sort of done it since the beginning of the show, and then it evolved into like an actual segment, you know? To where I like played the flute. Like, I used to just say, it's Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. And then we just jumped into it. And then it became like, I play the flutes and then the E flute. And yeah, now people are tweeting flutes at Dave. And people are fucking fluting just all around. People are made a funny account with Dave, pretending to be Dave. And they're like, fucking, I play flutes and shit. And it's been amazing. Thank you all. Throw some flutes up in the chat, please, and thank you, because we're going to get into our next segment. I'm just going to hydrate, though. I'm very dehydrated. I've been going hard in the paint for 4 hours. I had a great time. 2-year anniversary. Did you, chat? Round of applause for me. 2 years of me. 626. Look for a flute sign on Raw on Monday. Allegedly. Are you sure about that? Right? But yeah, everybody keep an eye out on Netflix. Okay. We all knew you were freaky, Phil, playing the flute. Juan Salazar, where's Hairline? Good question, man. Probably out on tour or something like that. You know, I explained it in a member show like a long while back, and you are a member, so you can check it out. But basically, we had to do our own things. You know what I mean? It's just how it works out sometimes. And yeah, it just shout him out. I hope he's doing well. He's probably touring around making music. You know, we're not in touch all the time as frequently as we were. But yeah, I hope he's doing the best. And yeah, I wanted him to like do something from the road. Like, hey, while you're on the road, just record shit and send it. And he just really was against that and stuff too. And I just knew like, well, I got to take this thing to the next level, you know? Like I had this all formulated. If you guys go back, my Twitter's older than it is. Like I didn't have a logo, but I had the handle prowrestletimes. Like I knew it'd be a thing. I explained it all before. But yeah, shout him out, man. Much love to him. He beat me to it. There you go. Yeah, I did on a member show. I explained all of that, you know, just to let everybody know what was up, right? So, Alt Jake takes on for two says, just wanted to congratulate you on 2 years, dude. PWT for life. Yeah, air horns, flutes in the chat. Thank you so much. Classic elbow moment on screen. Yeah, it's in there, dude. It's in there, bro. Like two ships passing in the night, right? They just fucking skirted right past each other. Okay, everybody throw flutes up in the chat because it is time for Dave Meltzer. Someone said I was looking for you on MySpace. What the fuck? Okay, it is time for everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. The great Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week, because this one is fucking legendary. He really lost his shit and fell off the rocker this week, especially. He's arguing with everybody. Did they check Friendster? I don't know, maybe Grindr. You'll find no. All the flutes. And so, yeah, a no DQ chat room or chat board or whatever those were. I wasn't meeting up with 13-year-olds like Tony Khan, but either way, let's play flutes one more time because it is time for, sorry, that just popped me. It is time for everybody's favorite segment in all of pro wrestling, YouTube and X or whatever, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. So Dave Meltzer starts accusing other people of being in denial. He flies completely off the rails, argues with Raj Giri and all of this stuff. Let's start with Dave Meltzer and what he had to say about Billy Gunn's contract, some shit that your boy Philly Phil said way long time ago. Okay? And Billy Gunn showing up in WWE 2K25 had a lot of fans scratching their heads. So Meltzer says the reason Billy Gunn is in the WWE video game is that even though he is under an AEW contract, Brian, he also has a WWE Legends contract. So according to Meltzer, maybe I'm wrong now because Meltzer said it, but I've been said that for a long time. Okay? There's a handful of these guys. Fucking Jake Roberts, Sting, I think has had one this whole fucking time as well. And yeah, so that's the way the cookie crumbles there. Now Dave Meltzer confirming the same thing, listens to PWT Confirmed or something. But yeah, he's just on like a Legends deal. And again, the vernacular is like, who knows if it's a legend or license or nostalgia deal. They have all these different deals to just try and get people locked up just for their history, man. Why not? Like, You own all these people. Why axe them out of fucking history? Armando Estrada signed one and all that shit. Shout out Victoria. But yeah, moving along here. In its first season, The Pit is averaging 10 million viewers per episode on Max, and the series premiere is up to 16.2 million. But I thought Max didn't release the numbers, Brian. I thought fucking Max doesn't reveal numbers for shows that are kicking ass. And so Dave, who is skeptical, which Raj Giri will point out later, of like Saturday night main events and Raw and Netflix's numbers, isn't skeptical of AEW's and thinks they're doing NBA level numbers. Meanwhile, this show is averaging 10 million viewers that I've never heard of. 10 million per episode on Max. So what? They're like all over 1 million if you factor in Max, 500,000. They don't report those numbers. They're under lock and key. Meltzer just got caught fucking up right there. Meltzer for a concussion in his match on Wednesday. Match, Brian. So I guess he's not concussed. He just puked because he ate some bad Doritos or something, I guess. Dave Meltzer again. Now, we owned him, and he's probably lying about these numbers, but what did I tell you, motherfuckers, on this show? Because I listen to Dave, man. I get sent the shit, okay? Dave Meltzer was talking to Brian, and Dave keeps adding 30%, 30%, 30%. 1/3, 1/3, 30%. And so he talked about like their last big pay-per-view with Brian, and he said it did like 100,000, 105. And even I was like, that could be like being gracious, you know? And then he was predicting that one of these pay-per-views that just passed, I don't think Dynasty, but one of them before, I think the one before, Dave was like, oh, I think with Amazon, it'll do 135,000. So he just like added 30%. And he's like, well, Amazon will do 30% more. Like he kept just adding 30%. We chronicled it here on the show. He's pulling the real numbers here now. At least this is what Dave claims. I wouldn't be shocked if it was more like 90,000. And Dave is adding another 30% to make it 120. And he goes, AEW Dynasty is looking at 110 to 120,000 pay-per-view buys. I don't buy it for a second, man. I think it's more like 90,000 or 80,000, and he's adding 30% again. That's what I think Dave is fucking doing, especially if he's copping the numbers that low for a... And like, that's still kind of high, too. You really think? And like, oh, let's say over 1 million people are watching on Max. None of them are buying the pay-per-view. The pay-per-view numbers aren't skyrocketing along with it. It's just a bunch of people who want to watch it for free. I don't know if that passes the fucking smell test. You know what I'm saying? So just keep a lookout for that to get exposed. I'm on to you, Meltzy. So someone in WWE says Charlotte Flair has fucked the whole program with Tiffany. Yeah, they really fucked it up after they did that great parking lot brawl, you dumbasses. Anyways, though, the Observer goes, actually, one person in the company said, Charlotte has been trying to rattle Tiffany. Standard stuff. Cena does it. Randy does it. Young talent coming up. Actually, it's like, except, CMLL, you put a little heat on them as a test to get them to either sink or swim. Well, Charlotte has fucked this whole program by not adjusting to being a heel because she was originally a plan to be the babyface of the feud. Last night, Friday, she got stuck. The Chicago crowd ate her up because they can see she's doing more than business. She's trying to embarrass Tiffany. Dave.
Are you sure about that?
I don't know if Dave should be talking shit. But who knows? They've worked everybody, to say the least. Whether it's a shoot or a work, they're working us now. So Vince Russo, bro, for once we get a Vince or Russo, bro, in a Dave Meltzer dumb moment of the week, bro. What is it with dirt sheet marks dyeing their gray hair? Bro, do you know how ironic that is? They claim to be journalists, bro, barking how they are honest and you should trust them, bro. And I invented The Rock, but yet they are dyeing their hair, bro. Lying to you by attempting to hide their age, bro. Bro, I'm gray. I'm gray, bro. I'm 64. I have a wife who still yells at me after 41 years in the wrestling business, bro. And lately, I've been randomly farting as I walk. Bro, get over yourselves. You're not cool, not hip, and you never will be. Act your age, bro. So there's Vince Russo even had some shit to say about Vince. Pardon me, your guy Dave roasting him, which is hilarious. So Dave Meltzer gets into it. I got a couple clips to play first, but he gets into it with Corderas and Raj Giri. We got a lot in this folder. And we'll circle back to that. So Meltzer said what? The GOAT said this to... Well, he tagged Meltzer, right? But he's responding to Raj Giri. And it's just owning the numbers a bit. He goes, he quotes this. So on ABC and had 2 million viewers. The latter claim was there were 700,000 viewers streaming on Peacock. A few sports media people questioned that immediately, noting that made no sense given the other sports, what other sports do on Peacock or other streaming services that are broadcast on television. So even Dave himself, he can't keep up with his own bullshit. He's quoted as saying, like, when it was WWE, he jumped on it. It couldn't possibly be that high. But then with Max, you guys are going to see him spiral out of control where he's unable to defend the same shit. Okay. Switchblade pipes in as well. He's like, NBA's PR account said that Warriors-Laker game averaged 2.5 million on TNT, True, and Max. The game did 2.158 million on TNT, 294 on True, 2.45 on cable. Max numbers are less than 100K. Why would both NBA and TNT state Max is included, but report cable numbers? So again, all this shit Dave's been doing, bro. He's like, I study the sports business. No, you don't, bro. This guy deduced the math. Switchblade shows it was under 100K. For NBA, there's in no reality is AEW doing 5 times that on Max, period. So Dave is just being debunked repeatedly. His own bullshit is being pulled on him, his own cards. Okay. So it's reported here, right, by the Wrestling Observer newsletter that WWE has reportedly sold 48,621 tickets for WrestleMania 41 Night 1 and 54,044 tickets for Night 2, Brian. A sellout would mean 60,000 tickets sold each night. Well, Dave, luckily Dr. Phil's here to fucking remedy your bullshit. And I quote tweet it with a screen grab here, right? And I go, funny, because when GCW outsold AEW in the same venue by 400 tickets, Meltzer made excuses and said it was still a sellout for AEW. It's always different rules for different companies because Dave fears facts. And look, so Dave's going, in order for it to be a sellout, 60,000 tickets need to be sold each night. So they're going to lie about it being a sellout, Brian. That's what Dave's doing. Okay? Now, look at what he said earlier this year, like 2 months ago, 3 months ago. PJ Taints goes, GCW sold 400 more tickets than AEW at Hammerstein. What do you have to say about that? Dave Meltzer goes, both sold out. One had a bigger stage than the other. Also, the difference was 190. Why would I care past reporting the number? Well, why do you care about Why are you nitpicking and going, well, if it's not 63,000, it's not a setup or it's not a sellout? What about the WrestleMania setup being fucking bigger? Dave, and I know, I get it. They didn't sell out both nights, technically, for what they had hoped. We know. But it's just so funny how Dave will pull this good for me, not for thee shit. Why should I care? Well, why do you care when it's the Fed, bro? You're not consistent enough in your own bullshit. So Meltzer, late to the party yesterday, goes, those in WWE claim that Julia was not injured and that Stephanie Vaquer won the title versus title match because she had gotten more over than Julia. And then they vacate it? No, motherfucker. No, Dave, you dummy. That's not what happened.
Dummy, yeah.
She had visa issues. They thought it was going to be a 3-month wait. It ended up being a 4-week wait or a 3-week wait or some shit. So now they're... Because why is she challenging for the title again? At Stand and Deliver. Dave, watch NXT. Fucking idiot. And then he's just late to the party telling a lie. Right? And I go, holy fuck. Meltzer with another huge miss. Studying the business and not fearing facts would help you learn, Dave. And I just keep saying that shit. This guy here has this to say too. He goes, Stephen Williams says, so if AEW fans can add an imaginary 500K to every Dynamite rating, then we can surely add 700K to NXT, right? Since the UK can watch it on Netflix, right? That's how it works. And then I quote tweet that and I go, and it's anywhere from number 3 to 5 on Canada Netflix every week too. By Dave Meltzer and BJ Bethel's own invisible math, NXT is doing like 2 million viewers on Netflix globally. And like, that's the thing. They don't extrapolate. They don't do the same thing for NXT. Right? So we have some clips here. Those are so hilarious. Those are the main event of the eve. So after Chris Jericho recently said, we talked about this earlier tonight, recently said he's open to returning to WWE, Dave Meltzer said he believes Jericho should leave AEW. And this is because they're boys, so he's going to support it. Everyone else is a traitor. Oh, Tommy End, Aleister Black, who gives a shit? Fuck them. Here we go. Look at Jericho. So Jericho, remember when Dave was like, hey, it's a warning. You probably shouldn't speak out. That's what I think it is. You probably shouldn't speak out if you want to switch companies. You shouldn't be vocal in AEW, Brian. And then Jericho's doing it as friend, and he's like, oh, he should go over there. And then he tries to bury WWE in the same breath, but he's a fool. So Dave says, actually, I will say this much for Jericho, unless the money is greatly different and, unless there is a loyalty because he was on the ground floor of this, if I was asked, all things being equal, I would suggest him leaving. The reality is he's swimming upstream in AEW with a fan base that he can work heel with and he can help guys. But like with the Hardys, he can return to WWE and get at least a short-term gigantic reaction because there's nothing WWE fans like more than seeing a guy defect from AEW. Dave's so delusional. This is a company. AEW is literally a company that was founded on people popping for all the WWE guys. And, I can't wait till the next Game Changer and the next WWE guy comes over. And then what does Dave do? He parades and laughs like a seal. And Bryan Daniels said, Cope is coming over. He's so happy. Here, he's like, he'll get a short-term gigantic pop. He's so bitter and mad. There's nothing WWE fans like more. Okay, you're projecting, right? And he's swimming upstream in AEW. Dave wants him gone because that's one of the things even AEW fans clown on. They're like, why is Jericho on my screen and shit? So Dave's like subtly tried to suggest he should go and put that out there. And he should. He should, man. He's got to untarnish if that's a thing you can even do. Right? So I'm going to save the clips for the end here. But we are going to read through this argument. So Dave Meltzer gets into it with Jimmy Corderas. Okay. So this guy, Jambeard, says, so you don't think it's possible that at least 100K to 200K could be watching on Max, considering the AEW used to average 800K for Dynamite? And then Corderas says the numbers before it was available on Max were not 800K. Exactly. They weren't. They were like 600K. And then Dave Meltzer goes, I know you're in denial, but Straight Logic says it's in 35 million homes that had no access previously. Okay, so WWE's in 100 million more homes than it was in previously or whatever. So how the fuck don't you keep the same energy, which we covered? You don't keep the same energy. We just showed it on screen. Your own newspaper. An equal skew would be 54% rise, which is less than the 500,000 new viewers would be. How is that an equal skew? But still 325 to 350. I don't believe it's that high because I think the skew is way lower over 50. So Dave's admitting that all of these fucking numbers are fake. Like he's sitting here going, yeah, the 500,000 isn't real. Okay, so then it's not over 1 million. So let's say it's 350. Okay, well they do like 650, but you're even saying that's too high. So they're not breaking 1 million. So all these people are wrong. All the math is invisible and made up. You're making it all up and bullshitting based off 30% that you pulled out of your asshole. Okay? And look at what he goes. I think the skew is way lower over 50, but it's very reasonable between those switching from regular TV. A very high number, as every poll shows. No, your polls show. And everyone's blocked, you idiot. It is every bit of that in 1849. A denial of a number 200,000 is straight out silly, especially as More with Max have privately corroborated the Bethel story. As More with Max privately. So Dave just lies and goes, yeah, and more people at Max have confirmed. To who?
Liar!
To who?
Liar!
To you?
Tell us
Privately?
what you know, you goddamn liar!
So it's not confirmed then. More privately told BJ Bethel that fucking those numbers are right. No, they did not, bro. And even if, let's say, okay, they're doing 200,000, that's terrible. That's fucking terrible numbers. Max is in like 117 million homes. I read it on the other show. They're in 65 countries and 107 million fucking homes or whatever. Maxes. They have reached to 107 million people or whatever. So that fucking sucks. That stinks. That stinks, you know? And Dave's just bullshit all the fucking time. And he's like, why are you in denial? It sounds like you're in denial, bro. It's fucking crazy. And then Raj Giri responds and goes, the story you mentioned also said that NBA games are averaging 1.7 to 2 million viewers, not views on Max. Meanwhile, NBA games on TNT averaged 1.4 million viewers in February, up from Feb of last year. I don't doubt Bethel is using the numbers from a source close to or at WBD. Now, Raj is convinced. He's like, no, BJ does know people there. Okay? But clearly something is way off with the methodology. According to that story, not only are NBA games on Max beating games on TNT by up to 43%, the combined TNT Max viewership is dwarfing what the games have been averaging on ABC. Not only that, but Max would be crushing what the games have been averaging on ESPN. Only 2 games in March averaged over 1.7 million on ESPN. As someone who has studied ratings for decades, does Max doing those kinds of viewers for NBA games make any sense to you? And that's what Dave can't answer. He can't answer that shit. Okay? He's trying it would be easier to believe if we have data on the NBA and we can just go, the NBA isn't pulling what you're saying, Dave. So there's no way AEW does. It's just that simple. It's really that simple. There's no fucking way there's more AEW fans on Max just because than are on NBA. That's been on Max for a long while now. So Dave Meltzer, man, going at it with Corderas. We got to go down the inception hole here. So this guy, Exit Dave, so another Dave, of course, two dummy Daves here, says Bethel has sources at WBD. That's what he says in the article, and he's broken stories before related to WBD, so there's a proven track record. No, there's not a proven track record. He's broken stories. Show me the track record of them all checking out, because so far it's all bullshit. So this is, again, where people are fucking dumb and they say things they don't really know what it means. Proven track record doesn't mean that. You know? So he'd also risk being sued for making shit up. And one of the parties involved all but confirmed a press conference. Sorry, kiddo. You don't get sued for writing fucking articles and doing clickbait shit on Twitter. And you don't when you're just talking about invisible math that nobody gives a fuck about. And it's not a suable offense. So I don't know why this guy just goes to that extreme. And then also, who confirmed it? Show me that clip. No one's ever seen that. Jimmy Corderas says, so you still believe he is the only person outside of those on the inside that has been given access to numbers that are kept close to the vest? Trust me, if those numbers were anywhere close to accurate, they would be touting them every chance they got. Absolutely. Because they tout over the millies. So TNT and them would be like, they would be like, oh my God, they're fucking getting millions of viewers when you factor in all of our shit combined. WBD does it all the time. TNT, TBS, all these numbers combined. Holy shit, look at what they're doing for us. Look at this show. Over 1 million, 1.7. They reported for NBA. They're not reporting that for fucking AEW. Why? Wouldn't they be more stoked because they thought for sure going into it that AEW... Like, they knew for sure AEW wouldn't draw more than NBA and shit. So if it was doing numbers like that, they'd be like, oh my God, this is a fantastic success. So Meltzer goes, how many people watch the Elimination Chamber on Peacock? Must be a terrible number, like 50,000, given nobody at WWE gave a number, right? It's silly now. No, it's silly, Dave, because you made it silly there. You're saying something arbitrary. Like this, what you just said is silly, yes. But what Jimmy said wasn't what he's saying, bro. God damn it. It's so dumb. We just explained this. They tout the NBA numbers. If the AEW numbers were similar, why give us a reason why they would not say them? Because they're not those numbers, because you guys are assholes and you make shit up all the time. So that's why we're done giving you the benefit of the doubt. Do you not get it? Dave is so nuts. He goes, you're fighting both logic and common sense. No, Dave, that's what you're doing, because logic and common sense would tell us that they're not touching NBA numbers at this point. And also, have you criticized people with WWE numbers for major shows like me and saying they're fake as well? Dave, that's the problem. You keep saying that what BJ's numbers are incorrect. They're more like 100,000 or 200,000. And he's trying to say it's like 500 to 800,000 and shit. Meanwhile, you're like, it's more like 500,000, or you're saying it's more like 200,000. So you're even saying he's wrong. But then in the same breath, we just looked at it, you're defending him. So, like, stop. Why are you being defensive of that guy's math when we're saying it's likely not checking out? And even you're refuting it, Dave. You're saying it's too high. And it's not 500,000. That's what's crazy to me. Like, why are you defending it then when you know it's wrong? Are you criticizing WWE for saying it's fake as well? Well, no, because Netflix is coming out and saying the fucking numbers. Right? And the people who tried to say that Netflix underreported numbers then got disproven and shown that the math they were doing, and Brandon Thurston actually deleted his whole fucking report, showed that Netflix underreported. Or sorry, they did report, WrestleNomics did, and Awful called them out, where they said that Netflix overreported their one show. And then Awful checked it out, and all the math proved was that they actually underreported their other shows too. And there's Video Amp and all this shit. You guys are still using Nielsen, right? So who knows if that aligns? I'm not a numbers guy, as I tell you guys. But Dave, you're going against common sense and logic with what you're trying to spin here. So Corderas goes, here we go again. Why would I criticize WWE, AEW, or any other wrestling company that gives their numbers? They all fudge them. Journalists are not supposed to do that, and if they don't have accurate numbers, should not report them as such. Boom. Fucking owned Dave Meltzer. And then Dave goes, you claim the AEW numbers on Max are fake, even when the owner pretty much corroborated them. Yeah, he did say that's what I heard too. Like around that. So to be fair, have you also claimed WWE numbers on Peacock claim that are similar for Saturday Night Main Event are also fake? I've only explained both as to why a streaming number and a Nielsen count are different in both cases, Brian. Jimmy. What is he saying here? Okay, so Tony corroborated them, but they're still invisible. So to be fair, have you also claimed WWE? But why? He doesn't have to claim that. Like, you're trying to point out other people are biased, but you're fucking biased, Dave. And you know that, so you're projecting, dude. Peacock claimed that similar for SNME are also fake. Okay, they probably are, dude. So you're saying the Dynamite numbers are fake. That's what Dave's now saying. So, okay, I guess the best guy isn't Tony Khan, and all these numbers are fake, and they're not even doing close to 1 million. Oh, they're doing 100 to 200,000. Okay, Dynamite's been putting up 400 to 600,000. So they're doing the same numbers they've always been doing. The best guy's Tony Khan. And they're not doing close to 1 million, you fucking idiot. They're doing about 700,000 people. Lock in for Dynamite is what you're saying. Like, is that okay? Even Dave on his high end there, 250,000 or whatever he said. It's fucking crazy, man. But yeah, streaming and Nielsen, blah, blah, blah. So Dave gets quote tweeted by Raj, who says, wait, weren't you highly skeptical of the Peacock numbers when they came out? I know I was. I still won't use 2 million. And that was only about 20% of the total viewership. So again, Raj is just saying, dude, you want to say 30%, 40%? Great, 30%. But the Peacock number that Dave was skeptical of himself was 20%. So you mean to tell me that on Peacock, or on Max, AEW is doing higher percentages than WWE on Peacock even? There's another comparison. Dave, because of his cognitive dissonance, he refuses to accept when people give him these analogies. He won't respond to them because they completely destroy everything he's saying. When they just go, look, dude, it can't touch NBA. It can't touch NFL. It can't touch WWE. Certainly, you understand that, right, Dave? But he won't accept that, bro. That's the fucking problem. And then he dips, dives, ducks, and dodges from all of that shit. Breaking news. So Dave Meltzer reports on the numbers, Brian, and he says here, yeah, I don't want to lose my spot. He says AEW did 600K, 0.13 last night. Obviously, 18 to 49 number was very low, lowest ever for an episode in the regular time slot. NXT aired in NY, Chicago, and a few other markets. Nothing else was out of the ordinary. Brian, Evolve debuted, but I can't see that having a significant effect. The numbers don't include Max. So, Dave, 100,000 people fucking tap in? So they get 750,000 people watch it, right? Like, by your fucking math, you said all the BJ Bethel shit is fake. But then you say, well, they corroborated his report. Well, Dave, at first he suggested numbers as high as like 800,000. Then he updated it, or 500,000 or even higher, rather. And then he updated it to say the 500,000 number's not right. And then you said that WBD sources confirmed his report, although it's more like 350. But even I think that's too high. To say anything less than 200,000 is insane. That's what you're saying, bro. And they put up 600K. All right. They have like we know, dude, that's what they put up. Like, I don't know. It's not growing. It seems like the key demo's diminishing. They're all watching on Max. But to get to those numbers you're saying, and you're like, did you also call out WWE for their fake numbers? So you're saying all those numbers are fake? Then why are you defending this shit? That's how you know it's just bias insanity to where he really, I think he's so far gone. I just think he's just so dumb. He doesn't even know it's what he's doing. I swear at this point. Or he's getting paid an astronomical amount of fucking money or something. 30%. Evolve debuted, but I can't see that having an impact. Me neither, really. Not too much, you know. But it's always just explaining away. So we read Corderas' response. Dave Meltzer had more to say to Corderas. So Corderas says, it appeared the company was ready to Okay, here, sorry. He responds to Rajgiri. So more Inception. This guy, Mikey Like, says, who is the all-in opponent? Darby? Rajgiri says it would be the Owen Cup winner, right? Darby starts his Everest climb next week, so it wouldn't be him. I assume Ospreay. But to me, the biggest opponent for Mox would be Omega, but it looks like he's facing Okada at All In. Yeah, that's Tony's dream. That's what's happening, guys, okay? Ben told you. Rajgiri says it. Oh, sorry. Corderas responds and says, it appeared the company was ready to strap the rocket on him, but he said, not right now. I want to climb a mountain. And then Dave, no one's talking to Dave. Dave has to interject himself, Brian. Okay. Brian. He has to. He has to be like, no, that's not right.
The best guy's Tony Khan.
We love Darby Allin. So Dave goes, that is totally incorrect. They knew the timetable of what he was doing nearly a year ago. Why would you defend it? Like, why do you care? Whether they should have allowed it is a different story, but his situation was no different from a wrestler in either company. Always makes it about WWE. And Dave, it's no different when The Rock goes to shoot a fucking movie and get pampered and host fucking award shows and shit or whatever he's doing. And that's no different than a guy saying, hey, I'm going to climb this mountain and maybe die. Now, everyone's allowed to make their own choices in life, but just remember that when these wrestlers are like, I love wrestling, man. We love wrestling. We all earn this. We all love wrestling. And then they're all taking contracts to go do other shit and work part-time, work once a week. So that's all I'm saying, man. They all have these other ventures. It is what it is. But yeah, Meltzer says it's no different from a wrestler in either company taking time off for a movie role, which the company knew months in advance and prepared storylines for that thing. No, it's climbing a fucking mountain that people have died climbing and have lost limbs climbing and shit. You moron. Jimmy Corderas says, like, would the KC Chiefs allow Mahomes a couple weeks off in the middle of their season to go hella skiing in the Andes Mountains? What kind of message does that send to your teammates? Dave is such a fucking moron, man. And then Meltzer goes, WWE, TNA, and New Japan have all allowed wrestlers to take time off to do movies or TV shows. Unless they're filming Darby, Dave, this is to climb a mountain where people have died. I believe. There's movies about it and shit. NFL teams don't allow players to do so during the season. Pro wrestling isn't the NFL. WWE allowed Cena when he was the top guy still to do so. And he was at the time a far more top of a guy than Darby Allin. Darby Allin's not a top guy, you idiot. And here's the other thing, Dave. He went and did a movie with stunt double.
Stupid idiot.
Cena does his own stunts. I know he did do a lot of them and he got his thing so he can do them. So it opens up more roles for him and shit. I know that. It doesn't mean he has to do them with the level he's at. Not all of them. Okay. And here's the thing, buddy. Here's the thing, right? They didn't give Cena time off to go volcano diving or tornado hunting or tsunami wrestling. Like, what the fuck, bro? He's climbing the world's largest mountain. It's pretty fucking crazy if you ask me. Jimmy says fair enough, but Moxley bleeds on TV every week, gives up vacations when the roster is decimated by injuries, and Darby decides to take a chunk of time off for a hobby. Also, making a movie will definitely have more mainstream reach for both talent and company than climbing Everest. If Darby goes up there and plants an AEW flag, Brian, that could be the funniest thing
The best
ever.
guy's Tony Khan.
That could be the funniest thing ever. So let's see. Reminder. So Jimmy Corderas tweets this out. He says, so it can now be speculated that on March 7th, the most watched NBA regular season game in Max history between the Lakers and Mavericks did no more than 48,000 viewers on Max. Okay? The game also did 2.58 million on TNT and 444 on True TV, blah, blah, blah. But on Max, a regular season game between the Mavs and the Lakers, two of the top most popular teams, didn't do more than 48,000 on Max. And Meltzer wants us to believe that AEW is doing 200,000 and shit, bro. Crazy, man. So Meltzer goes, they may have been told it was the biggest, but they wouldn't have access to the number. Well, they just said that show The Pit has fucking 10 million viewers every episode. So what are you fucking talking about, Dave? Yes. And you just said BJ Bethel and them do have the numbers, but they're fake. Like, he just makes shit up as he goes. He's such a fucking idiot, man. To add it in, they only use the cable TV numbers. You really trying to argue that a Saturday, and then he brings it back to Saturday night main event. He brings it back to fucking the Fed, bro. What about the Fed, though? You really trying to argue that a Saturday night main event episode did 14.6 times what a major NBA game on similarly rated streaming platforms? No, you're going after Jimmy when he never said anything about it. You're like having an invisible argument with Corderas because you don't want to have that, because you can't say that about Raj, who's pulling your card. And Raj never said that. Raj said he was critical of that number too. So that's your problem, Dave. You're just picking invisible fights. Or is WWE also making up numbers like you claim Bethel is? Dave, you said that Bethel's numbers were literally fake. We just covered it fucking here.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
We just covered it. Bro, you just said that those numbers were fake. So yes, you just said that Bethel was making the
Stupid
numbers.
idiot.
Holy shit. Holy shit. The dude's completely fucking insane. We have clips we're going to get to. So Switchblade says, someone tell Dave Meltzer that the most viewed regular season game is 48K. Okay. And then I quote tweet and go, if Dave Meltzer wasn't in denial, fearful of facts, and actually studied the pro wrestling television and Wagyu beef businesses, he'd know that's not how streaming works. And I'm just poking the bear. So Dave Meltzer argues more numbers, bro. And someone deleted their post, but Meltzer's like, Revolution up 27% from the prior show, which had been the highest since All In. Dynasty was down. See, 27. What do you round 27% up to, guys? 30%. So everything they do, they're just like up 30%, up 30%, up 30%. Get the fuck out of here, Dave. So Dynasty was down from Revolution. Of course, Revolution was down from last year since it was Sting's retirement and did top 3 of all time. And then Raj says that's one way to frame it. Dynasty down as much as 21% from the prior show, which was the lowest since, well, the prior show. And that's the one Dave tried to say Amazon will give them like 30,000 more buys. Context is key. Revolution has been up from the prior show every year in its existence, except for one where it was down slightly, 5K buys. It has the biggest gap from the prior show, so it makes sense it would be up. In general, the best comparison is the event the year before. Last year's Revolution wasn't a fair comparison, but last year's Dynasty is to this year's, and it's looking like it's down. So there you go. Raj Giri just spitting bars on fucking Dave. And so Jimmy Corderas responds to the you're in denial stuff, right? And Jimmy goes, denial, please save that for others, Dave. I wish it were true. I really do. But you can do all the Steiner math you like just to justify this. Please explain why the NBA numbers are 10% of what it's claimed for AEW while on the same platforms. Exactly. That's what I called out. Like, okay, so Dave, you're saying NBA does 10% of AEW? Like, and then Meltzer responds though to Raj, right? And he goes, or Raj, pardon me, and goes, since All In, the highest pay-per-view number was Revolution, and second highest was Dynasty. Dynasty was down from Revolution, but still ahead of every show in quarter 4. And then Raj responds to this And says, but that's not a fair comparison. You had 3 pay-per-views in Q4, 4 in a 4-month span from Sep to December, while there's only been 2 in a 4-month span so far. Comparing year over year is the real indicator. And this is what I try to explain with these Moxley idiots. Oh, he popped the quarter hour. Bro, compare year over year, my guy. And really compare month over month. And it looks like Moxley's losing 100,000 people every fucking show. So he goes, you can't really do it with Revolution since last year was a special show, but you can with Dynasty. If there was a big influx in new viewers, you'd expect Dynasty to see an uptick from the prior year. If you're estimating 350K viewers on Max, oh my God, that puts them at about 1 million a week, which would be a sizable from the 800K-ish viewership they were doing in Q1 last year. Bickety boom, bro. It's just invisible people. And Awful's like, what the fuck is invisible math? And it's like, just invisible shit, bro. We're just talking about nothing. Like, where's the people? The people. So Meltzer said what? The fucking GOAT. And we have clips. Let me check in with chat quick. Sorry. I know 626 a long time ago said front row near Cole, Meltzer Fierce PWT Flutes. Put the sign on Discord and it will be available on 2K soon. Word. It'll be on my rise for my created guy. Search PWT. Happy 2 year, bud. Thank you. Sorry to keep you waiting. I had to rip through a bunch of that, Dave, or we'd be here. Like, this is a 5-hour show already, dude. So thank you so fucking much. And I'm going to download that sign and use it for my guy, and you'll see it on my rise as well. That's amazing. Right by Cole, we're going to have a fucking Meltzer Fierce Flutes. And just, tuck it away. Because if they might try and snag it, you just, have 2 signs attached and make it appear as one sign if you can, In Minecraft, of course, not in real life. No. Jesus Christ. So this is from the GOAT. Meltzer said what? A new member, Julian Floyd, by the way. Thank you so much for being a member. 99 cents to become a member. I'm pretty certain that mountain climbers have a lot more muscle and meat. Yeah, all good. Happy anniversary. Yeah, dude, appreciate you so much. Thank you. They did eventually find the bodies of 2 Everest guys. So you guys are still going off about Everest. Okay. So, yeah, and the pay-per-views aren't even on Max, So it's like...
Shut up, bitch!
But here's the GOAT. Meltzer said what? And we have a bunch of clips to finish off Dave Meltzer's dumb moment. And Meltzer said what? Says, Jesus Christ, Meltzer has now proclaimed the AEW Dynasty triple threat match with Kenny, Ricochet, and Speedboat as one of the greatest 3-ways in the history of wrestling. North Korean propaganda is nothing on Uncle Dave. So let's take a listen to Dave saying Ricochet, Omega, we've seen way better matches. One of the greatest of all time, the god of everything, the ruler of my holes, Kenny Omega.
We just had a pay-per-view on Sunday night, and usually you hype this pay-per-view was great, buy the replay. I mean, they may have mentioned that, but I do not recall anything that got me to where oh man, I need to see this replay. And they should have focused on, because there was strong stuff. I mean, there's the hit, the significance of the finish of the main event, with the Young Bucks return and all that. The 3-way was, one of the better. The
significance of the Young Bucks return. It's insignificant, Dave. Why would he say it's significant? It's not. It's insignificant. No one cares.
3-way matches in the history of wrestling. It was fantastic.
One of the best 3-way matches in the history of wrestling. Holy shit, man.
Kyle Fletcher and Briscoe.
And he's like, we coming off the back of this pay-per-view. No one cares, Dave. Why don't you get it? We have such a funny follow-up to this, too, where Dave gets mad at his own people for laughing at how fucking dumb AEW is, man. And Dave doesn't realize he's out of the loop, even his own observer people.
The tournament matches, the Will Ospreay match, Mercedes match. I mean, there's,
the Mercedes match, all these fucking amazing, all the most brilliant matches of all time, Ryan. Yeah, they don't mean shit because of that, dummy.
Matches up and down, Tony Storm, Megan Bayne, which was a great match. We had another great pay-per-view because it's people buy these things for the next 2 weeks, especially the first week out. And it was almost like they gave up on this one for whatever reason, rather than try to get late buys and try to hype it after the fact. Because did they do anything did the announcers ever talk about how great the 3-way was? because that should have been the main selling point. Is this three-way is one of the best three-ways of all time, and you got to see it to believe it. 30 minutes and blah blah blah. And I don't recall them doing that. And when Kenny was out, he didn't talk about the match at all. He probably shouldn't have, because his focus should be on the future thing. But the announcers...
Because, Dave, the announcers, Excalibur, the fucking mark and the mask, bro, what are you talking about? Yeah, of course he was putting it over. He owned PWG or whatever the fuck, bro. Dave is like, oh, he didn't even talk about how it was the greatest match of all time. Because it wasn't, you idiot.
There should have been. They showed clips of the pay-per-view, but I don't think they did any hard sells to buy the pay-per-view, which was another thing that was kind of like, I'm watching the show going like, why aren't you talking about the pay-per-view that just happened? You know what I mean?
Because, Dave, no one cares, because no one gives a shit but you.
WWE would have these freaking newspaper, and website clippings on the top and hyping like you missed this and everything like that. And AEW just kind of nothing on that. And it was very, in so many ways it felt...
because AEW fucking sucks and Tony Khan sucks. He's not creative. He doesn't know how to book wrestling. He doesn't know how to format it. People don't fucking listen. Okay?
Just not focused. Yeah.
Jesus, man. So that's hilarious, right? But then the funny part, though, is Dynamite Dave gets shoot mad at his AEW Dynasty house guests who were watching the pay-per-view with him and laughing at the goofy spots during Kenny Ricochet Speedball. Meanwhile, Dave Meltzer's like, oh, that match, it was the greatest match of all time. One of the greatest matches we've ever seen, Brian. He gets shoot mad at his house guests for laughing while he's sitting there like, clapping his hands like a baby with shiny keys being jingled in front of him. You know what I mean? And he's like, this is so, right? He's warming himself up. The god of everything. Meanwhile, people are laughing at him, his own observer people.
And what do you think about the three-way Omega Ricochet Speedball?
4 1/4.
I'm gonna go 4 3/4, and since I said the name Ricochet again, yeah, I'm gonna go 4 3/4.
I know he really likes that guy in those matches, and there was a lot to like in that match. I just couldn't take parts of it seriously. Yeah. And when I got to a point, it's like,
he kind of got mad at us when we were making fun of the goofy spots.
I mean, it got cute. It got PWG-ish, and
yeah, totally. See, PWG.
I'm sorry, Kenny Omega is not a PWG level wrestler. When you put him in a pay-per-view,
PWG level wrestler. What the fuck does that mean? Who's talking right now? That Garrett guy, Garrett.
You just made the list.
I expect this is one of the best wrestlers in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't feel like I got that version of Kenny Omega in this match.
I think as I was watching it, he definitely paced himself, but I knew he was coming strong for the end. But yeah, there was lots of moments where he's just chilling on the outside.
Yeah, it was like,
I'll let these guys do their thing.
He knew that there was a queue around 20 minutes, and it was like, okay, it's go time, and then he had a really great match. But there was a lot of fat in that match up to that point that, it was a lot of Ricochet and a lot of Mike Bailey doing the...
See, it was a lot of Ricochet and a lot of Mike Bailey. That's what I told you guys going in the pay-per-view. Kenny isn't doing crazy shit anymore. He's done doing that. So all these marks who are like, his style, he's the best. That's why Dave's like, it was the greatest ever. He has to say that because Kenny can't go nuts like he used to.
Work in that match, and that's fine. It was their spotlight show.
You know what? We forgot the most. The what?
And then what did they follow it up with? A multi-man match the next on Dynamite. Ricochet's in a multi-man match, and everybody slaps his bald head, and it's just meaningless.
Should win the most gifable is when Ricochet was on the headset and Mike Bailey super kicked him in the face.
That was fantastic.
That's probably the most gifable. We screwed that one up.
Oh. Yeah, that was pretty funny. I won't lie about that. So we have some more clips. Here's Brian. So here's a trying Brian here. Let's play one for Brian.
Brian.
And here is, his thoughts on Kenny Omega's follow-up promo on Dynamite.
Well, the point is that he said the last time, you guys talk about all your friends, but the last time I saw you, you were kicking me off a stretcher at the height of my diverticulitis. And then he says, I came back, not for revenge, but it was for my legacy and the future of the company. And let me tell you about you guys. And then he tells this bizarre story involving Shih Tzu dogs that appear to have been written by...
It was orgasmic, bruv.
Like the WWE writing team trying to make Vince laugh.
There was a lot of WWE-ish stuff on this show when it came to the promos.
Yeah, because they're trying to be more WWE, dude. The more you try and work out, and WWE-ish what? Not current WWE. Old Vince WWE, like Brian's saying, right? But you guys don't like that because Tony Khan, you've been hurting Tony Khan's business, buds.
Especially for the Ospreay and Mark Briscoe thing, too, later. I mean, it just felt... And a lot of talking on the show. It just was...
A lot of talking. We don't like that.
It felt different. The other thing on the show was they were going back to this, we're trying to restore the feeling thing, and essentially telling you that yeah, we've lost our way, but we're trying to get it back. And it's like, I don't know. They've done this before. I don't think that's the right message.
Doing it every 6 months. They go fucking, restore the feeling. Like, they keep doing it.
Message to send. Yeah, we used to be hot and now we're not. Especially because they're probably doing better than they've been doing. But they went back to that again.
They're probably doing better than they've been doing. No, they're not, dude. Stop saying probably and then making up lies.
And like I said, there was a lot of... I just felt the show was off kilter in a lot of ways. They had some good... I mean, the 8-man tag was a really good wrestling match. Real good. But it just felt between that and... Like, when it was over, other than the tournament and that one 6-man, I didn't feel like they were building anything directly. And there were these long talking segments that didn't really focus on anything and really, maybe they're the beginning of long stories. But I was...
Well, this is clearly the beginning of a long story.
Oh, man. Well, it's clearly the beginning of a long one, so stay strapped in, folks. It isn't just a bunch of bullshit being thrown at a wall for the last 6 fucking years and people with no creativity making... Dave's finally waking up.
The point is...
That's how you describe all of AEW. It's just shit happening with no real purpose other than, we all want to be the best, bruv. Look at the wrestling, bruv. So the defeat in Dave Meltzer is palpable. This is the last clip here. And MJ from NJ goes, the defeat in this man is palpable. Let's take a look at Dave with he's just beating up Black and Blue, man.
A lot of talking on the show.
We just watched this clip, but let's watch it.
Just was, it felt different. The other thing on the show was they were going back to this, we're trying to restore the feeling thing, and essentially telling you that yeah, we're we've lost our way, but we're trying to get it back.
Was Dave going to say, yeah, we're the shit? Do you think that's what he was going to say there?
Telling you that...
I know we just listened to this, but we got to hear it one more time.
Yeah, we're we've lost our way, but we're trying to get it back. And it's like, I don't know. They've done this before. I don't think that's the right message to send. Yeah, we used to be hot and now we're not. Especially because they're probably doing better than they've been doing. But they went back to that again.
Because they're just corrupt creatively. They're just corrupted creatively ever since Cody Rhodes left. That's all it fucking is. Like they're just or bankrupt, corrupt. What did I say? Corrupt? Yeah, my bad. They're just like bankrupted creatively now that Cody Rhodes is gone and like Punk is gone and some of the serious heavy hitters are gone. That's really all it is, man. Yeah, sorry, we'll finish this.
And like I said, there was a lot of... I just felt the show was...
Yeah, well, it's shifting away from what you like, Dave, because what you like doesn't fucking sell. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was one of the greatest Dave Meltzer dumb moments of the motherfucking week. Folks, I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank you all for 2 years of PWT around the card. We've been together for like there's like 500 people watching tonight. Been together for like over 5 hours tonight. So yeah, man, we really went to town on a lot of things. Some live breaking news. We got some shit out there. Couple allegedlys. I had an awesome time. Here's to 2 more fucking years. Okay. It's WrestleMania week. Expect some great shows, some great guests. Expect Phil Marks Out channel to get popping way more too. Now that I'm after this weekend for sure, especially. And yeah, man, I'm going to be streaming a lot this weekend. Wednesday night, we're live. On Monday, we're live as well. So Monday, Wednesday, and then the weekend. I can't wait for the WrestleMania streams. Make sure you're here with us. It will be an amazing time. All of you in chat, thank you for, when I say us, I mean all of you in chat. And of course, I'm your host, Phil Marks. I had a blast. It's been over 5 hours, guys. 5 hours, 10 minutes. I had a great time. 2 years, yeah, I don't know what to say. Thank you guys, I guess, is all I can say, right? And we're going to do 2 more, 20 more. So onward and upward, we continue. Take care of each other. Drink lots of water. Don't be assholes. And until next time, I'll see you all in the Upside Down. Peace.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Because we have just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Mother effing Meltzer.
You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the point?
The point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
Because we have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Put me out of my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You gotta run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But like, you gotta promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. It'll be a lot like my favorite movie. Time. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guy is Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.